Hello? Test, test. What's up, chat? Get out. Get out. Yo. I'm pausing the music. I'm gonna try this. Okay. No. That didn't work. Okay. I guess I can just do this. What's good, chat? Hello. Oh, okay, wait. Actually, I was gonna do my personal news updates and stuff before going live on YouTube. But too late, we're already live on YouTube. What's up, chat? Hey, we're only seven subscribers away from 16K. You'd be like, Sean, you were just at 17K 2 days ago. Yeah. That happens sometimes. Wait, 17K. 1700. I'm bad with numbers and speaking. Anyway, what's up, chat? How you doing? What's up? What's good? I hope y'all are well. Hope y'all are good. Um, yo, you know, and anal, anonymous, anon, anonymous. Oh, it's anonymous. It's just anonymous spelled differently. I was struggling. I was like, anon, and I was like, what is the name supposed to be? And I was like, oh, it's just anonymous. It's just anonymous spelled differently. Thank you for the 7 gifted subs. It's early in the morning, chat. Okay, let's cut me a little bit of slack. It's like 7 a.m. It's 7 in the morning. Anyway, art update. Y'all want to see my drawing that I did yesterday when I had no internet? Also, I had no internet. Oh, also my internet's back, by the way. They said, okay, basically what happened was a few days ago, like 2 days ago, the stream cut out. And I had to stream off of my hotspot for that day. And then they told me like hours later I have an internet outage in my area, and I'm like, sick, awesome, amazing. And it's it'll be back by tomorrow, by yesterday, tomorrow at the time, at 6 a.m. I was like, it was technically 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I was like, cool, 3 a.m. in the morning. It's before I stream, so it'll be back and I can stream tomorrow. Then they changed it back after 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. I was like, okay, still before I stream, still fine, still cool. And then they switched it back to 9 a.m. I was like, okay, it's a bit late, so I probably won't stream. But I can at least, do some work and I can play some games. I can have fun, right? Then they updated it and said that I won't have internet until Wednesday at 6 p.m. Now I'm confused because I'm just like, what are we even talking about here, bro? What are we even talking about here? Wednesday, 6 p.m. Are you insane? Are you insane? Anyway, long story short, it's not Wednesday at 6 p.m. It's today. And my internet came back yesterday, last night. But yeah, I was without internet for like a day. So anyway, I drew. This is my art update. This is my secondary sketchbook. It's bigger. That's what she said. Yeah. 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 Technically, I did this one 2 days ago. This was my first face. I hate it so much. It's so atrociously not good. Hold on. Wait. I can't do hair. So I was just like, you know what? I hate the way this face looks. It's also uneven. This sucks. And I was like, I'm giving up art forever. And then I decided not to. I was like, whatever. And so then I drew this one. It's still not great. Hello? Hello? Oh, there it is. Wait. Yeah, there it is. Uh-huh. You see, I was practicing different hairstyles. I still couldn't get it right. It's fine. Yeah. He's black if you couldn't tell. He's a black person. I'm still gonna find the Pinterest uh, uh, reference photo. Yeah. Yeah. I don't hate that one. It's still not as good as whatever his other one say. What did the note say? Oh, the note said, gotta learn hair better, sad face. That's what the note says. Also have where's my other sketchbook at? I write notes on a lot of my pieces. This is my other sketchbook. You know, I'm a real artiste. I have two sketchbooks. Yeah. 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 This is the one that I drew a while ago. That I followed a tutorial for on how to draw the female figure. And then I was never able to replicate it again. That's not a new one. Oh, it was this one. I showed this one in my Discord. This is probably my favorite thing that I've drawn so far. Too woke, not thick enough. You right. You right. So yeah, that's so good. Thank you. Thank you. Is that a Nelkboy? Honestly, maybe. Read that one. Thank you. There's also him from the side, but it's not as good. He has not been mewing enough. You know? Job on the hair. Is it racist to say white hair is easier to draw than black hair is to me? And I grew up with this hair. Anyway. Eventually I'll get another hit of motivation to continue learning to draw and stuff. Um but that day is not today. The day is not today. Cause honestly, the hardest part about drawing is not even the actual like physical drawing part. It's figuring out what to draw. You know, drawing essentially is just copying down shapes. A drawing from photos or real life or just your imagination, not my imagination. Basically, I pick a thing. I like drawing like portraits and faces. But I pick a thing. Sometimes it's just like it's like from a comic book or something. I'm just like, I want to draw this thing from this page of this comic book, or I'll see a photo and I'll be like, I want to draw this, or I'll see a tutorial and I'll just draw what's in the tutorial, basically. I kind of just pick a thing and I just draw it. Have you practiced drawing random objects? No, because that's boring. I'm gonna be real. I've thought about it. I've attempted it before, but then I realized how boring that is, and I just didn't care enough to continue. If you're like, yeah, just like draw the cup on your table, I'm just like, No, because it's boring. Is that racist to say it's easier to draw if most drawing media does not show black hair drawn correctly? Yeah, there's this one tutorial, which this is so funny because I was following a tutorial. Again, I can't show you the tutorial because it shows you who this person is, but I was following this tutorial from this very large YouTuber who's drawing black hair. And one of the references that she pulled up was literally a girl I used to talk to in high school. I'm just like, that's crazy. You draw people from photos is great at training your eyes. Let's go when I practice drawing. I full focus on still life, so I still sort of just put random objects together and try to draw them. About it's more about drawing than the picture, I guess. And I guess I just enjoy drawing people and faces more. It's Mr. Murphy for the 24 months. Happy 2 years. Much appreciated. And 2 years be crazy. You know how long 2 years is, chat? It's like 104 months. But I'm drawing a cup is boring, but the light refraction and stuff from a cup is so cool to draw. We'll talk about hire you to draw their characters. Stop. I mean, like, just basic white guys? Yeah. Yeah. That is, I mean, technically that's the best thing I've drawn so far. So, I have a great idea. Try drawing Game of Thrones characters. The only problem with that is if I try to Google Game of Thrones characters, I'll get spoiled. You know? I know for a fact I'll get spoiled because some of them die. A lot of them probably die if I think about it. So I can't even Google reference for them because I'll Google like freaking, I don't know, Jon Snow reference, and then it's like him just with his head cut off in like in the snow or something. I'm just like, well, that's what happened, I guess. So no, I cannot do that. You'll be surprised at how many people live. Maybe I will be surprised, but just take screenshots from the episode you're watching. I mean, it's on my TV, so I would have to take a picture of it. But that's not a terrible idea. It's not a terrible idea. I enjoy drawing because it's like drawing used to be so much of an enigma to me that like I didn't even think like I don't think I'm good at drawing or good at art. But I never thought I would be as good as I am now because it felt like that meme like draw an owl. It's like, oh, just draw a circle for the body and a circle for the head, and then just fill in the little details, and then boom, you have an owl. And I'm just like, that made no sense to me, right? Because I don't have a very like artistic brain. But when you break down like art as like you're just drawing shapes, it makes a lot more sense, right? It's more of like you don't just draw a circle, you draw a circle of this size, you know? You don't just like draw a line here. You draw a line that is this distance from this line and this distance from this line, right? You want the space between this object and this object to be this much, you know? And thinking about it like that is a lot easier because it's more of like a puzzle than it is about like artistic ability. That's how SpongeBob does it. True. STEM brain. True. It is STEM brain. Visual science, at least that's how I justify my degree. Not necessarily your owl can be special. I mean, sure, but like when they like here, I'll see if I can find the memes. I can explain what I'm talking about. It's literally this. Hold on, let me open it up. Also here, this is my thumbnail for today, by the way. Because we're going to talk about the Nelkboyz. We're going to talk about Dan Clancy. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. Your own. Your own. Here it is. I'm an oil painter. I'm an oil painter. All that is just shapes and the placement of colors and blending. That's really it. Coloring and like digital paints and stuff like that. That's what I want to get to. Like, I love like the Marvel Rivals style, arcane style of like painterly, but still like 2D. And so like eventually I want to get to there, but like you gotta start with having the character first before you start to color it in. Try cubism, then all your art is just shapes. Procreate is good for digital painting. I have Procreate. My iPad is somewhere. Did you watch the 3-hour Hunter Biden interview? No. I saw him talking about crack cocaine a lot. Show rivals characters until you hit plat in drawing. Yeah. Oh, this is the meme I was going to show y'all. Here, I'll just Google it again. Right, how to draw an owl. Draw some circles. Draw the rest of the owl. And this is how some tutorials feel when you're drawing a little bit. This is why I like watching like draw with me's or like speed draws and stuff like that, because at least it shows you the process of 0 to 100 instead of being like, here's the basic. You draw the circle here, you draw the circle here, and then like, I'm gonna cut out all the erroneous details that y'all don't need to see, and then cuts to like this. I'm just like, whoa, how did you get there? What are the steps in between? That's how I feel sometimes. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so like it's like a coin toss about like what are good tutorials and what are not so good tutorials. Oh, yeah, that's art. Different artists who are actually good teachers. Because tutorials kind of overestimate the prior knowledge of a true beginner knows. That's yeah. Cause I mean the problem is like some people will look at like my terrible art. You feel me? Where's it at? I'll find it eventually. We'll look at my terrible art thing, like this part. Like I will show this to somebody, and they'll be like, "Well, that guy's not a beginner. He drew a face." Right? Even though I'm very clearly a beginner. It's like the spectrum of beginner is just very wide. So people who like can't hold a pencil are considered beginners. I'm considered a beginner. And then like somebody who can draw this could also be considered a beginner to a certain, okay, maybe not this, but like, it's a spectrum. And so when you look at like beginner art tutorials, it's like who is it catering to? Is it catering to somebody who can't draw a stick figure, or catering to somebody like me, or catering to somebody who's like, that's kind of past beginner in my opinion. I don't think mine is past beginner, I would consider me a beginner fully, wholesale. You could draw a whole comic as far as I'm concerned, but I can't, right? And that's kind of the difference. Beginner artist is like gold rank in a video game. Getting somebody who's already knows the basics, which isn't a true beginner. If you want to, what you want to do is paint. You take some photos and then trace your sketch of the photo and then just paint. That way you don't commit the sin of tracing someone else's art or copyright violations, but you still learn to paint. Many top artists use projectors to trace. Advanced beginner, yeah. Like I put myself at a solid bronze at art. I'm nowhere close to to challenger level, right? But I'm a little bit above iron. I'd be like bronze 4. That's where I put myself. Bow. Bow. Bronze 4. That's the lowest in bronze, right? In the League of Legends. I have other friends who can't even draw eyes the same level, even using the grid method. I mean, my eyes aren't even good though. Like my eyes were very, very rudimentary. Added to your Road to Plat series, yeah. I'm solid silver because I can draw what I want, but I'm not full resin level yet. That's not silver, Saki. You're not. You work in the industry. Okay, that's the problem, right? You are not silver. If you're silver, I'm wood 7. Let's be real here. Saki smurfing? Exactly. Get back to your own elo here. We're talking about beginners. When I was learning to draw, I wasn't trying other people's art. I would copy it in my sketchbook. It was good for developing the style, understanding how other people draw. I'm with 7. I'm 10. I can make it the goal if I applied myself. Well, you're right, my bad. There are a lot of long-term artists who are really good at specific things, are terrible at most things, ranks in drawing. No, I think if you have a solid hand, I mean, obviously ranks don't mean anything in drawing, right? We're memeing, right? But if you have a solid handle of the fundamentals and you could draw something that is passable to some degree in your respective field, like, I think gold is a good barometer for like, obviously you're still learning and obviously you're still a student because you can always learn, but you are at a point where you can create what you want to create. You may not love it, right? It may not be perfect and amazing to you, but you can create what you want to create when you want to create it. If you're like, oh, I have this idea for what I want to draw, and you know from step 0, which is like gathering references, getting your materials ready, and you like know how to do it, I would put you at gold level at least. The biggest part about being a beginner is you don't even know where to go, right? Like you don't know where to go. Like if you watch like Irons play Valorant, like we see. Here.
Spike down A.
Can someone fix my bot, or is that not possible?
Like like, you know what I mean? Like pretty amazing if you want to execute anything you want, even if references are needed. That was a baby. Exactly. Right. And so that's like iron level. Like you don't even know the basic fundamentals of like how the gameplay works. And that's how I feel in freaking art. Right? You're like, okay, I have an idea that I want to draw Superman. And you have no idea how to get there, you're probably iron level. You feel me? If you need multiple references on drawing on screen, I recommend downloading PureRef. I think I have PureRef installed on this computer, actually. I do have PureRef installed. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't even show me. I think I used it last for my stream something streamer awards outfit. I was playing an outfit from streamer awards. If you just trade over something, it's relatively easy. Both on Discord to give you confidence. I feel like you're an S level artist. If you can just draw your fetish immaculately, that's okay. Oh sure. Okay. Also, the hardest part. Can I rant a little bit for a second, and we'll get to the important stuff in a second. The hardest part, I swear, is finding reference that's not AI. All right, it's so difficult. Watch those David Finch tutorials I recommended. I did watch David Finch. I think I watched all of David Finch's tutorials. He has like 20 episodes or 20 videos. But like finding references that are not AI it hurts my soul. It got to a point where I am about to develop a Chrome extension that automatically filters out AI from Pinterest. Right? I'm literally right there. I'm right there. I'm like, I almost started working on it yesterday. Like, it made me so mad. It made me so mad. You could buy action figures. Oh, you keep talking about spending money. I hate spending money. It would be sick. Like, at least, at the very least, Pinterest finally, after 2 years of by being overrun by AI content, right? After 2 years, they finally added a label. They finally added a label for for AI content. I mean, you couldn't even add a toggle switch. They did, yeah, they did. They finally added a label that is like that you could the person posting it can put on the content that they post, saying it doesn't even say AI art. It says AI enhanced. Like, thanks, Pinterest. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? What does AI enhanced even mean? Just tell me it's AI so I can click off of it, please. Gosh darn it. I found such a cool image of like, because it's very hard to find, it's very difficult to find like black characters in like a I guess, like, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but I found a super sick character, and usually I'm good at calling out AI. I'm like, is this AI, right? And it didn't even have the label. I was like, it doesn't have the label, but like it looks like AI just a little bit, right? But in the corner, hidden by the Pinterest logo, it said Black AI, and it made me cry. It made me cry because it didn't even have the label on it. I'm just like, whatever. Did a video on this, right? Not even. The video was on something different than this. Looking for pose reference, look it up on PubStock. I have an insane amount of free use references. Honestly, I'm not even at like posing and stuff. You can buy a list of black artists if you want. Yeah, it'd be nice. I love the Castlevania style and how Castlevania draws magical black people. You know? Like finding black people in like the fantasy-esque like Castlevania style that's not Castlevania is like pulling teeth. Right? It's like either you get like Marvel or DC and then like Castlevania, and then that's kind of it for like that like fantasy-esque, comic book-esque black character style. Because that's what I would want to draw. If I had one thing that I would want to draw, it is like that. Start would be Chase Conley. I just got those pretty decent black characters in fantasy. I love this Miles Morales suit. People that don't like it, I like it. Or okay, have y'all heard of Ordeal? It's also black written. The director of X-Men 97. Oh, that actually makes sense. But wasn't he fired? And didn't the season 3 get scrapped? Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, don't you? You can use that for reference. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is like cool for like character and like having like character ideas, but like it's not gonna get you that was the writer. Oh, okay. But it's not gonna get you like style, like a style guide, you know? He was fired under serious allegations. I don't know much about it. Oh, she's the animator, director, and character designer. Here, let me show you Ordeal. Ordeal is a webtoon that has some of the sickest character art I've seen. Right, when it comes to like black characters. This guy isn't black. But like it's pretty good. I saw this, I was like, man, I want to draw something like this at one point. think he's Nigerian. Anyway, no spoilers. I won't spoil it. It's a good series. When we come across AI stuff, I think it's because I mostly good at spotting AI, therefore I ignore it. Therefore the algorithm doesn't show me more. Obviously this is confirmation bias. If AI photo is too real, then I wouldn't know. Yeah. Okay, listen, link it in the Discord. You can put any of the art stuff in the art Discord, art channel. I do peruse the art channel. And I do look at the art that you put in there. Is that Mirage from Apex? I don't know, maybe. Anyway, let's get to the news, shall we? I'll play a few more seconds of this.
Before we get into it, I want to kindly thank Buff for sponsoring the video, and if you didn't already know, Buff is pretty much just a super easy way to get free rewards while playing games that you were already playing in the video. Alright guys, so I keep getting oh my god.
Next.
Show me the... What?
Main. And 2, drop. Oh, the moves!
Two behind us. Oh shit.
Nice! Fivio foreign.
Careful, they're behind.
Yo, Fivio! Fivio going fat!
That's crazy.
Oh, nice!
The Castlevania art style Blood of Zeus is good too. I've heard of it.
Damn.
I haven't seen it though.
That flash went insane.
Oh, let's go.
Nice!
Let's go.
Anyway, okay. Let's get to the news, shall we? What do we start with, chat? We can get into the Nelkboyz. What I missed the Valo section. Oh, Path, what's up? You did. We were talking about we were talking about art and like being a beginner in art is like being an iron in Valorant. That's what we were saying. I miss Valorant. I want to play again sometime.
Careful, they're behind.
Yo, Fivio!
I legitimately haven't played. Oh, the Iron. Wait, did I not put the Iron Man stuff in the title? I'm so stupid. That's like one of the biggest things. Which one do I not care about that much? Here, I'll just add it to here. Iron Mouse out at Shoujo. Oop, here. Watch the chat.
Fivio going fat! Oh, nice! Damn.
Nice.
That flash went insane.
Oh, let's go.
Nice!
Let's go.
You survived too. That
Nice.
flash was insane. You don't even need to
Let's
get
go.
kills after that flash. Delayed them enough. The missed shots were just extra distraction. It's a masterful play if you really look into it.
Let's A. Also, Jet, no one's gonna believe you, so cut the act.
But I'm not saying it happened, but it could.
What's going on with the VTubers now?
So if it could,
What is it with Iron Mouse now? We'll watch. You know what? We'll watch. We'll watch. Or we'll watch this. We'll watch. We're not gonna watch freaking Love talk about it. We're gonna watch Iron Mouse's video specifically. I've already seen Iron Mouse's video.
I am leaving.
It's not drama like you're thinking. Yeah, it's not drama. It's actually disgusting. It's actually super gross. It's super gross. And I think this will actually kill Beast Shoujo. I'm being entirely real. I think this will kill the company. Iron Mouse is by far their biggest talent, and what they did to her is it's horrible. And the fact that she got out of the contract, right? I don't know if her contract ended, but the fact that her contract wasn't over, and the fact that she got out of it shows how bad they're cooked. If we're being entirely real. Let's start with it. It's very dumb move to treat her this way from a cold-blooded perspective. Yeah, it's such a stupid move. Okay, give me a second. My stomach's making the rumblies. I think everyone left. No, there is some talent that's still there, from what I understand. But like, I think they're on their way out. I don't think that they can get out of their contract like, as easily. Hey, I say this all. I spend my entire time. I don't around my family. I say it on stream all the time, making this reference, and nobody ever gets it. Nobody ever gets it. I'm glad somebody finally got it. Also, here I need to grab my my groceries. Watch. I don't want to play this and watch it. Here, I'll play. Hello. I'll play. Oh, I want to see this as well. I'll play this.
Hello, my name is Jake. I am a living human being who is currently alive. My first claim is that I don't think I should be murdered. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna talk really fast in order to make a half-baked point and just hope you don't call me out on it. Does it really matter if I kill you? Secondly, hold on. Please don't interrupt me. I have a family. Do you have a family? Answer the question. Yes, it matters if you murder me. To you? Yes. But to anyone else? My mother would be disappointed. That's exactly my point. Would anyone else? You're moving the goalposts. For me, it would feel really good to kill you. Like, amazing. Let me get this straight. You believe that you have a better right. I'm saying it would feel good. So you're all fine with this logic that we could just say and do whatever we want? No. Because last I checked, we live in a society and not a Blumhouse purge movie. No, hey, clearly I'm making a pretty good point because everyone's trying to vote you out before I get to the end of my point, which is I've been voted out. Shoot, I was actually really close to getting to the end of my point right there. It's been a pleasure. Cheers. My second claim is, please don't kill me. Please, oh God, please, please, please. Whoa. You got here fast. Yeah, well, I really want to kill you. I can tell. First off, I believe in respect. I show respect to everyone, no matter who you are. I believe we're better as a society when we respect one another. No, I appreciate that. Here's why I'm going to kill you. Is that a threat? It is just a statement. Where do you find these people, man? I'm just stating things, and you're being really divisive. Okay. Your car is parked, what, 30 yards from the door over here. Do you really think you can outrun all 20 of us and get to your car in time? I mean, one of us is gonna kill you. I mean, if not me, one of these other people. No, we're not arguing if it will happen. We're arguing if it should happen. I think so. Please don't kill me. I have so much to live for. It's actually illegal as well, and I'm calling the cops right now. I got voted out. Shoot, I was really close to calling them too. Nice chatting. Cheers. My final claim is, no, please, help me, this is a trap. Hi, hello. I actually agree with your earlier point that you do have a lot to live for. You have a wife, you have kids. Thank you, yes. I just don't care. Okay. I'm still gonna kill you. What about the 2019 NASA research paper that claims 99.9% of people don't want to be murdered? Okay, what about the research that says I don't care? What are your sources for that? I don't need them. Well, pal, it sounds like you're forfeiting your argument. Okay, but it doesn't matter because we're all gonna kill you. Okay, yeah, really solid argument. Well, I was really impressed with the skill of some of these debaters, you know. Whatever you think of their arguments, I think that they have
I've returned. Okay. Let me continue from the beginning. From the top, make it drop.
Hello, my name is Jake. I am a living human being who is currently alive. My first claim is that I don't think I should be murdered. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna talk really fast in order to make a half-baked point and just hope you don't call me out on it. Does it really matter if I kill you? Secondly, hold on. Please don't interrupt me. I have a family. Do you have a family? Answer the question. Yes, it matters if you murder me. To you? Yes. But to anyone else? My mother would be disappointed. That's exactly my point. Would anyone else? You're moving the goalposts. For me, it would feel really good to kill you. Like, amazing. Let me get this straight. You believe that you have a better right. I'm saying it would feel good. So you're all fine with this logic that we could just say and do whatever we want? No. Because last I checked, we live in a society and not a Blumhouse purge movie. No, hey, clearly I'm making a pretty good point because everyone's trying to vote you out before I get to the end of my point, which is I've been voted out. Shoot, I was actually really close to getting to the end of my point right there. It's been a pleasure. Cheers. My second claim is, please don't kill me. Please, oh God, please, please, please. Whoa. You got here fast. Yeah, well, I really want to kill you. I can tell. First off, I believe in respect. I show respect to everyone, no matter who.
I didn't know you could just play somebody else's video on your YouTube channel and get away with it. Honestly, that's kind of crazy. This is just Jubilee. I saw this video yesterday. We're watching it. Someone's watching it, honestly.
who you are. I believe we're better as a society when we respect one another. No, I appreciate that. Here's why I'm going to kill you. Is that a threat? It is just a statement. Where do you find these people, man? I'm just stating things, and you're being really divisive. Okay. Your car is parked, what, 30 yards from the door over here. Do you really think you can outrun all 20 of us and get to your car in time? I mean, one of us is gonna kill you. I mean, if not me, one of these other people. No, we're not arguing if it will happen. We're arguing if it should happen. I think so. Please don't kill me. I have so much to live for. It's actually illegal as well, and I'm calling the cops right now. I got voted out. Shoot, I was really close to calling them, too. Nice chatting. Cheers. My final claim is, no, please, help me.
Honestly, the best part that I think goes over a lot of people's heads is the fact that, like, even after this person has threatened to kill him, you still shake hands with them, you know? Like, I got voted out. Oh, okay, well, nice job, person who wants to kill me. See you later.
Really close to calling them, too. Nice chatting. Cheers. My final claim is, no, please, help me, this is a trap. Hi, hello. I actually agree with your earlier point that you do have a lot to live for. You have a wife, you have kids.
Thank you, yes.
I just don't care. Okay. I'm still gonna kill you. What about the 2019 NASA research paper that claims 99.9% of people don't want to be murdered? Okay, what about the research that says I don't care? What are your sources for that? I don't need them. Well, pal, it sounds like you're forfeiting your argument. Okay, but it doesn't matter because we're all gonna kill you. Okay, yeah, really solid argument. Well, I was really impressed with the skill of some of these debaters, you know. Whatever you think of their arguments, I think that they have a lot of passion, they have a lot of drive, and I hope we were able to find some common ground. Hello? Is this part of the video or the exit strategy? Anyone? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it's like. It's a good video. Go give it a like. Give it a little thumbs up, a little plus. Indeed, indubitably. Indubitably, what is this? Oh, more Stop Killing Game stuff. Maybe we'll put this to the docket as well. Jubilee alumni approved. Indeed, I am technically a Jubilee alum. A Jube alum. I'm curious about this as well. Anyway, yeah, so we'll get to more about Jubilee Asia alma mater stuff. We'll get more about Jubilee in a second, so I'll keep this at the end of this. I do want to get to the Iron Mouse v Shoujo situation, and then we'll get to the Nelkboyz stuff, and then we'll move on from there. How about that?
Bishoujo.
Oh,
unfortunately, I am leaving Bishoujo.
This is gonna make you mad, by the way. I am going to preface this by saying this is going to make you mad, and that is okay. Even if you don't like Iron Mouse, which I don't know why you wouldn't. Like, yeah.
Unfortunately, I recently found I am leaving Bishoujo. Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by Bishoujo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from Bishoujo. I know that this is a lot, and it's very important for me to be honest with all of you. I really want to tell you everything, but unfortunately right now, I have been instructed by my attorney to wait for more of the legal procedure to unfold. So one day, I will be able to tell you the full story. But for now, I just need to let you know that I will no longer be a part of Bishoujo. If you give me a moment of your time, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I know for a lot of people right now that this might be the first time you're ever watching me. I became a VTuber because
I don't know who this Shoujo is, but he's going down.
I really wanted to make friends. I was very lonely due to the fact that I have a primary immune deficiency disease called CVID. I basically have a low to near non-functioning immune system, which means I get sick a lot, and it caused me to remain isolated for long periods of my life. So then I found streaming, and I thought about giving it a try because I wanted to see if I could make some friends online, because I honestly couldn't ever leave my room. I never really expected to grow an audience or anything. It was one of the last things on my mind. I just
VTuber video is like, guys, drama behind the scenes is crazy, but I can't see what's going on. To be fair, this one has good reason for that being the case. Right? Like, her management company essentially stole $500,000 from her and a charity. Like, you kind of want to leave that up to the courts to handle before even like directly either naming and shaming or getting involved. Morrison's talents weren't getting paid. Like other talent, we'll get to the other stuff as well. If you have a link to those, we can take a look at those as well. But there have been a lot of people who talked about their issues with Bishoujo.
thought that I would stream to, 5 to 10 people and just hang out from time to time, make some friends, play games, and just continue on with my life. But unfortunately, I was too scared to stream with my face. So a friend of mine recommended that I try an app called FaceRig that would allow me to use an anime avatar to stream. And that's how I started VTubing. It took me a while to take it seriously. And
I think a lot of VTubers get hate because people find it cringe, which again, I'm not here to convince you that VTubing is not cringe or whatever. But especially if you're in a space like this, you have to understand this is a worker issue. Like, even if the workers are cringe, it doesn't matter. Like, even if the workers don't show their face, or even if the workers are virtual avatars for a public persona, the way these companies are operating is a direct result of like capitalist greed. And a lot of times with very little oversight, because they'll have like, or they'll operate kind of like the the K-pop industry a little bit, right? And it's a very traditional space, even though it's a very new concept. But it's like they will demand a lot of you and lock you into these contracts and create a culture where like you don't even own your own identity, right? So like, Iron Mouse is an independent VTuber now, and like she owns her own likeness. But a lot of times when VTubers separate from Hololive, VShojo, whatever, the companies own everything. They own their brand. They basically own their face, right? So like, let's say like you have like an actor, like you have like George Clooney, right? George Clooney, an actor, and after he makes some movies, he's like, okay, I want to leave, I don't know, Paramount Studios and go work at Universal. Paramount's like, okay, we're gonna cut your face off so you cannot make money off of your likeness anymore, and you must go now find a new face to now stitch onto your head to make a new to make more movies, right? You as the talent do everything to craft the identity for this brand, and the company owns basically you as like actual like, human streamers. We at least have that, right? We at least own that. At the end of the day, right? Hassan is Hassan, Ludwig is Ludwig, Cutie is Cutie, Pokey is Pokey. And no matter what management company we sign to, at the end of the day, we can leave that structure, that contract, and we still have us. But VTubers just don't have that. They don't. The only thing that they really have is their voice, which is why a lot of VTubers and like voice actors and stuff. Is why a lot of them are so aggressively against like voice cloning artificial intelligence. Because once that gets taken away too, VTubers have nothing. They can make millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, right, for these corporations. And they own your face, they own your identity, they own your voice to a certain degree, or they want to own your voice, right? And so we get to a point in 5 years where like this happens and you never know about it. They slowly and quietly walk the real Iron Mouse away from this, right? And they just clone her voice and just have an actor stand in for Iron Mouse. You know, moving like Iron Mouse moves, talking like Iron Mouse talks, and the audience will have no idea. And that's not that far away. And that's the way these corporations, these companies operate.
Even begin to think about maybe being able to grow a community and even make this a career. I think I really started to take it seriously around the time.
I mean, to be fair, Disney also did that with like actual like real life actors as well. They say with the consent of the family, but we are getting to that point with actors too. But with the streaming industry, which is closer to us, this is really a fear for like for like voice actors and people of that nature and like VTubers. Because at the very least, if I was signed up in a contract and they fired me, they wouldn't get my likeness. I could go somewhere else and then make money off of my own likeness. And there's nothing they could do about it. They could try to like, you know, use my brand or whatever, but under a new name, I could be like, hey everybody, this is me now. Follow me. You know?
When I was approached to join VShojo, and it was through VShojo that I was able to grow into the Iron Mouse that I am today. When I was approached in 2020 and asked to join VShojo, it seemed like a good idea, but I honestly did not know if I could ever be a corporal VTuber because I felt like I just couldn't. In my mind, I saw myself as unhireable, which is why streaming worked for me. I had no boss, no strict rules, I had no hours, no expectations. It was all up to me, and due to the fact that I have lived my life chronically ill and being unable to do much of anything, I just felt like there was no way that anyone would ever take me or want me. For a while, I was struggling to make a decision because I was afraid about my anonymity and afraid about trusting people because
it also gets okay. It also gets really, really bad once you like. We're talking about the corporate aspect here. Like this is what happens with like all corporate VTubers. That's bad, but it gets really, really, really bad once you consider what some of the employees at VShojo have been doing. Right? And we'll get to that as well. Does everybody have the Kyle tweet where she tweeted about this?
I felt like every time I put my trust in people, it always ends in grief for me. So I was worried about expectations and 1,000,001 other things. But I ultimately decided to join VShojo. It really pains me that I am unable to fully explain why I am leaving. But for right now, here's what I am allowed to share with you. I would always be told how important I was for the company. And I was always told that I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and...
Oh, sorry, I meant to go back to this. Here, run it back a little bit.
Right now, here's what I am allowed to share with you. I would always be told how important I was for the company. And I was always told that I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on me to the point where I felt guilt-tripped into signing. I felt responsible for everybody. I felt responsible for staff and talent alike. And I felt like if I didn't do this and if I didn't stay, I was hurting everybody and I was destroying everybody's life. But this didn't feel right with me, and I began to feel extremely uncomfortable. As my viewers know, privacy has always been one of my biggest concerns. I've had a lot of scary experiences in my life, so one amazing thing for me was the fact that Vishojo handled all my payments, and it meant that I never had to give out any of my personal information, so that was always a blessing to me. As time went on, I decided that I wanted to try to start pulling out my remaining funds because I wanted to start taking over my own finances. This is what led me to this point. Throughout the years, Connor and I have raised around $4 million for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. The majority of the money raised is through Tiltify at events like the Cyclothon, the charity auction, and other miscellaneous events that we've had. However, because of the success of my first subathon, I decided to donate.
Has Connor talked about this yet? I saw you post something on Twitter, but I don't know if he talked about it on stream. He did? You have a link to that? I would like to see that. Yes, he's mad. Honestly, as he should. Right? As he should be. Genuinely. Connor has spent, again, I know we have our disagreement with Connor in this space. Connor has spent the last 4 years directly like not only just friends with Iron Mouse, but raising money for this charity in this way. Dedicatedly doing so. Yeah. 100%. Eats pants? No, the other Connor. We can also talk about Connor eats pants as well. He taught. Here, this is just a shorter clip. Yeah, Connor Veteran Affairs. Yeah, this is what I saw.
Well,
here. Connor eats pants is also mad, but because of the Nintendo Direct. Wait, why is he mad about the Nintendo Direct? Kyle's live talking right now if you want to hear what she's saying later. Yeah, we'll take a look. Donkey Kong, is he? Oh, this was ass. Oh.
Half the earnings of my following two subathons
Why was Pokemon? Okay, hold the Pokemon Direct talk. We'll get back to that later.
To the events that we've had. However, because of the success of my first subathon, I decided to donate half the earnings of my following two subathons to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. The first time I tried this, it worked great. Over 200,000 people supported me, and because of that, we raised over $329,350 to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Because the money came from my Twitch revenue instead of a Tiltify link, it required Vishojo to make the donation on my behalf. They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming.
Other fraud. I have to be skeptical of charities now. Well, the completion thing is one thing. This instance, you don't have to be skeptical of the charity. It's just a matter of this is we're at the middleman of the middleman of the middleman here, right? So between you and the person who's getting the money, you have the charity, which is one middleman. And between the charity and you have Tiltify, which is another middleman. And then you have Twitch technically being another middleman, because that's where the funds are coming from. And then you have V Shoujo being another middleman between you and the charity. Right, so there's like 4 different people handling the money before it gets to like the person it needs to get to. Right, and then the breakdown was at V Shoujo. It wasn't the charity's fault, but it was V Shoujo, you know, got the money from Twitch essentially, and then didn't give the money to the immune deficiency fund. Right, I must put our trust in V Shoujo to make donation, and they just pocketed it. Not even like put her trust in, like that's they handled all of her money. And if they did this with this amount of funds for a charity, who knows what they are doing or would do with like the regular funds that they handle. You know, who's to say they haven't been skimming off the top, you know, for their other talent. She had to do it because her money went through them. Exactly.
I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers.
How is that
and
legal?
breaking-
Oh, it's not. That's the funny thing. It's not legal. Which is kind of why we're having this conversation. Right? This is the skimming off the top part. They will probably argue, this is what I would assume they're going to argue, through some level of contract stipulation that they are in charge of the money. They can decide how it is to be used and not to be used. And it's actually not technically up to the talent for them to decide, because it's technically, you know, in like an escrow account for the talent. But they essentially choose to give the money back to the talent, but they're not required to through like some contract language. Yeah, power of attorney or the character trust. It's something like that. Sounds like fraud and theft because it is. Yeah, I don't think it will fly in court if I'm being entirely real, but I think that's probably what they would argue. Right? Thing is, even if they do that and get the money their company is done for, I'm not sure if it's worth. I mean, yeah, the company's cooked. And so they'll probably argue that because like it will save them. Because here's the thing. They have a choice now. It's either, or they had a choice back then. They could have either done that or done things normally and regularly or done what they did. But now they have 2 options and neither of which are good. They either take it to the court and the court's rule is they have to pay not only the $500K, but also, you know, a few $1 million in like, you know, damages, back pay if they've actually been skipping off the top, stuff like that. Or they actually win in court and nobody wants to work with them because of the situation in the first place. It's a lose-lose situation for them. The company's cooked. Related to the contract here, we'll see what Shy Lily has to say. You think I trusted my gut when V Shoujo tried to recruit me? The contract was riddled with red flags and basically legal robbery. Yeah. I assumed it would be something like this. I've seen creator contract before. And there is like a level of like legalese that make you be like, I don't know how I feel about this being in there. Right? Because it doesn't say that they are going to take these legal loopholes, but they say that they could. Right? In the contract, it says that, hey, we can take advantage of you if we choose to. But don't worry, we're not going to choose to. Specifically to protect them in situations like this. Part of the reason why I'm not signed to a management company right now. Right? Jason said that they should pay more because there are a lot of people that died because the charity didn't have resources. That would have to be proven in courts, and I don't trust like American courts to come to that conclusion. But like that, like colloquially, that makes sense to me.
All-time sub record. But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked V Shoujo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, Still a year later, Vishojo has not paid the charity. The Immune Deficiency Foundation means the world to me. Connor and I have both spent a ton of energy, time, and resources raising money for charity.
Honestly, their best case scenario is just turning around and being like, we paid the charity. Here's $500,000. We're so sorry. This was a mix up. We thought we did it, and there was miscommunication, and some people left the company. That is their best case scenario. Being out the $500,000 that that wasn't theirs in the first place is their best case scenario. When it's probably is just not there. It doesn't matter. You have to find it. I don't care if you have to fire people, take away people's bonuses. You have to find that money, because it's either you do that or you're cooked, or the company is completely done. Right? There's no coming back from it unless you try to call back some goodwill. And if you don't do it or can't do it, company's done for. I cannot describe to you how massive Iron Mouse is. Iron Mouse is by far their largest American talent. Maybe even their largest talent in general. I don't know about their, I think they have like a Japanese branch as well, right? So, the biggest English VTuber is 100%. Yes. 100%. Because I had 40K viewers and quit live. Quit V Shoujo. Jeez, they're cooked. They're cooked. If you have a link to that, I want to see that as well. They are cooked. Their best case is to claw back some level of goodwill by apologizing, right? Apologizing. Get a scapegoat. I don't care who you do, right? Get a scapegoat, and you push out the CEO. I don't care what you do. You apologize. You scapegoat it, and you try to claw back as much goodwill as possible. Because this is a company killer, right? This is a company killer. If they didn't do it, if they didn't do this unintentionally with them, yeah. Which I mean, I in my opinion, I think they did it intentionally, right? If you've been following like VTuber situations and stuff, you will know that these companies are so bad, and that there is language in these contracts to allow them to do this. I don't think this was an accident, because Iron Mouse wouldn't have left if it was like an accident. If they were just like, oh, well, we'll pay it. I'm sorry, we forgot or whatever. I think Iron Mouse would have stayed. But the fact that Iron Mouse is publicly leaving, and the way that Connor is trashing him, like on Twitter and stuff, I think people with in-depth knowledge of the situation know for a fact that this is done by design. Yeah. Isn't this the same machinima on YouTube or whatever that or whatever it's called years back? Isn't it saying they did? I don't think they stole 500K. I don't know what machinima is up to now, or what they were up to.
And we're both so proud to be able to say that we've raised nearly $4 million for charity.
Creators? This is a good question. As I'm also saying here, security, which I'll tell you what they're supposed to provide. Security. If you're a VTuber, you most likely want to be anonymous. You don't want your face out there. You don't want your name out there, obviously. Right? You want your public persona separate from your private engagements. So you have security. You have sponsors. They procure sponsors. They connect you with brands. They take a cut off the top, as all management companies do. But you don't have to worry about finding sponsors and finding revenue sources. They'll provide that. Collaboration opportunities. right? Being in an org like this means that they can handle collabs. They have an entire marketing team that markets these collabs, and it's like how can we best make this like the most successful, so you don't have to worry about that. We should also have tech stuff like the iPad robot. Yeah. They handle your accounts and your payments, so you don't have to worry about like if you're getting money. So all that stuff is handled by, they're your manager essentially. They also handle or subsidize your model creations, art rigging, etc. Yeah. The downside is that they own your model creation, right? They own the models that you have, right? They're, of course, taking a cut, as all management companies do, off of your sponsors. They basically own you. Right? Vishoja doesn't own any models. Vishoja might not, but like other companies and things like that do. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Vishoja might not, so I'm not gonna put that on them. But there are companies that do own the models and the characters. Yeah, it's Hololive. Rest in peace. Fauna. Ninja Sanji owns the models. That's why Mogu and Doki had to rebrand. Wait, Doki had to rebrand? Gary Mouse said that her in her wine about it, the company that you literally go to office to stream like a traditional job. Yeah. Hey, that taking a creator's IP and work is such a standard thing. Yeah. And so that's like the positives and some of the negatives of these companies. So I'm not gonna sit here and say that there's not benefits. Right? There's not benefits to joining a company like this. There are things that I think, especially when you're a smaller VTuber, that do help you, which is why a lot of like VTubers when they're growing do join, or streamers when they're growing join a management company. But the goal of these management companies is to catch smaller streamers when they are beneficial to you and lock them into like 3 to 5 year contracts to a certain degree, right? So that if they do blow up to like get to like Iron Mouse's size, the company is now making millions of dollars off of you while still like owning your assets and basically owning your persona. So they trap smaller creators in the contract by offering them stuff. Yeah, it's the same as the music industry, 100%. 100%. Never give up your IP. But that's the hard part is that, wait, I already have this open. That's the hard part is that sometimes these companies will make an IP for you. Right? They'll be like, oh, this is a small VTuber. We'll bring them in. We'll give them a new persona. Right? And then they'll blow up off of that persona. You know? It's like, yeah, it's like going to a job and working on your work computer. You're streaming on your work VTuber. You have to give that computer back to the company when you're done, just like you have to give the VTuber identity back to the company when you're done. This does also happen in the music industry, by the way. There are people who own like music identities, if you will. The companies will own music identities, and then once you leave the company or you leave your contract, you have to craft a new identity. You can't make music under that name anymore. It doesn't happen as often, but it does happen sometimes. You're the artist formerly known as blank. And you actually force the creators to make it themselves without paying them and keep it out there. That's insane. That's crazy. Like Prince. Rest in peace, Prince.
Proud to be able to say that we've raised nearly $4 million for charity. We almost always raise money for the immune.
Like Luna can't even call themselves Luna anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's again, it does happen, but it doesn't happen as often as it happens in like the like VTubing space as it does when like it's in the American music scene. right? In the American music scene. For
Deficiency
example, could be pro
Foundation.
wrestlers, personas, and characters. Yeah. It's actually a very good example. I don't know wrestling like that, but it is an example.
They help people with primary immune deficiency diseases, or PI, which are inherited disorders where a part of the body's immune system is missing or doesn't function properly, which makes people like me more prone to infection. And this includes over 450 different conditions. The Immune Deficiency Foundation is a charity that is near and dear to my heart and has a particular significance in my life. When my health first started getting really bad, the Immune Deficiency Foundation helped me immensely when I really had nowhere else to turn. I was terrified, I was lonely, and I was confused. I honestly didn't really know what was going on, and I never ever want anyone else to go through that. This entire situation has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to a community that helped me. But unfortunately, that's not the case. As much as I would like to continue to talk about this, unfortunately, I can't. So, to recap, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the Immune Deficiency Foundation is owed over $500,000 from Bishoujo. I really wish that I could tell you more.
Where is that money at? What do they do with it? Because if Iron Mouse hasn't been paid it, and it hasn't gone to the charity, pocket it, but pocket it for what? Did it go to the, like, companies don't just like pocket money. It goes somewhere. Did it go to the executives? Are they spending that on other things? Are they using that to pay out other people like a Ponzi scheme? Like, that's like, it has to go somewhere. Yeah, with anime decals? Honestly, maybe. Like, that genuinely, they may have spent it on marketing. Like, on like marketing, you will see like Iron Mouse wrapped like, you know, Lamborghinis at like anime conventions and stuff. Right? They very well might have spent it on like marketing. Do have a lot of events, but the events have sponsors though. Like to basically disappear $500,000 from your largest talent just to spend that on an event doesn't make sense to me. Right? I think she said the money was raised through Fishojo, so it's in their accounts. It's not just not send it to where it's intended to go. That's not true. The money was raised the same way that Iron Mouse raises her regular funds through like subs and ad revenue for the subathon. Right? So it wasn't raised through Shoujo. Shoujo just controls Iron Mouse's accounts. So if they were still sending Iron Mouse payments month by month from her Twitch account, it just decided not to send the $500K, that has to have been somewhere. Right? So it's either that's still in Iron Mouse's, like the Iron Mouse account at Shoujo, or they took that money out of that account, but okay, we're gonna send it, and then didn't send it and put it somewhere else. But where did it go? I don't think we're gonna know this, right? And Totify donations, no, this isn't about the Totify donation. Totify donations went directly to the charity. Shoujo did not handle the Totify donations, right? I was talking specifically about the subathon revenue. She donated half of her revenue for the subathon to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, and that amounted to $500K. And Shoujo was supposed to take the money that Twitch gave, right, the company essentially, for Iron Mouse, and they were supposed to take that and send that to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, but they didn't. So either the money is sitting in like the Iron Mouse labeled account at Shoujo, or they took the money out of the Iron Mouse labeled account at Shoujo and put it somewhere else for something else, right? And that would be illegal. barring some, like, again, insane contract logic. She said she found out she was owed money, so the sum missing is really adding up. Yeah. Has Vishojo been doing well in general? Or have they lost people recently? I wonder. They have lost people recently. And the deputy CEO on a case on stream today talked about financial mismanagement, which is so flimsy. Financial mismanagement is how a company goes out of business. Not paying talent for almost a year is called stealing. Yeah. Okay, we have that open. I want to tell you that as well. Is this in Japanese? I wonder.
So I have been lied to from the company a lot about the situation. So my payment stopped last September. I was asking what's going on for a long time, multiple times.
Go back and forth between
All
the
they said,
Japanese. Is it in subtitled?
it's gonna be paid, it's gonna be paid, it's gonna be paid, and it was never paid, and I think it will never be. Yes, the reason why I waited so long was that if I like say, okay, I'm gonna reveal this information and I'm gonna quit. If I say that, I thought they were not going to pay me the amount they owe, and that
I can't stand capitalism because this is normal. It's hard to imagine, but this is a normal thing. Usually you don't see this. It doesn't happen in like the public sphere, but like companies like not paying out benefits, not paying out PTO, not paying out wages, right, for an extended period of time, and being afraid and being scared that like if I quit, I'm never gonna get that it's a normal thing. Yeah, wage theft is the biggest type of theft in the world. Right? The biggest type of theft in the world. Not like freaking robberies, like, you know, armed robberies, not like bank robberies. They don't do that enough anymore. It's like wage theft is the largest amount of theft by far. Here. Oh. Copy link. There you go. Oh my goodness, just open the open the image. Right? This is how much wage theft accounts for. In the US. This is other types of theft. All other types of theft. Robberies are 0.34 billion. Auto theft is 3.8 billion. Burglary is 4.1 billion. Larceny is 5.3 billion. Right? This is wage theft when employers steal from employees. Minimum wage violations, overtime violations, rest break violations, and off the clock violations. And I want you to consider that there are just a lot more people, right? Like poor people who are doing these thefts here than there are of bosses here. So per capita, bosses like do thousands of times more theft than the average American citizen. Right? Thousands of times more theft. Because there are just less bosses in the country than there are like people. Because how many times I've asked to clock out while still working so I don't go into overtime. Yeah. Everybody has a story like that. Everybody has a story where their break is skipped over. Right? That is theft. You know, off the clock violations, as was described. That is theft. Right? Minimum wage violations, where companies, like if you're a waiter or waitress, and companies are supposed to pay you up to minimum wage if you don't get that in tips. And companies not doing that. It's super, super consistent. Right? This is even wage theft in like a communist way. This is wage theft by capitalist standards. Yeah, by capitalist standards. Like you've worked, and you're not paid what you are owed for what you have worked under capitalist rules. Not even just like your surplus labor value is stolen. Like This is like, it's insane.
That was scary for me. But so recently, I've decided, fuck it, I'm leaving. And I was about to tell you guys that I will be leaving this month. And I was getting ready for that. I wasn't ready for today's whatever came out today. I was not ready. There were so many things that I didn't know. But this is what I know, and this is my story. And I will have the VShoujo CEO, VShoujo JP CEO, explain this to you guys. Because
Jeez Louise. They made $300,000 in like 24 hours. Oh, maybe if this loads, thanks Twitter. I appreciate that actually. No, I don't actually want to see this. Actually, I actually want to not see this. There it is. Okay. The goal was 10K. $344,000. They need the bandwidth for the AI waifu? Yeah. That's why I can't load an image? No, can't load a PNG. Seeing the We Love You IDF is in the comments is whiplash.
I have done so many well, it's not so many, it's only about 2. I've done 2 streams with him. I was saying all the good things about VShoujo. Fucking embarrassed about this. Now that I know that I fucking lied to. I'm so ashamed of myself for believing in someone who only had interest in our money. Well, let's ask the VShoujo CEO. VShoujo.
Like, genuine respect for this, by the way. Like, to call the CEO live on stream and to press him, genuine respect. Genuine respect.
JP CEO about what the fuck's going on. I am going to call him right now. こちらは、VShoujo. This is VShoujo. JP CEO. Are you still the CEO?
For now, yes.
まだギリギリ CEO
For now,
だそうです。
Is it? Are they gonna break? Honestly, that wouldn't be too surprising if like the English branch and Japanese branch break from each other. But for now, yes, it's a bit interesting. Maybe he means like after this conversation, he won't be anymore, or he's gonna resign.
はい。音も聞こえてるということなので、I would like you to explain the situation because I know you know more about this situation than me.
Slightly more, maybe.
It has a subtitle. The English branch apparently controls the wallet. That would make sense. I didn't expect the Japanese branch to control Iron Mouse's wallet. For like I would assume that the Japanese branch controls the wallet for the Japanese talent, or something of that degree. They don't. So it's like an English only thing. Man, America kind of sucks.
Slightly more okay.
Yeah.
But I need to know everything, and the fans should know everything. He'll be explaining in Japanese and in English.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
I'm not really good English speaker, and also I don't trust myself, like the speaking the correct word and term in English. I want to be super careful about what I'm saying here, because
right.
Yeah, as you explained that.
That's fair.
Yeah,
but
And
Okay, then, okay.
you-
Japanese comes first. では、はい。まず日本語でどうぞ。
Japanese,
Well,
English
disclaimer.
sounds great. Yeah, but I do get like if you're explaining something like this, I would understand when to do that in your native tongue, so you don't actually say something you don't actually mean, to a certain degree, right? Yeah, it's liability.
なんですが、
はい。
感じですね。
So you were told from V Shoujo that they were willing to pay, willing to pay, willing to pay. They're gonna do it like next month. Of course they're working on it, working on it, working on it. And then now,
というこ
are
と
you
です、
telling
ね。
me that you've been lied to?
嘘をつかれていたっていうところはあったんですけれども、
So did you just say that V Shoujo JP itself was doing good
そうですね。
in finances too?
そうですね。
You haven't paid me.
っていうことになるんですね。その、本社の中の帳簿上はそうなって。
He was saying, "That's right, chat. That's right. I'm multilingual. I can translate this." He was saying, "So this ne." Which is like, that is right. That is correct.
だっていうことは聞いてます。
Weeb, Mod's ban that guy.
日本でもタレントに1円も払われてない状態っていうのを把握しておられたんでしょうか？
そうです。はい。
So
Right.
this is what I
So
want to
this-
know.
Okay.
And this is what everyone wants
He
to
was saying that's right. Indeed.
know. Why did this happen? Why?
うーん、
Why? なぜ起こったんですか？こんなことが。
これに関しては、まあ、全ての範囲を僕が見えてるわけじゃないんで、
Are you telling me that it's not like someone did something maliciously? It's like they just weren't good at it.
とい
The
うことですね。
finances. Are you getting paid right now?
は、
あなたはお給料もらってるんですか？今 V 症状から。
ほぼもらってないですね。
ほぼってことは？
ペイカットを、まあ、受けている
ペイカ
っていう
ットって何ですか？ I'm sorry, it's all about me, guys, but the only thing I could talk about is me right now. So, well, I'm not getting paid. While I'm not getting paid, you were getting paid. Well, staffs do have to get paid. So I'm not gonna say like, hey, don't pay the staff, just pay us. No, I'm not gonna.
Well, to a certain degree, the staff wouldn't be getting paid at all if it wasn't for the talent anyway. So, you know, that's not entirely fair to the talent. I think the staff should get paid as well. Also, like I don't think, honestly, the person that I think should get paid last is the CEO. You know, in the hierarchy of like who actually gets things done, it is the talent, and then the staff, and then the bosses, and it should be paid in that order. Right? The talent is the person who actually makes the money. The staff is the person who coordinates the talent getting to stuff and being able to make the money. And the bosses have very little say in like the intricacies of like the day-to-day of like, you know, money being made. Right? At the very, very, very least, and credit I'll give the bosses, it's their job to coordinate things like pay. And obviously they're failing at that. So maybe they shouldn't get paid. Like, if your talent is not getting paid, you're failing as a boss. You're failing as the executives. Right? So that means if the money is coming in, the talent's not getting paid, everybody did their job except for you.
Say that, but just kind of sounds very unfair to me.
そうですね。
Talent first, my ass. Was it like staff first?
まあでもスタッフは本当に悪くなかったと思います。
Is the debt gonna be paid? Is my money gonna be paid?
そうですね。デッドが払えるかどうかっていうのは、会社がこれから持ち直すかどうかにかかってる
See,
と。
this is a lot of words for just when you could have just said hi. You know, just drop a yes there. Yeah, you'll get your money. You know? To be fair, I don't know what he's saying. But like, A simple yes would have sufficed.
特に US 側、今の状態だと分離できていないんで、
はい。
持ち直せるかど
You
う
don't?
か
No, sorry, I do. I understand all of it.
に関わってるところなんですけど、
うん
かなり難しいと思います。
Or even try to add another talent, multiple talents to this company. After I told multiple times that they haven't paid me, and they
No,
have
see,
a
you
lot
don't understand. They wanted more talent to also not pay them. That's the money move. That's the mogul moves, chat. You don't get it. You don't understand. It's not paying your current talent, but then adding more talent so you can also not pay them so that you can continue to make more money. Boom.
problems. What was that? What was that? あれは何だったんでしょうか？
タレントが追加されたこともそうなんですけど、追加しようとしてることもそうで、
Someone could have stopped this situation. It went all the way. It didn't have to go all the way.
そうですね。特になんか、
Did anyone inside V Shoujo say, "Hey, there's something wrong. Hey, let's not do this. Hey, let's stop this and let's see what our finances are going. Hey, looks like this amount of money should be paid to the talents and we haven't. Hey, we need to do something about that." Did anyone say anything about that?
という話を聞いて進んでたっていうことですね。
So they were lied to.
そういうことですね。
That's a lie. Yes. So that's a yes. Okay. So who was lying? 誰がその
Also, like,
まあいわゆる
it doesn't matter, in my opinion, if you were lied to. You're the CEO. What are you getting paid the big bucks for? Like, it's your job to not get lied to. Like, I'm sorry. Because the talent is still saying, I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting paid. Right? So it's not like you don't know something's going on. Right? You're just hearing, I'm not getting paid. You turn around and it's like, why is she not getting paid? And they're just like, we're working on it. And you're like, okay, they're working on it. And that's all. That's what you're a middleman, essentially. Right? Like you're basically a middleman to be like, oh, you tell me things, I go to them. They tell me things, I go to you. That's it. And you're not making actually any decisions. You're not making any calls to be like, okay, you're not doing your job. You're fired. Get out of here. We're bringing somebody else in. You know? What's the level of marketing? Oh, as a way of running a business is crazy. How much they've been stealing from their own talent. Yeah. What does the C and CEO mean? It must mean can't do nothing.
嘘やんってなるんですけど、誰がその嘘をついてたんですか？
多分その判断をする人っていうのも複数にいるっていうところと、そこが明らかになるのは今後なんで、私にはわからないところです。
なるほど。
はい。
Any questions from chat? I'm sorry, chat. There's so many things going on in my head. There are so limited things I can say. There are legal issues going on. I don't want to stir anything up for the other girls because they have their own things they have to say. So let's not. There's so many things I want to tell you that I shouldn't. Will there be an apology from the company? I hope there would. Will they? Will they want an apology or something? Any statement? Any public whatever from the company?
私もそう願っていますが。はい。
Well, there were so many things I have to apologize to the fans. So, thank you, V
Is it
Shoujo,
all girls like
JP,
I mean,
CEO
it's
for
the
now.
Shoujo,
ありが
right? So, yep, that would make sense.
とうございます。一応、
は
so that was V Shoujo, JP, CEO for now. I know there's a lot of things you want to say, of course. Me too. I want to yell. I want to scream. I want to cry. And I feel like there were so many unanswered questions. This is just sad. they said so many good things. And I know that they like it wasn't their intent to like be like this, and I know that, of course. They didn't want this
There's a
too.
guy
I know
talent
that.
at VShojo too.
I hope
What?
like
Nani?
they're not
There's a
the
guy talent at VShojo? Is there only one? That would be funny. That would be funny to be the token guy. Kuro? Doesn't Kuro mean black? Yeah? I told you. I'm multilingual. It's a name. I know it's a name. I'm asking what the name means.
like the evil that you guys some of you guys are saying. I know it's not.
Shine the
But
polygon.
it's true that
True.
they made this kind of mess. Will you really quit today, or will you quit in the 31st? I quit today. Yes, I quit whenever I want to. And I've said that from
You tell him, girl. You tell him.
day one. If I want to quit, I quit. And I am leaving VShojo today. At this moment. Well, I feel like I've already left like 2 hours ago. But yes, the reason I had waited so long, the money I should have received all the way back from last year, I think. Right now, I don't even know what they have paid and they haven't, so I can't go to the specifics, but they haven't paid me for a long time. The reason that I waited for this long time is because I thought if I reveal any information that they are not paying, but yes, I was willing to quit this month, but they might like blame me. That was what I was scared of. Yes, they might like blame me for like getting the information out, whatever, and then like end up not paying. But now I feel like it's all over and nothing's gonna be paid. And I feel very sorry for the fans because this was supposed to be. It all came from you guys. It all came from you guys' support. And yes, I said VShojo owes me a significant amount of money, but right now it's not about the money. It's all about the trust. Yeah, it's all about the betrayal. Yeah. そうですね。美少女に対してポジティブな結構ねこういうとこだよいいとこだよみたいな言ってきた分言ってきた。
Yeah. To be fair, I don't know exactly her like financial dealings, so she could be getting like sponsor revenue through a different source. But yeah, like for her payments from the company aren't coming in. So yeah. Hopefully she has a like a secondary revenue source, or like, you know, she's getting money from somewhere. But it's only merch / VShojo aligned money. She's still getting sub plus bit money. Okay, so she doesn't have the same like Iron Mouse deal, which is like VShojo controls all of her financials from Twitch. She's like 200K in back pay for what I saw. That's insane. Yeah, no, the company's going under. Because the money's adding up. We looked at 2 people, right? 2 people so far, and they already owe $700,000. Very little companies have, like, very little companies that are not like multi, like, you know, national corporations like Amazon have like $700 in like liquid revenue to just give out. Some companies have things like an escrow fund for settlements and such, but like not going as far as like into the millions unless you are like, again, like a multinational corporation. I think they're cooked. I think they lost all goodwill. I think more and more stories are going to come out about them not paying talent, not paying staff, right? And I think the tally is going to go up, right, into the millions. They run near cash flow neutral on purpose when they're small companies, just so that they can do this. They divide out all the they divided out all the profits. Yeah, so they don't have to pay it. I think they would rather shut down than pay talent. Honestly, I've seen several tweets about payment issues to artists. That's the least surprising thing I've heard in this entire story. And they lost 4 other people, including Centrea, probably at least 2 to 5 mil. Yeah. And sadly, no one's going to get paid. Not necessarily. I don't think they will be able to pay all the funds that they're missing, because I think they used them. Right? I think the funds that Kazon's supposed to get paid here were used. I think Iron Mouse's funds were used. Right? But I think if the courts order, before they shut down, courts order payment, they will have to liquidate all of their assets to pay these people out. You know? Like if Shoujo will file bankruptcy before to avoid paying. They will still have to sell their assets to pay off their debts. Depending on what debts they have. And courts can order that these are a part of the debts they have to pay. Which will lead to it depends on how broke they are, how much they have to pay. But either way, they have to liquidate. If they don't have the funds, they have to get the funds from somewhere. And even despite that, either way, they're cooked. Is it just financial mismanagement? I don't know, is my answer. I don't know if it's just financial mismanagement. It could be embezzlement, right? For all I know, or for all we know. But either way, we just know the talent did not get paid, and that the company is cooked, even if it's just financial mismanagement. You don't know full details yet because they can't talk about it, but we just know the money ain't money in. Exactly. Companies are sharks. They are. The charity should have been top of the waterfall as soon as the cash comes in. As soon as the cash came in. I mean, yeah, they should have been. Right? The only problem is now, charity, at this moment, currently, the charity is the last of the waterfall now. Right? Because we found out that the money, because the money is technically Iron Mouse's money. Right? The money is technically Kayson's money. The money is technically the artist's money. It is money that they have earned through their labor, that it belongs to them. And I think if the money comes in, Iron Mouse will still give it to the charity. But like, it is at the bottom of the funnel, technically. Right? It basically is what allowed us to see how deep the corruption has come. And we'll probably see a lot more. Right? A lot more. As this has been a day. This Iron Mouse video came out yesterday, 18 hours ago. And they're already almost $1 million in debt to their talent. Specifically. It's going to get a lot worse. It's going to get a lot worse. I do want to see, hey, we'll get to the machinima thing as well, because I want to see how it stacks up to that situation. Plus 5 talent announcing leaving. Yeah. It's a lot of views in 18 hours. Yeah, 1 million views. I do want to see what Connor's thoughts are.
Yeah, it's a bit of... Well...
I mean, the completionist charity stuff. Honestly, I think it's worse than the completionist charity stuff. It's similar. I think it's worse than that. Right? Just because of how widespread it is. Didn't the completionist just have like a fake charity that he was skimming money off of? Right? This is just like millions of dollars going unpaid to like numerous parties.
Yeah, it's a bit of... Yeah, a bit of a... Welcome. A lot of first-time chatters. I know people are curious about what I'm going to say. You love the shirt? Well, I mean, you know, I thought about wearing my normal shirt, but it did feel like it was the right time to wear it. Although, I mean, the shirt's very nice, too.
But
it's a nice shirt.
Money in a bank account, never used it, but never gave the money to charity. Yeah, it's similar in that regard to like he did what like V Shoujo also did, But he also didn't like that money. Also, was not like supposed to be paid to people as well. It would be like if he had employees, he put all the money for the charity and for all of his employees into that same thing, and just paid nobody. That's why I said it's worse than that.
Pretty nice shirt. So I thought I should rock the apt shirt for today. You know, to show my support to Mouse. Yeah, obviously, I'll chat a little bit about it. Obviously, we won't go into like crazy detail, because obviously it's still all new. There's a lot of information to talk about, but you know, I'll talk a little bit about it. About what I can talk about, because my lawyer was sweating this morning. Bro messaged me at like 4 a.m. and was like, please be careful. but yeah, I appreciate all the support so far, obviously, and everyone's...
Chat, do you mind if I take 10 seconds to grab some cereal? Yes, I'm going to do it anyway. Guess what cereal I'm getting? Yes, we mind. What cereal? You'll see when I get back.
Very upset and then very eager to hear about more. You know, I mean, like, I at the end of the day, before we get into it or talk about anything, like, I think I speak for everyone when we just want to support Mouse. At the end of the day, we just want Mouse to be okay. So I thank you guys so much for you know, your undivided support of Mouse. Great tweet, by the way. and my lawyer said it was fine. I told him, I was like, I'm gonna do a pro gamer move real quick. He was like, please don't. And I was like, and he was like, actually, you know what? That's a good one. Thank you. I thought it was tasteful. I mean, what can you do? What can you do when you're, you know, when no amount of words can put into how angry you are? What can you say? And for me, the best way I like to deal with these things is to make a joke. I'm British. That's how we cope with everything. Ludwig's tweet was crazy, though. What Ludwig's tweet was diabolical. Did you guys see what he tweeted? Ludwig is unhinged. Lud tweeted, I believe VShojo is a organization. I like that is he's him, bro. Let him do what he wants, I guess. Hey, he's a real one. I don't know, like what the thought process is, but you know what? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. The joke is they donated to the wrong idea. Oh God. That's so bad. That's so bad. It's a show. It is a show through and through. Have a little bit of a chat about what I can say right now, because obviously, you know, like there's a lot going on. There's a lot that can be said, a lot that can't be said for obvious reasons. You know, this is all kind of new, but I think I'll talk a little bit about my initial impressions.
I'm back. Is it strawberry Cheerios? No, it's not the strawberry Cheerios. I wish I should have got that. It's Rice Krispies.
Talk a little bit about it. About what I can talk about, because my lawyer was sweating this morning. Bro messaged me at like 4 a.m. and was like, please be careful. but yeah, I appreciate all the support so far, obviously, and everyone's very upset and then very eager to hear about more. You know, I mean, like, I at the end of the day, before we get into it or talk about anything, like, I think I speak for everyone when we just want to support Mouse. At the end of the day, we just want Mouse to be okay. So I thank you guys so much for you know, your undivided support of Mouse. Great tweet, by the way. and my lawyer said it was fine. I told him, I was like, I'm gonna do a pro gamer move real quick. He was like, please don't. And I was like, and he was like, actually, you know what? That's a good one. Thank you. I thought it was tasteful. I mean, what can you do? What can you do when you're you know, when no amount of words can put into how angry you are? What can you say? And for me, the best way I like to deal with these things is to make a joke. I'm British. That's how we cope with everything.
I just realized we didn't finish this video. Let's finish this video and then get back to the Connor video.
But right now, I have been advised to wait for legal proceedings. As of right now, I am an independent VTuber. I am at a loss of what to do right now. I'm kind of processing everything. I'm very sad.
Shout out Mouse. Freed from the corporate shackles. Run Mouse her money. Hashtag run Mouse her money.
And very confused. Once again, I want to apologize to the Immune Deficiency Foundation and to my community who has shown so much support to me. I also wanted to say that all the ad money made from this video will go towards the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. Like I said, I really haven't had much time to process this. But below the video in the description box is a link to a donation fund for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thankfully, any donations made through Tiltify go directly to the charity. That link is also there if you've heard about this and would like to support the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Sometime this month, I plan on doing a special live stream in order to raise money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I hope to have a ton of friends joining me, and hopefully there'll be a lot of singing and a lot of fun and just a day full of happiness. I just honestly really want to show that after all of this, that VTubing is a force for good. So thank you guys so much for all the support, and thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. And once again, I want to say that I am truly sorry. Okay. Bye-bye.
That's heartbreaking.
Hey!
Stop. That's really whatever, not just her, but the charity over. And also so many other towns over with this shit. Yeah. It's so like they've done something that is truly remarkable, and that is literally fail every single person that was involved in this. The staff, the talent, Iron Mouse specifically, the charity, the viewers. I don't know how they did it. I have no idea how they did it, but they really crafted the perfect storm of just how do we make everything so bad just by corporate greed. No idea. Their only task was middleman and collect money. Not even. Their only task is just to do what Iron Mouse said with her money that she earned with her own effort. It's literally it. They had one task, a single task, and that was just do what Iron Mouse said with the money that she earned with her own effort that she's paying you to do. Iron Mouse is paying them, essentially. They are charging Iron Mouse to control her money and then use that control of her money to shaft not just her, but the charity and organization that she credits to her being here in the first place. Insane.
Ludwig Street was crazy though. What Ludwig Street was diabolical. Did you guys see what he tweeted? Ludwig is unhinged. Lud tweeted, I believe VShojo is an organization. I like that is He's him, bro. Let him do what he wants, I guess. Hey, yeah, he's a real one. I don't know, like what the thought process is, but you know what? I appreciate.
I will tailor my critique of Ludwig in Connor's situation. I have things that I could say. They're not the villains here, so I won't say them.
I appreciate it. The joke is they donated to the wrong idea. Oh God. That's so bad. That's so bad. It's a show. It is a show through and through. Have a little bit of a chat about what I can say right now, because obviously, you know, like there's a lot going on. There's a lot that can be said, a lot that can't be said for obvious reasons. You know, this is all kind of new, but I think I'll talk a little bit about my initial impressions. We can maybe talk about the business of running an agency, about what that looks like, and then we can get into the final section, which will be my personal thoughts on this whole situation. Yeah, not good. They're not good.
I saw this video on this. Not gonna lie, at the start I was irked by what he's said, but by the end it was fine. What did he say?
I'm pretty angry.
Hello, delirious.
As you can probably guess. First of all, the really important thing to keep in mind right now as a viewer, because I'm sure you're all very confused, and you all have a lot that you want answered. You want to understand how this happened, what is happening, the full breadth of all of it, and it sucks. But the sad truth is that we have to like wait for everything to kind of unfold, wait for everything to unravel.
Seconds. Fine. Where is it at? Oh, it's right there.
We got some drama to talk about today. If you guys haven't heard, Iron Mouse released a video a few hours ago that's been going a bit viral. You know, the usuals, the Twitters, the Reddits, the YouTubes. I know a little bit about this beforehand, but I don't exactly know.
It's just him saying it's drama. Oh, Iron Mouse will be okay in the aftermath. She's one of the top 5 YouTubers on the platform. If you judge her really over and ruined their company with this shit. Yeah, literally for zero reason. For zero reason. Like Iron Mouse, and you can tell by the support that she's getting, Iron Mouse will bounce back from this. Honestly, Iron Mouse will be better off from this as a creator, from a creator standpoint, not being tied to such a shitty company. Right? V Shoujo literally tanked their reputation as a company, and very well might have actually tanked the entire company themselves for like $500,000. Really? Really? You tanked the entire company. Yes, several million, but all this started specifically because of the $500,000, right? They've been skimming from a bunch of people. We got confirmation about that, right? Would have made more if they just paid her. Honestly, they didn't even have to pay her. They could have just given the money to the charity. I mean, I genuinely think that if Iron Mouse wasn't getting paid, she wouldn't have said anything like publicly. Right? It's when they fucked over the charity that like she's like, that's a step too far. Was Kason also mentioned we fucked over, right? Yeah. Kason hasn't gotten paid since. Oh, Kason hasn't gotten paid since September. We looked at this video. September 2024. And probably more people haven't gotten paid either. They didn't pay Kason, Kason didn't pay Michi. Right, more people are gonna come out that they've been skimming from, for sure. Comic book level villainy to steal money from a charity, yeah. Did the company make any public statement? Honestly, for their benefit, they better not have. Genuinely, if they want to survive as a company, they should keep their mouth shut. Like, I think that they should say something, obviously. Like, this requires a response. But, like, that is the worst thing that they will do if they say something. Because there's nothing that they can say, right, that is going to make this any better. Absolutely nothing. Device already hit 400K. Yeah, in like, what, 18 hours? Not even including the ad revenue from Mousie's video. They won't survive, honestly. Everybody already is queuing up to leaving, and there's gonna be no reason for them to continue. Yeah. What can they even say to make this right? Sorry, we forgot to send the money over. Honestly, that's their best line of attack, for sure. That is their best line of attack, is just saying, like, we forgot, C's. Here's the money now. We're so sorry. It's not gonna work. I think they'll still fail, but that's the only thing that will potentially, kind of, maybe keep them afloat. They need to either pay up instantly or lawyer up quickly, probably both. Yeah. They don't have the money anymore, promise. Honestly, I would believe them. I think they spent it on a freaking Iron Mouse wrapped Lamborghini. You know? They spent it on a Range Rover that had the talent's faces on it. I don't think they have the money. I think they spent the money, which is not gonna look good in court. I'm gonna be real. It won't look good.
And obviously the fact that you guys are even hearing about this now means that a lot of things have gone wrong up until this point, right? Like, I know this is all brand new news to all of you guys, but I think what you need to keep in mind is that if it is brand new to you guys, this has been simmering and cooking for a hot minute.
Yeah, a lot of people assume, which is why I don't think they'll pay at all, right? Because I guarantee Iron Mouse would have just asked them to pay. If it got to the point where she's saying something publicly, it's probably because they refuse to pay for whatever reason. Either they don't have the money, right? They don't want to get the money, and they don't want to pledge to pay the money. I think if they would have done any of those three things, if they would have paid the money already, right, pledged to pay the money once they had it, if they didn't have it, or if they just like sold and liquidated some assets to pay for it, I think Iron Mouse would have been like, okay, thank you, let's bygones be bygones. The fact that it got to a point where Iron Mouse had left the organization, right, and spoke out about it publicly means, and it shows that they don't want to pay it. Is an important part of this started because Mouse wanted to take over her financials. That's true. That is actually a very, very good point, chatter. This started because, and this was not like a footnote, but it was a mention in the video that didn't come up again, that Mouse wanted to take control of her own financials, and obviously this company would not really want that. I didn't know that part. No, she said it in the video. Again, it was only mentioned one time. Where's it at?
I am leaving the show. I decided to donate half the earnings for 300 to the nation. Ramadan was one of the biggest of my remaining funds because I never had to give out any of.
Oh, here it is.
I began to feel extremely uncomfortable. As my viewers know, privacy has always been one of my biggest concerns. I've had a lot of scary experiences in my life, so one amazing thing for me was the fact that Vishojo handled all my payments, and it meant that I never had to give out any of my personal information, so that was always a blessing to me. As time went on, I decided that I wanted to try to start pulling out my remaining funds because I wanted to start taking over my own finances. This is what led me to this point. Throughout the years, Connor and I have raised.
Yeah, that's how it began. It's so scummy. Imagine how many they stole from her over the years and from other VTubers. Probably into the dozens of millions, if I'm being entirely real. If this is indicative of their like company's behavior, like their actual, like their policies, like we're talking dozens of, like, this industry is I don't say $1 billion industry, but like probably approaching there when it comes to like VTubing, like internationally as an industry. And VShojo is one of the biggest VTubing companies, right? And Iron Mouse is, I think, the biggest VTuber in the English-speaking space. Iron Mouse is pulling in millions a year, and they've been skimming from everybody, probably a lot of money. So others left and kept quiet. Yuck. Honestly, not even like a yuck thing, right? If they were stolen from, there was probably a good chance that they had a non-disclosure agreement or something that they signed, and that they couldn't speak on it, lest they would have been sued, and they would have been smaller than Iron Mouse was. Iron Mouse at least would be, or has enough protection because she's so large as a streamer to protect herself from that. You know? Other streamers are not necessarily the case. Because talking behind the scenes, they just weren't making it public. Yeah. It's like nothing changed between 2023 and 2025 in terms of how org management moves. Couldn't and still can't say shit about it because they got an awful NDA. Exactly. That I had to sign. I legally cannot badmouth the company, but at least everyone else knows the reason why we left. Yeah. This was the most, predictable thing that would have happened. Of course, they signed NDAs. Companies, if a company is willing to skim money from what is owed to talent, I guarantee you they would have forced you to sign NDAs. I'm old, not familiar with this field. Now you're good. But yeah,
keep that in mind. This is unfortunately a very slow and unsatisfying process.
Or just like a maker. It's not creator owned. It's like a machinima. It's corporate owned. Right.
And everyone
there should be more like creator owned like co-op or situations and such. But there's just not. Because I don't think there will be either. But is T-Dog a part of VShojo? No. He's just Iron Mouse's friend. We should just ban corporations. You know what? I agree. I think the NDAs are unenforceable if they signed them before the crime and not as a part of a settlement. It's probably a part of like a severance package. I would assume. Like, I think that people who left got some sort of severance, and as a part of that severance, they had to sign an NDA. Because that's standard practice. Right? Are OTK and OTV creator owned, or are they also corporate invested? Both. OTK is creator owned and corporate invested to a certain degree. Like, they have like sponsors and stuff. And OTV is creator owned. I don't know if they have like any corporate ties or corporate investments specifically. FaZe is another one that was creator owned and had corporate investments, but they dropped the corporate investments when they went public. It's a totally separate thing. It's a separate conversation. Severance when you let go, not when you quit. I mean, there's some like agreement is kind of the point I'm making, right? Whether it's severance or not severance. It's like there was probably like, okay, if you're gonna quit, they came to an agreement to be like, you can't badmouth us and we'll pay out the rest of your contract or something. We don't know the intricacies of what agreements were made when people left. We just don't know.
Now is going to try and get their like thoughts in. We live in a time where you get paid to hold people's attention, so everyone's going to be saying a lot of things and making their own thoughts on it. But I will tell you guys how I feel about it, because I think I'm well within my legal right to do that, and I'm pissed off, man. It's been really frustrating. I've to say the least. obviously, I've known about this for quite some time
Do you
now.
think there would be a threat of retaliation from a company via doxing? Not officially. I don't think there's like an official like, hey, if you say something bad about us, you'll dox us. But there could very well be like a culture that is like an implied threat. You know, like I can imagine VTubers when they left were like, I can't say anything bad because they know my real name and they know my face and they have pictures of me and they have my address and stuff, and they could, if they wanted to, leak that stuff. So I think it's like applied, not official. The one guy Kyle tweeted about knowing identities, yeah, which I have open here, which we'll get to that in a second. Here, actually, no, I'll talk about it now. That would be illegal. So would stealing money from the talent, chatter. So would stealing money from the talent. Turn your mic up, please. I can. I turn it down because it's loud in my ears, and I don't like it being loud in my ears. Take it down a little bit. Here's what Kaho said. This person moved from a wait. Can I actually turn it up? Over here. Let me do this real quick. Okay, let's try that. You have the playback on. I do so I can hear myself. Do y'all not like hearing yourself when you're streaming? No. I need to know how I sound. And then when I switch to my autotune, wait, okay, it didn't work. Wait. Oh, it's not connected. There you go.
Now. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, so I switch to my autotune and see what it sounds like. Hello, I'm Pirate Software.
I hate my voice so much. You get used to it. You get used to it. This is what Kyle said. Kyle said, this person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new house. I can't read. Not his new house. Okay. This person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrust me a few of his new business cards to give to my good contacts. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then I wanted to meet up for tax advice, okay, because I'm a native in Japan and I hired an accountant. I asked to have dinner in his area, which was I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far from me, splitting the bill. That day, I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet, because I love the talent that he worked with, I only secretly was hoping that he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal information like marital status. I now wanted to find a way to warn other employees. Today, I've learned the most despicable shit about the company has done to their talent. Don't know if he was involved in it. Yet all of my personal grudges and nothing compared to such betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers and agencies can be the talent's worst enemy. Please always support the talent. Talent first. Yeah. So that's the. Damn, this is freaking loud to me. I'm turning it down a little bit. Just turning it down just a little, just a tad bit, so I can hear myself think. He was involved 100%. That's the problem, though. I don't know if he was involved. Right? I don't know who she's talking about or what. But the problem is like. It seemed like it's a company-wide issue, right? And I don't want to like scapegoat this specific guy to be like, oh, he was definitely involved in the situation, right? Because like, it's a company thing, and I don't want to give the company an out to be like, oh yeah, it is only this guy. This guy is the person who's the bad guy here, Speaking of VShojo, I remember at one anime expo, I was at an after party, and a certain someone was trying to flex how he could arrange private meet and greets with creators behind the models. Never sat right with me because do these creators even know you're exploiting and treating them like party favors? Yeah, it sounds like a similar person. Sounds like that person does the same thing. or it's the same person. But yeah, let's continue.
Up and mouse, deal with it as much as possible, and as much as you can do. And it's man,
and this is a systemic thing in V Shoujo. They do it with a lot of their talent. It's not a simple embezzlement. It's a coordinated system of fraud. Yeah.
Sucks. It sucks a lot. And I'm still kind of like coming to terms with the breach of trust, which I think is, something that I think is obviously being, because everyone's talking about the charity money, and that's really important, and the talents have been lied to. But I think, like, man, what a colossal fuck up to absolutely ruin the trust with, like, all of the talents in my mind. And with Mouse, like
why would anybody ever work with V Shoujo ever again? Like, even if you're an up and coming VTuber, why would you even put yourself in that situation? To know that, like, you may not get paid at all. Yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked. I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but, like, I can't think of one. Isn't it unique to V Shoujo? Dogiberg used to work for Ninja Sanji, and also had something similar done to her in terms of finances and money not being paid out for to artists, for example, that were commissioned. Hololive also flagged the mystery some of their talent. This is an industry problem. Yeah. I'll go as far as to say, like, it's like a capitalism problem as well. But, like, yeah, specifically for, like, the VTubing industry, companies just be scummy.
The one thing that you have to do as an agency is just keep your talent safe. Like nothing you do should ever put them in a point of jeopardy.
It's part of the course in talent management, yeah. Which is, again, part of the reason why I'm not covered under talent management. Not saying that I won't ever be, but you open yourself up to this, right? Because companies only want to manage you just because they get something out of it, right? And you may benefit from it as well, right? You may benefit from it as well to a certain degree. Like, you can tell, like, I don't get sponsors. You know how Hassan gets sponsors. There are creators who have, like, less viewers than I do who get consistent sponsors, right? Consistent collab opportunities and things of that nature. I don't get that stuff because I don't have anybody to handle that stuff for me. I don't have anybody to go and procure that stuff for me. Right? So there is a benefit to, like, talent management agencies for things of that nature. But you do open yourself up to exploitation. Just over under when the gun run emote will be wiped from Twitch. I didn't know there was an emote.
So it's just so depressing that this happened. And I know that, like, I don't want to talk.
And that the problem is that, like, that you can only have that if you're, like, a large streamer anyway, because lawyers be expensive. This one, oh, I didn't know it was a global emote.
For Mouse at any of this, because that's not, I think, this is Mouse thing, but, like, Mouse already had, like, a hard time.
She joined up with an org from the 100-ish to thousands of viewers. Yeah. Yeah, so there is a reason. There's a reason behind it. It's one of the OGs at Justin TV. Oh, that makes sense. But, like, there's a reason why people would do it. And I get it. And I understand it. Honestly, if I find a good management company that I think has a reputable base of support, that has talent that I like, I don't have a problem with joining them. Like, and to be fair, I've reached out, right? I don't know if I should name names, but there have been a few that, like, manage, like, a few agencies that manage creators that I like and I enjoy. that I've reached out to that I heard nothing back from. But outside of them, even then, I would probably have to I can have to see the contract.
Trusting people, so it just makes me so mad.
Something like OTV.
Someone that
well, to be fair, they're not a management agency. Good Talent Management is out there that take care of everything from payout to getting you sponsors and collabs. OTK, we now know. Also, OTK is also not a talent agency. It's Mythic Talent, and I did not reach out to Mythic Talent for representation. That would have been funny though.
And people that Mouse trusted kind of took advantage of that. And I'm really, really, really angry about it. I know I am not shouting and all that stuff. Lord knows I want to. But man,
FaZe,
I'm just sad.
Honestly, I think FaZe actually might be a talent agency technically. I think Hassan is one. Hassan is basically co-opting his management team, isn't he? I don't think so. Hassan is covered under like Night Media, and he has just a traditional manager that handles his collabs and stuff of that nature. You know? But Hassan is also large enough where AMP is not a talent agency. AMP is also not a content group, right? So you have talent and management agencies, you have content orgs, and you have content groups, right? Talent and management agencies like Loaded.gg, Mythic Talent, V Shoujo is a combination of talent agency and content org, kind of. It does a little bit of both, right? We also sign under UTA, by the way. Really? How does that work? What is it? Because UCA is a talent agency, United Talent Agency. So what does V Shoujo handle that UTA doesn't? I don't necessarily know why you would need both. Maybe I'm not that large of a streamer. Their merch, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Do I know which V Shoujo does? Yeah, they handle skimming the money, basically. They handle the fraud aspect of talent industries. Where does an MCN fit into that, or do those not really exist anymore? MCNs don't really exist anymore. Not since I think PewDiePie called out Machinima back in the day. Game Theory also called out Defy Media. So MCNs don't really, since Maker failed, I think. Yeah, Maker was another one. All those things kind of sucked. Kind of has a money in, money out MS Paint demo on this. But yeah, since they don't really exist anymore, it's talent agencies. So that's your UTA, your Night Media, your Loaded GG, or whatever, talent agencies. And then you have content orgs that are your 100 Thieves, Offline TV, OTK, FaZe. Those are your content orgs. These are well-established organizations that handle things more like collabs. Those are your MCNs basically nowadays, or now your content orgs. And then you have talent agencies, content orgs, and then you have what was the last one? Oh, content groups. Right? And that's AMP. That's whatever Aiden Ross's content group is, SBM or whatever it is. I don't know what it is, right? These are your loose group of friends that just make content together, but there's no established org infrastructure keeping them connected together. I don't think people in AMP sign a contract, an AMP contract specifically. They're more just friends who create content together when they want to or not want to, things like that. RDC. I don't think there's an RDC contract. It's more of a friend group that just plays games together. Right? This is too much for my brain to handle nuances difference between talent groups as companies designations right now. But that's basically what it is. That's the difference. And I'm a part of none of them.
I'm just so sad. I'm so sad. But, you know, okay, so let's talk about a bit about the video and about Mouse and, you know, so Mouse, you know, released a statement and I'm glad that she did because I think that it was important for Mouse to be able to tell this from her own words.
Maybe at least the target line when you need some contract for that. Yes, I'm sure that there's like some infrastructure there. But like when it comes to like joining or leaving and stuff, I don't know if it's like so intricate as like a content org is. Like AMP is the closest I've seen to like a grassroots brand being created. It started as a friend group that kind of just gained legitimacy through being successful streamers, as opposed to like starting with like a CEO and having investors invest in it and they procure talent like that. It's more bottom up than top down. Right? I'm sure there's still some paperwork, right? Like something, it has to define how much of the money you get from like a AMP target line do you receive as a part of a member of AMP, right? That is definitely done through contract language. Isn't that OTK also? I think initially that was OTK, but OTK grew into more of a more brand like, you know, like now you have like an invested, like, you know, behind the scenes staff infrastructure. You have CEOs, CTOs, CFOs who are not a part of like the streaming landscape, right? You have investors who are in, people who handle finances in the back end, like stuff like that. It's closer to like 100 Thieves than it is a AMP, because pretty much all of AMP are all creators, right? I don't know if there's a CEO of AMP. Is my thing. There might be. I might be mistaken on this. Right, but it's more loose than structured. There isn't, I don't think. Yeah, does AMP even have a website? Yeah, not really. AMP has an Instagram account and has a wait, hold on. Yeah, their website is a media splash page, right? Because Tips is OTK CEO. Yeah, like this is AMP's website. It's made with Pillar. Like it's basically a link tree. Then they have a merch site, which is like, you know, different, but it's not like a cohesive organization. Agent, he said they have 4 full-time employees and a bunch of part-time people for events, which I'm sure they do, right? But like less structured. So I would still, even with that, I would still consider them a content group.
From her own side. And again, reminder, this is, you know, what Mouse's attorneys have approved Mouse to say. And this is what they're allowed to say. So, you know, if you can say this and you can't say the other stuff, I mean, anyway. The one good thing that's come from this so far, and then I guess we can
I use RDC as an example of a content group as well. Do they have a CEO? I don't know. But I still think they're more of a group. You said FaZe is like a talent management plus group combined. There are Phases is a perfect example of a combination of all three. I think they are talent management, but even though I think the people in Phase are covered by other people, right? Kind of like Phase is like V Shoujo a little bit. It's a combination management agency and content org and content group. They're not related, but you see that Rashid Tlaib is going to the next flotilla to Gaza with Chris Smalls. I saw Chris Smalls going. I didn't see that Rashid Tlaib is going. RDC doesn't have a CEO. I didn't think so either, but again, I don't act like I know everything about these organizations or these groups.
Into that in a little bit, but
know who should also go with them, chat? Just to like put all of the to put aside all the beef and stuff. AOC. AOC will get back into a lot of people's good graces if she went on the flotilla. She's not going to, but if she did. They're not the Nelkboyz. Seriously true? Yeah. She won't though. She won't though. Israel would nuke her. I mean, Israel's not going to do anything different to AOC than they would do to Rashida Tlaib. Right? And Chris Smalls. You know? You read my mind. She won't though. She won't though. But it would put to bed all of the and Bernie, he might die from a heart attack. I don't think Bernie should go because Bernie legitimately might die from a heart attack. He's too old. Right? Bernie should be doing what he's doing here, but like not like yelling at Zoran Mamdani. Bernie's role is to usher in the new generation of progressives. Right? And he's supposed to be good on Palestine. Right? Like Tlaib, but AOC is a lot bigger of a threat to Republicans than Tlaib, even if AOC fucked up. I mean, what good is it being a threat to Republicans if you are still pro-genocide? Or you're defending genocide? You know? If you're funding the Iron Dome. You know?
like, goddamn. Oh man, I'm sorry. My thoughts are hard to formulate in this moment, and perhaps I should have had a script, but you know, like, I feel like I didn't really want to come in here and be like, this is what my lawyer has approved. I feel like because there's so much support from you guys and from the viewers for Mouse and for especially our charitable endeavors that I felt like it would be doing a disservice to kind
should go. That would be a twist. They would kill each other on that boat. Honestly, the boat's not even making it to Gaza because the boat would sink itself.
Just lawyer talk out of this. But yeah, it's just so depressing, and like, you know, obviously found out about this quite a while ago. I'd been concerned for
also, I know you're joking, chat, but like there are people who actually believe Hassan is like a fake social media if he doesn't go on the flotilla.
Quite some time about certain things, and so, you know,
chatter, just relax. They're memeing. They're not being serious. They're joking.
Pushing quite heavily, and so I'm glad that, you know, Mouse was able to get answers. Obviously, it was like not great answers, and I mean, dude, can you imagine that? Like, you've put so much of like your life and so much of like your effort and everything that you hold dear and everything that you care about into something, and someone else is like, whoops, forgot about that, you know? Oh, I was supposed to do that. I'm okay. I don't think I'll do it. And then you can't even get like a good answer as to what the is going on. Yeah, it's just I'm like dumbfounded. So, you know, and I'm glad that that now it's out and that we can hopefully start figuring out what the next steps are. Obviously, it's just so shit, man. It's so shit. So one thing that I was like, you know, we should do this is that we should.
This is why by and large, you don't sign contracts with non-disparagement agreements. Just in general. Just in general. If you can avoid it, don't sign contracts with non-disparagement agreements.
Talk to the Immune Deficiency Foundation and kind of explain what's a bit about what's going on. And man, that
sometimes
is like...
NDAs are unavoidable, but like if they're like you can't talk bad about us in the future, even if you don't work for us, in perpetuity, like that's silly.
If you think you've ever had to
disclosure, no, I meant like non-disparagement agreements. Like sometimes you can't get away from not talking or not signing NDAs, right? But by and large, there's not necessarily a period where like you'd be like you can talk about this, but you can't talk about it badly. You can always talk about us in a positive light. A different, yes, non-disparagement is different than non-disclosure, right? Non-disclosure means you can't talk about it at all. Like the work that you're doing here, aren't those time limited usually? It depends. I don't think a from now into forever is enforceable, right? But the problem with like non-enforceable like NDAs or non-disparagement clauses that you sign is that it still needs to be litigated, right? It still needs to be litigated. Like if you sign an NDA that's not enforceable, if you break it, the company will still take you to court. And the goal is to like do like a slap on you, right? The goal is to scare you into settlement or to for you to spend a bunch of money in fees litigating the non-disclosure agreement. You know? Even if it's like illegitimate or non-enforceable. You still got to pay the lawyer fees. That's how they get you. That's how the company works to serve the rich and powerful. So even if there is a route for you to take to be like, I should be allowed to talk about this because you're committing a crime, sometimes it doesn't even matter, right? Whistleblowing is legal, chat. I just want to point that out. Whistleblowing is a legal thing. You are protected under the First Amendment to like whistleblow on companies who are committing actual legitimate crimes. That is a legal thing. But do you know why all the whistleblowers still go to jail? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if whistleblowing is legal. They'll still throw you in jail for it. Or worse, obviously. Or worse. It's like rising up against tyranny. Oh, the Constitution protects our right to rise up against tyranny. Yeah. And if you rise up against tyranny, you'll go to jail for treason. Yeah, I guess like on paper, you have the right to like uprise against the government and rise up against tyranny, but they'll still throw you in jail for it because they don't care about what the paper says. And the same thing happens with like NDAs. Oh, technically it's your legal right to, talk about something if it's not enforceable under an NDA. Doesn't mean that like when the courts will side with you or the companies cannot take you to court in order to enforce the non-enforceable NDA. That's how the laws in this country still serve the rich and powerful. Just as it's illegal, we still fund it. Exactly. Took my friend 18 months to go through NDA litigation. Yeah. And it's expensive. Jeez. Louise.
Break bad news to people in your life.
150K is crazy. The courts would have to admit the tyranny is happening, not going to happen. Courts. It wouldn't even get that far.
I mean, I normally don't like get upset or cry about things, but like, man, like having to, deal with that was just like so ridiculous because, you know, me and Mouse have both spent so much of our online time and the work that I do here and the work that Mouse does, like advocacy for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And, you know, I genuinely see all the immune deficiency people like family. Like we have calls with them every month.
Non-disparagement agreement with a corporate landlord company that Mass Effect did our entire complex. I can't even mention the name of the company in bad light as part of our settlement in court. Yeah. They're so bad. I hate non-disparagement agreements. I hate non-disparagement agreements, like, I think more than I hate, like, NDAs, like, non-disclosure agreements. Cause, like, because it's like a little treat dangling in front of you. Like, oh yeah, you can talk about it, but only positively. You could talk about our corporation and how we scalded you with like burning hot coffee, right? But you can always talk about it positively. You must talk about how it's a good experience that you got burned with scalding hot coffee from freaking McDonald's. You know, you can't say how it's bad or that's illegal, and you will be fined for it. Brian pulled in for the 10-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Non-disparagement, non-competes, and NDA should all be banned. Yeah. Non-competes, I think I hate non-competes even more. That's literally an iCarly episode. I mean, it was based on a true story. There's a woman who got burned by scalding hot coffee from McDonald's. Who won like millions of dollars, I think, because of it.
We walk through what they're doing. We walk through all the fundraisers that we're doing and where the money's going. Like, talk to patients. I've interviewed people who have benefited from the charity, and I've got
that warning on the cups now. I haven't gone back to McDonald's in like 2 years, so that's kind of crazy. I used to eat McDonald's a lot. I used to have like the little app, and I used to like, you know, not every day, but like every so often after college, I go to the app and get food on the app. Not for 2 years. Wasn't even a ton, like 2 million in here's of shit and 500,000 in medical expenses if I remember. Yeah. Kind of stopped all fast food, to be honest. Nah, I still eat fast food. She had serious burns on her groin that required skin grafts. Yeah. It was insane. I remember people making fun of her for that. Like, ha, you got burned by coffee and you want millions of dollars because of it? Dude, you said you wanted your coffee hot, didn't you? Stuff like that. I think it was like, cause like that was also coming out around the same time as Gamergate, if I remember correctly. Like the story came back up again around like Gamergate time, and when it became like, you know, like hate on women era of America, and people made fun of her, and it became the blueprint of a meme about Americans being overly litigious. This documentary of hot coffee, that particular lawsuit and other lawsuits issues. One of the stories was local to me. There's a serious case of medical negligence. Yeah.
Speak with them. And like this, it's so hard when you donate money. Like there are so many people who are being so generous in donating money. It's so hard to see that money and to imagine that you like helped someone, and to see the direct benefits of that. But you know, I've been really fortunate where I've been able to like actually talk to so many of these patients who have benefited from this money and who have been able to increase their quality of life because of this money. And so to like kind of hear that like people won't get it really hurts. Because again, I've spent so much energy, and Mouse spent so much energy on raising money for this charity that, you know, like without them we wouldn't have iMouse streams. You know, like they are such an important aspect.
We're moving off of the coffee thing. We're gonna get back on topic because we're already so far into the section
of Mouse's life, and yeah, sorry, getting a little sad. Get a little sad, man, when I think about it. Because then I started thinking about like, man, like we hear about Iron Mouse, and we're so lucky that we hear about Mouse's story and Mouse's journey. And then I get so sad that I think, like, damn, it could have ended so much more differently if there wasn't people who were trying to do the right thing. And that makes me really angry. So yeah, that's really tough to deal with. But I think it's been great to see the support the Mouse has gotten so far. And when I was talking to Mouse, and Mouse obviously extremely nervous about doing this, releasing this, obviously, as this is like such a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, just look at the chat, and I want to remind you, these are the type of people that would have supported V Shoujo, right? When you see the Iron Mouse emotes here, these are people 4 months ago, right? 3 months ago, that would have, like, burned the world down for V Shoujo, for lack of a better term. These are their fans. This is like being Drake's manager. Okay, maybe not Drake's manager. Drake's not a good example. This is like being Beyonce's manager and then just like shooting Beyonce, expecting to still continue as like Beyonce's manager. That's not happening. Beyonce was the talent here.
And
like,
Mouse is
without
not
Beyonce, you're out of a job.
a drama person. Mouse is not a confrontational person. Mouse is not the type of person who would get into this.
Literally
Mouse would do
biting the hand that
everything
feeds
in
you.
her power to not let it get to this point. And so to see it kind of like,
And honestly, the worst part, right? The worst part is, for what? What did they get from this? From all we've seen for the company, it's just like, they were just like, yeah, we just didn't donate it because, who knows? We forgot. That's it? You've lost everything for nothing. Like, if it was embezzlement, if like the CEO stole the 500K, I could at least understand that, right? That would just make sense to me for like greed, Yeah, you burn your company down for 500K. Bad decision, but at least I get it. But like, from the way that like Connor talks about it and the way that the V Shoujo Japanese CEO was talking about it, it was just like I don't know, financial mismanagement, I guess. Somebody mishandled the money. I'm like, really? Really? That's crazy. These are people who that will follow Mouse when she leaves. Will they stay at V Shoujo? Maybe if they're supporting other talent, but some of them might not want anything to do with the company now. This happened with Ninja Sanji and Dogi Bird. I don't think they'll stay at all. Is my take. I think that most of them will leave. Right? I think they would have left if Mouse just left. Right? But they like screwed over Mouse. These people are not going to like stay with the company. Even if they want to support other talent, they're not going to do it for the company. The culture is gone. Right? Nobody's going to look at the V Shoujo Lamborghini fondly anymore.
get there, and just watching Mouse being like torn apart by this was made me really angry. And I really hope that the people who are responsible for this, I hope that they're held accountable and that there is some form of justice. But other than that, it has been amazing to see like just
at this point,
how much
for almost every other talent is left by now. That can't be true, right? They at least have a few talent left, right? Do they have a website? Oh, here's a talent. She's gone, right? Mouse is gone already. No, Mouse is here. Well, let's go to English. Yeah, never mind. They don't have a lot of people here. They don't have a lot of people here, and people were saying that like 5 people have left, right? People said that Mouse is gone, obviously. Michi's gone. Emily's gone. Who else is gone? Project Melody says she's leaving too. Okay, Project Melody's gone. Rukawa leave? Bro. Kuro's gone? They have nobody. They have, okay, you're right, chat. Everybody is gone. They all removed each other from their Twitter bios. To be fair, that doesn't necessarily mean that they lost or that they left. But that's rough. That's rough. That's crazy. 91 top, thank you for the raid. Apricot, aka a fruit and Arukas are leaving. I lied. Up to this point, more V Shoujo talent announced they're leaving. Other leave and are now writing this tweet. Only 4 English members have not made announcements yet, and the Japanese girls seem to have not made any announcements either. I've not seen this many losses in one day. That's crazy. That's crazy. They have 2 people left. Nah. No. There's like, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 people total. Not including the Nova, which I don't know what V Shoujo Nova is. That's insane. V Shoujo's Thanos snap their talent. This is worse than a Thanos snap. Like, the company's done. Nova's a Japanese talent. Nova's a Japanese sector. Okay. Honestly, I think they'll be okay. All 4 of those people have said on Twitter they'll make announcements later. Stop. Genuinely, there's a good chance that they have 0 talent left. There's a good chance that when these 4 people go make their announcements, they also leave and they will have no talent, 0 talent left. Nova is a Japanese branch under a different management structure, so it'll probably be a little bit longer until the news comes out on them. Yeah, that makes sense. This is like owning like the LA Lakers and like the entire team quitting. Like, sure, you could recover from that. Maybe if it wasn't like the entire team. Like, we're not just talking about like the starting bench. We're talking about like the entire roster. Like the starting bench, the 6th man, the standbys, right? The 3rd, 4th strings, like the entire roster. Like, what do you even do if you're like a football team and or your basketball team, doesn't matter, a sports team, and your entire roster quits? Bro. The new unannounced talent have already canceled their contract. Is that like conjecture? Time for the CEO to get on the roster? Honestly, I think that they'll look for people, and this is what I'll say. They will look for streamers who have like 500 to 1,000 viewers, right? They'll look to VTubers who have 500 to 1,000 viewers, because they're not going to be able to get anybody else, and try to build their talent pool back up. They're going to go with people who are a little bit more desperate for fame, right? And to get their start, to try to build something from that. The V Shoujo subreddit is pretty wild right now. What are they saying? Lower than that, to be honest. No, I think a solid, like, I think 500 is a good level of people who are like desperate, but also in need of what V Shoujo provides. Right? They have a base of support that's there. It's a good jumping off point. If they go for people who have like 50 viewers, the base of support isn't there. Nobody's going to be going to V Shoujo to watch that content. Right? So they need a balance there. Would they have to change their name from V Shoujo? Probably, to be remotely successful. V Shoujo Shun the Black Win. I nominate V Bozo. It still won't work, by the way. 500 shows you are substantially successful, sustainably successful, and will make it to the next level period if you want that time, and possibly way more what they want. Yeah. The problem with that strategy is a huge draw of V Shoujo's connection with the more popular VTubers, and they're all gone now. So it's not even that impactful for smaller streamers. You're totally correct, Cheddar. You're completely correct. Which is why I don't think it's gonna work. I genuinely think they're cooked. There's no coming back from this for them. They have a lot of money, but their name is tarnished, and all their talent is gone. I genuinely, what I think that they should do, if I'm like going to give them tips, they should dissolve the English branch. They should dissolve the English branch, file bankruptcy, and send all the money they possibly can to the Japanese branch to have them start and grow there. If you want the brand to live. And just hope and pray that there's not enough crossover between the English and Japanese branches. That's the only way that the company of V Shoujo as it currently is going to survive. Imagine looking your entire company for what is essentially pocket change in that business. Exactly. Like you did all of this for like 500K. Really? Really? Was this worth 500K? Well, several million. But again, this didn't start because of the several million. That's the thing. That's the crazy part. This didn't start with the wage theft. It only got as big as it did because they didn't donate the money to charity. If they would have donated the money to charity, I think some people still would have left, but they would have been fine. I think that would have it would have been swept under the bridge, right? Nobody would have really been talking about it outside of like niche VTuber communities, and it would have been okay. But when they stole money from charity, you brought everybody else in. 500K to charity, they stole it all. Well, technically, they didn't give it to charity. So yeah. It was, technically speaking, it was 500K of Iron Mouse's money. Like the money that she raised on Twitch that they were supposed to give to charity, and they didn't. Right? Which I would call theft. But if we want to be technical, yeah. 4 out of 6 Japanese V Shoujo members also removed them from their bios. Jeez Louise. They didn't pay their talent for 9-ish months now. That's also true, but that's also a slightly separate issue as to why people are talking about it right now. People are talking about it right now because of the charity theft. Right? The wage theft is like icing on the cake on top of that. Japanese tubers are bouncing to, oh, they are hard done. Yeah. Which one is this one? Barry. This is the one of the new talent members. Okay, unannounced talent. Thank you. I remember. And as some of you have noticed, I've been spotty with streams lately. Oh, and the reason is actually because I was supposed to join VShojo this year. A lot has happened in over half a year after signing. I've requested to have my contract voided. I won't go into detail, but it was an opportunity that I was excited about, and I'm sad that I won't be able to bring you everything I had in mind. I'm sorry for delayed projects and ideas I excitedly talked to you about, to you guys about, but I'll always be working on them by myself slowly. To give a few people at VShojo I was able to talk to, thank you for giving me a chance to a bug like me. I hope everyone who hears about this news, even if they don't know me or watch me, can send support to the VShojo girls, both existing and my gen mates. Gen mates? It's like cohort. I'm sorry things turned out this way. Thank you to my bug bros and friends for always supporting me and being there for me. You guys are the reason why I'm strong. Let's have fun, okay? People a part of your generation, okay? That's sad. Honestly, I feel, obviously I feel bad for like Iron Mouse and for K-Sun and the big VTubers who were taken advantage of. But I feel really bad for people like this. You know? Cause like they don't have the millions of dollars and millions of followers and tens of thousands of W Tegtone. Sure. Tens of thousands of followers and viewers to like be able to thrive. And so this is like legitimately, you know, standing up for their morals. You know? Probably decided to take it to the next level, and then this happened. Tectone is Sean's gen mate. Stop. That and also going from the hype of joining or like VShojo to this. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. I feel so bad for this person. And so I hope if you watch and engage VTubers and stuff like that, that you give people like this like a chance. Or just in general to small streamers in you know, as a whole. Cause yeah, that has to suck. I hope that they are able to like, you know, still collaborate with other VTubers and do fun stuff and do what VShojo should have been doing for the people who were there. But yeah. So they're losing. They're losing both current talent and new talent. VShojo's cooked. Period's great. It's sad to hear about this. Yeah. 100% Zen gets them in a collab as Zen does. I forgot what we were watching. Was it this one?
Support there has been for the charity and for Mouse. Because I think that
if they have money
I'm
to
really
come
happy
back,
that
they
everyone's
have money to pay their talent and the charity. See, this is just where you were confusing, chat, and that is they don't want to pay the talent. It's like it's not that they can't pay the talent; they don't want to. It's not even their money, right? It's the talent's money, and so it is an active choice for them to not pay the talent. It is pure greed. Pure greed. This is money that is entitled to the talent. Or the charity gets money as someone who is immune deficient. It affects everything we do, and access to plasma and things the Immune Deficiency Foundation provides are life saving. True. Be sure to thank you for the gifted sub, much appreciated. You're loved here, chatter. Yeah, charity's like almost at 500K. There's a good. It's been a day. There's a good chance it hits 1 million. Right? There's a good chance it hits 1 million. And hopefully, you know, VShojo, once it dissolves, it'll the money from that will still go to the charity as well. Right? Bamzilla Gaming, thank you for the 5-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Huge gifted, huge W's. Where IDFW. Misread. What I misread? Oh, 5 gifted subs. That's my bad. I did misread that. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I was like, I said 5, didn't I? Their age is showing. No, it's my freaking illiteracy. it's my illiteracy is showing. Honestly, this wasn't even reading, chat. This was just a pure comprehension issue. It was a complete comprehension issue. This is 5 things right here. I'm just dumb. USS Cheesy birthday for the 15-month subscription. Jeez Louise.
Kind of taken to Mouse and the charity here. And like already like so far, like as I'm like talking, it's going up.
What's up, Comer Casey?
It's kind of crazy. But like $223,000 raised already. And Mouse isn't even streamed, you know? Like that's crazy. Like that's so cool. And
this is why leftists
yeah, I'm
want,
just like
to target the education. True.
Just kind of like overwhelmed for Mouse as well, man. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like the level of generosity has been really cool to see. And you know, even with the Immune Deficiency Foundation, like we've worked with them so much that like we work with them so much that you can literally go on their website to read about a page with us and how we fundraise and how you can get in and get involved. Like there is a page on their website dedicated entirely to the fundraisers that we do. Like and like the impact that, you know, all of you guys have had on people's lives. And like, look, being in like a content creator space and having to raise money for charity, it's a weird situation because people want to know what they're donating to. And the sad reality of like immunocompromised stuff.
No, chat. The Immune Deficiency Foundation did not steal the money. They did not steal the money, right? That's not a thing that happened. That didn't happen. Okay. V Shoujo, who is the content organization, this one right here, they did not give the money to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. How would a charity steal the money? To be fair, the charity can't take money and then not use it how it's supposed to use it. That does happen. But that's not what's happening here. I want to be very clear. So that was V Shoujo's charity page. No. It was the Immune Deficiency Foundation's.
Is that it is super not...
Oh, this is new. Wait, okay. This is new? That he had a tweet out. Wait, he has his hand in the IRL pot too? Unlimited IRL backpack creator? Yeah, he's a Twitch founding team member from 2011 to 2018. That's why he has an emo, I guess.
Not easy to explain. Like it is, for lack of better words, it's not a sexy disease. Like because, like, it is so hard to fully get across what it is.
Sponsored by IRL. Oh, is he a content creator? IRL backpack. No. He is the guy. I was right. He's the creator of the unlimited IRL backpack. Hello, Gun Run. You might know me as the innovator behind the original IRL backpack design and co-founder of Unlimited IRL. Bro has his hand in every pie. Is Connor IMS actually? No, Connor is not literally Iron Mouse.
The common variable immunodeficiency is, right? Like even saying it sounds like Like I get like explaining to someone like, hi, primary immune deficiency is a situation where sometimes your immune system just doesn't work. But wait, there's 450 different versions of it, and there's some people are only affected with like super individual cases. Like it's such a complex disease to talk about and to fundraise for. And I'm so glad that like people are willing to listen and to hear out when me and Mouse are always talking about it. And so that makes me really happy. Yeah, 450 that we know of. Sorry.
Do y'all have crazy ADAs confirmed? Yeah, we already saw this tweet as well. I think we have it open still. Somewhere. Maybe we close it. We did see this tweet already.
It's terrifying. Like it's a really like horrible disease because basically you just, you know, you could live your whole life thinking, damn, I'm healthy. And then suddenly when you start to get like, you know, older, maybe 25, unk status, you know, maybe you just start getting sick. And maybe you're getting pneumonia, which you've never gotten before. And maybe you're getting that sinus infection that's lasting a lot longer and happening a bit more often than it was before. And the doctor's always like, well, you should try this, you should try this, you should try this. Because the doctors themselves don't even know about it. A lot of doctors are not educated in primary immune deficiency, which is why a lot of the money also goes towards helping further train doctors, helping give them more information, because they're like, it's scary to think as somebody who might be sick that my doctor might just have no idea what the fuck is wrong with me. And the fact that you'd have to live with that and your quality of life will just keep getting worse and worse while you're being given medication and treatment for stuff that is not the problem. It's like super demoralizing, super draining, and like a horrible quality of life. And it only gets worse the older you get. So it's why that there is such a massive need for just educating people and talking about it, which is why with all this stuff, I want to make sure that we all learn a bit more about the charity and the disease, because it's such an important part. That is like half the battle with raising money and raising awareness to get research. You can't raise more money without people knowing about it. And you can't fix the disease until there's a lot of money and help people have better quality of lives. But like, imagine it. Like, you suddenly start getting sick. You don't know what the fuck's going on. Suddenly you can't be around your friends, your family. And if you do want to be around your friends and family, they have to quarantine for days at a time. It's like terrifying. Like, it's genuinely such a horrific and lonely experience to have to go through that. Like, you like mentally are like completely fine, but suddenly now you're isolated. You can't talk to anyone. You suddenly keep getting sicker and sicker. It's awful. It's a really horrible disease. And you know, the fact that like Mouse is able to stream and do what Mouse does with all of that is insane. Like, Mouse is like a superhero, man. Like, I when I get mildly sick, I'm like, better take 3 days off. You know. Meanwhile, Mouse is like in her pukeathon, in her subathon, puking all the time, and then coming back to stream like nothing happened. It's crazy. Like, I can't do that shit. Pukeathon next. Oh god. So it's like crazy, you know. There's a lot to admire, I think, about Mouse, and to be proud of, I think. I'm always so impressed with Mouse and her ability to, no matter what, just kind of power through it all, get through it. So yeah, I'm just mad. I'm just so mad. You're locked in now, mate. Thank you for the comedic relief. I mean, you know, it's
yeah. I don't know what else. Did I miss Connor's demonstration where he draws money in, money out? I don't want to see what he says about Kaho.
Yeah, it makes you think. Makes you think. Also, Kaho is... I have so much respect for Kaho. Kaho takes zero any situation. Kaho will drag people for being awful. I love it. Kaho has no chill, and I have nothing but respect. Hopefully you guys don't have to wait too long. Hopefully none of us have to wait too long, because I think everyone wants to be done with this situation. And everyone just wants the right thing to be done, and for justice. Sounds lame as to say justice should be served, but like, yeah, I mean, that's
yeah. I think we got the gist of this. Does anybody care what Ludwig has to say about this? I'm gonna venture and say probably not. I think we covered it enough.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, Kai's going. Your rage is going. Bob just got some up news. He's leaving. Bruce is.
Okay, I do want to watch this as well. I don't listen to cowards. I get what he's saying, but I'm tired of hearing how thrilled able people are when disabled people are able to push through. It's a double-edged thing. I get that. Right? I understand frustration with that. I think it comes from more of a place of like excitedness or excitement at survival, as opposed to being like, good on you, you got past, you know, a core part of like who you are, right? You got past the bad part of you, and now you're living your good life or whatever. I think it's less about that and more just like, I'm happy to see you, right? Being able to like, you know, be happy, right? But I do get your frustration, right? I do get your frustration because there is a subset of like the American population specifically who is like, oh, I'm so happy you were able to finally, you know, tamp down your ADHD, right? You're masking correctly now that you're older. I think you got past it, so you're doing good now, right? That does exist, and that is ableist. So yeah, I don't want to validate how you feel, chatter. You got another Tom from Jojo that left recently released a video talking about it. So no worries. She can't say much of legal reasons, but she released stuff is coming into light. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna see like, oh no, I forgot about the Fantano video. Okay.
You know, honestly, I've been having a pretty good.
Yeah, I'll put that. Well, that caps off the V Shoujo conversation.
Hey.
But yeah, what an insane situation. V Shoujo sucks. So if you want to check out those content creators affected streams, you should look at the people who are affected by this. Watch their content, especially if you enjoy VTubing content. Especially the people who are the smaller creators who are turning down what could be the opportunity of a lifetime. Right? Show them your support. V Shoujo sucks. Donate plasma. Watch the video. Donate. Do what you can where you can. Exactly. Christina video was a fun 5 minutes. You talk about Nelkboyz? Not yet. We'll talk about Fantano, and then we'll get to this Aiden Ross video, and then we'll cap it off on the Nelkboyz. How about that? So I have thoughts about that as well. I use bathroom too. Let's continue. Actually, let's go with this video first so I can run to the bathroom. How about Dan Clancy? Okay, you know, okay, here about this. I'm gonna play this Fantano video. I'll run to the bathroom real quick. And we'll come back. We'll talk about Dan Clancy. That's what we're gonna do, BRB.
Good week this week. Pretty sick week. Feeling strong. Feeling in good health. Been having some nice, healthy streams when going pee. I also gave the new Clips album a 10. And the reception, the response to that 10 has been pretty positive. I'm very thankful that a lot of people seem to agree with what I had to say about the album, and that the record is doing very well commercially right now. Made it number 4 in the top 10. Also did over 100K in the first week, which for a group at Clips's level for a comeback record like that is really impressive. But there have been some reactions that have been not so positive. I mean, you know, sure, some nitpicks and slight disagreements here and there, like, oh, I think it's like maybe a little mid, or I think it's like maybe a 9, not so much a 10, which is fine. All of that is valid. I'm not here to sort of like, you know, dictate unto all of you like what you have to think about every album. But some thoughts and opinions I've just found to be like really uninformed and out of line. Like the album is just outright trash. It's the worst thing ever. And my opinion on the new Clips record also kind of came under fire when XQC was talking about it in lieu of also my review of the recent Jackboyz Travis Scott project.
He gave Clips a 9. Chat, the reality with this guy is that if you care that much about lyrics, just read a book. Ask the rappers to write books and read their books, read their tweets, read their thoughts, something like that. The music is more than just fucking lyrics. Nobody gives a shit. I listen to a song, I don't care about what they say. They could be speaking German for all I give a shit about. I listen to some Chinese rap sometimes. Wanna know why? Because if it's a vibe, if it bops, if it bumps, I play on my speaker. I play the song because I don't care about no lyrics, bitch. It's noises. It's not fucking, oh dude, that was poetry. I don't care.
So yeah, there's that. Let's try to take this dummy statements piece by piece. First off, he's obviously reacting to the score there. Did he watch the entire review? I'm just kind of curious as to why he would watch an entire review of something that I've done, because he doesn't seem to care that deeply about music criticism or music itself, outside of it being able to serve the purpose of just fulfilling a vibe, playing in the background of something else he's doing. He doesn't strike me as the type who would actually like think about a piece of music that he has on in any respect whatsoever. So why he would want to hear someone else's thoughts on music, I don't know. But seemingly he was observing my Jackboyz take here and was misinformed that I gave the Clips album a 9. I mean, I did say strong 9 to a 10, but the score is a 10, buddy. It's a 10. I don't know why it's so difficult for my detractors to like recall numbers. Now, I love the rant that XQC goes on without me even leading him in that direction, and that's that, if you care that much about lyrics, okay, first off, who says the main reason that I'm giving Clips a 10 and Jackboyz a 2 is the lyrics? Like, I've been reviewing Travis Scott's music for years at this point, for over a decade, and most of those reviews have been pretty positive. Rodeo, 8. Astroworld, 7. Utopia, 7. I gave Birds in the Trap a 3. I did do that. Yeah, I don't like that one. But for the most part, I enjoy Travis's music, and I accept that his artistry doesn't really operate on a wavelength that is a super lyrical one. Like, this is not my first rodeo. I am well aware that there is a lot of great rap music.
I've returned from my excursion. What I missed, chat? What I missed?
You know, honestly, I've been having a pretty good week this week. Pretty sick week. Feeling strong. Feeling in good health. Been having some nice, healthy streams.
Oh, it's super gay, isn't it? But gay isn't like good, not like, you know, derogatorily.
When going pee. I also gave the new Clips.
It is gay Wi-Fi, which is kind of like chai tea, if you think about it.
Album a 10, and the reception, the response to that 10 has been pretty positive. I'm very thankful that a lot of people seem to agree with what I had to say
in the back.
about.
Y'all couldn't see it. I can raise it up again. It's gay Wi-Fi.
The album, and that the record is doing very well commercially right now. Made it number 4 in the top 10. Also did over 100K in the first week, which for a group at Clips's level, for a comeback record like that, is really impressive. But there have been some reactions that have been not so.
I have still not listened to the album. Should I listen to the album, chat? Also, don't forget, we are 1 subscriber away from 16K. So, just putting that out there. You can subscribe with Prime for free.
Positive. I mean,
1,600. I keep doing that
you know, sure, some
1.6K.
nitpicks and slight disagreements here and there. Like
if I had 16K, I would jump off a bridge, bungee jump with a thing attached to me, obviously, so I could live.
Oh, I think it's like maybe a little mid, or I think it's like maybe a no.
Yo, and that means you never get the sub. We hit it. Woo! Party, party, party. One of the hardest parts about like sub goals is that like some months I'll hit like 2,000 subs and some months I'll be at like 800 subs. And so it's what do I put my sub goal at? Because if it stays at what it was before, it's just gonna keep dropping down. Right? But if I put it at 1,000, we've already hit 1,000, so there's no incentive there. 1 million subs? Sure. There we go. Perfect. Mr. News is looking to get this up. Avias does that? Avias does what? Oh. I have the sub goals where it just goes to the next 100 every time you hit it. Yeah, mine doesn't do that. I guess I can change it. Is it high enough that no one will notice it going down? That's crazy. Well, it's at 1 million now, so. Yeah.
Not so much a 10, which is fine. All of that is valid. I'm not
at 56 out of 57. It never goes up. It's so funny. That is pretty funny. Has anyone ever hit 1 million? No, that would be very silly.
here to sort of like, you know, dictate onto all of you like what.
You know what? I kind of like that idea. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Text. Sub goal. I will do. There you go.
What you have to think about every album. But some thoughts and opinions I've just found to be like really uninformed and out of line. Like the album is just outright trash. It's the worst thing ever. And
Oh, we're at 999 out of 1,000 subs, chat. Wow, that's crazy.
Opinion on the new Clips record also kind of came under fire when XQC was talking about it in lieu of also my review of the recent Jackboyz Travis Scott project.
He gave Clips a 9. Chat, the reality with this guy is that if you care that much about lyrics, just read a book. Ask the rappers to write books and read their books, read their tweets, read their thoughts, something like that.
When I think about, man, I like to see what people are saying about rap, I think about XQC. Goes into the new Tyler, the Creator album. No, I listened to one of the tracks that I saw scrolling on Twitter. I heard it wasn't good. Heard it was bad. Lanky, I'm thinking for the 8-month resubscription. Much appreciated.
What the music is.
It wasn't like it wasn't good or it wasn't bad.
More than just fucking lyrics. Nobody gives a shit. I listen to a song. I don't care about what they say. They could be speaking German for all I give a shit about. I listen to some Chinese rap sometimes. Wanna know why? Because if it's a vibe, if it bops, if it bumps, I play on my speaker. I play the song because I don't care about no lyrics, bitch. It's no.
Like, he's not wrong to think this. Like, music is a personal experience. You can enjoy like the feel of music instead of like trying to analyze it. But that doesn't mean people who are trying to analyze it are wrong either. It's fun on the level of his other recent albums. Maybe I'll listen to it.
Is it? It's not fucking, oh, dude, that was poetry. I don't care.
So yeah, there's that. Let's try to take this dummy statements piece by piece. First off, he's obviously reacting to the score there. Did he watch the entire review? I'm just kind of curious as to why he would watch an entire review of something that I've done, because he doesn't seem to care that deeply about music criticism or music itself, outside of it being able to serve the
approach is objectively right. Yeah, and that's where he's stupid, right? Judy's mad at Fantano caring about lyrics. Yeah, that's the problem. She's not strictly wrong that one can authentically enjoy music without being without like understanding what the lyrics are saying or paying attention to the deeper meaning. But he's going in a very wild direction with that. Yeah, like you can do that and you can engage with that, but like to then get mad at people who want to engage deeper in music is kind of silly, in my personal opinion. Right? It's kind of silly. Like, just if you don't want to engage deeper, that's fine. Just do that over there. But then yell at people who do want to engage deeper, it's funny. Yeah, he verges into anti-intellectualism territory. To be fair, that's just XQC. He's acting as there's no point to lyrics at all. Exactly. Which is why he's stupid.
Purpose of just fulfilling a vibe, playing in the background of something else he's doing. He doesn't strike me as the type who would actually like think about a piece of music that he has on in any respect whatsoever. So why he would want to hear someone else's thoughts on music, I don't know. But seemingly he was observing my Jackboyz take here and was misinformed that I gave the Clips album a 9. I mean, I did say strong 9 to a 10, but the score is a 10, buddy. It's a 10. I don't know why it's so difficult for my detractors to like.
Is it a 10? Should I listen to it, chat? Maybe I should listen to it today.
Like recall numbers. Now, I love the rant that XQC goes on without me even leading him in that direction. And that's that, if you care that much about lyrics, okay, first off, who says the main reason that I'm giving Clips a 10 and Jackboyz a 2 is the lyrics? Like, I've been reviewing Travis Scott's music for years at this point, for over a decade.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I refuse. I don't think I've ever done that. Wait, no, I did it with GNX, I think. No, wait, maybe. Zucchini announced your game was coming back. Time to start your campaign and get on that lineup. I did see that.
And most of those reviews have been pretty positive. Rodeo, 8. Astroworld, 7. Utopia, 7. I gave Birds in the Trap a 3. I did do that. Yeah, I don't like that one. But for the most part, I enjoy Travis's
I enjoyed some of the songs off of Birds in the Trap more than I did on Astroworld a little bit. That's just me though. I don't usually listen to like music full through in all on albums. Like, I don't do like full like album listens to, right? I'm not like, okay, track 1, track 2, track 3, track 4. And some people do that, and I appreciate that. I respect that. But I don't go out of my way to be like, that's what I'm gonna do for my songs. L take. I mean, you can say it's L take. It's just how I don't listen to music like that. They have these next videos. Sean like hates me. You don't listen to albums? Not really. Even Kendrick dislikes Fantano. I'm not clicking this video.
Music, and I accept that his artistry doesn't really operate on a wavelength that is a super lyrical one. Like, this is not my first rodeo. I am well aware that there is a lot of great rap music out there that isn't the most lyrical, and that's fine. Not every rap
album. To be fair, he gave Lil Pump like a 6. I'm pretty sure. So like, yeah, Fantano's not like anti non-intellectual music.
To be a lyrical one for it to be good. But even on an instrumental and songwriting level, Jackboyz is far more mediocre than anything else Travis Scott has formally put out. A lot of the production and song structures are even shoddier than what we heard on that much shorter Jackboyz release years ago. I mean, I did say in the review that I thought the lyrics were kind of underwhelming and nothing to write home about, but also that Travis, knowing that he has that shortcoming.
Wait, why is he talking to XQC like XQC knows what he's talking about? Right? Like he's talking to XQC as if XQC genuinely has an issue with Fantano's critique of Jackboyz 2 and its lyrics. No, XQC just pulled that out of a hat. Literally, XQC was just like, oh, this one has a lot of words. You don't like the other one because it doesn't have words. He doesn't actually know about what Fantano said about like the Jackboyz album. He's talking to Juice for not X himself. Not really. No, he's talking to his audience about what XQC is saying, but he's engaging with XQC's critique like it's actually good faith, and it's not really. Like XQC doesn't care about the lyrics.
As an artist, typically will pack his songs with great features, top tier production. Honestly, I'm sorry. In terms of choruses, in terms of hooks, in terms of overall production, Jackboyz to me is trash in comparison to not just other albums in Travis's discography, but the Clips album too, which, yeah, I love the lyrics on the album, but I'm sorry, Pharrell produced his fucking ass off on that record, and there's not a single solitary beat on that Jackboyz album that is better than any beat on the Clips album. And if the beats on the Clips record did suck ass and they were trash and it was like some of the worst beats I've heard all year, I'm sorry, like Pusha T and Malice, I love them and they could write as many amazing coke bars as they want, but if the beats were horrible, I wouldn't want to listen to it. So yeah, on XQC's part, and it's not surprising, he has a complete misunderstanding of the way I listen to and perceive music or understand the relative artistry or discographies of Clips and Travis Scott, which is kind of embarrassing considering that I literally lay all that shit out in my Travis Scott review, and yet apparently he can watch that and think the only reason I do or don't like certain rap albums is just based on whether or not they have lyrics. Oh, but XQC stupidity does not stop there, because apparently if you want to know rappers' thoughts, you should just have them write books or read books they've written or read their tweets. This idiot over here, and there's probably a lot of idiots who agree with him, thinks like, when I'm listening to music, when I'm consuming this art form known as music, I don't want to think any thoughts. I don't want anything to be communicated to me. I don't want to be told.
And to be fair, like that's their prerogative, right? If they want to listen to only music that makes them feel good for a very surface level perspective, to go for it. You know, do that. But then don't get mad at people who don't want that. That's silly.
Anything. I just want to be able to shut my stupid ass brain off that's barely functioning to begin with and not have to be aware of anything that may or may not be getting said. I'd rather just quietly vibe to the thing that I'm listening to, because music is so much more than just words.
When I listen to a song, I don't care what they say.
Yeah, because you're an idiot. Which I'm not saying every song has to have like the deepest meaning, or for you to have to confront yourself with the meaning of every track when you listen to it and like lock into every lyric that is being put in front of you when you put a piece of music on. But to say that you never care about what's being communicated on a song ever in your life, because even one of his faves, who he has streamed with and has undying support for, Drake, like that man, for all of his flaws and all of his issues and everything, puts meanings and expresses emotions in his songs.
Yeah, did anybody listen to the Heart Part 6? He was really saying some words then. Hey, we hit 31,700. We're 300 followers away from 32K. Honestly, there is a decent chance we hit 50 by the end of the year. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Ow.
Would XQC say to Drake to his face, like, hey man, I really like your music, but I don't really give a shit about anything that you say on it, and I don't want to have to think about any of the lyrics that you write, and I don't care. And if I'm Drake, and me as an artist, I know that I am attracting the ears and the attention of people like this, I have to sit back and think, like, am I doing something wrong? Am I making music for people with like low vibrations? Am I making music for cavemen who like can't multitask and focus on a musical composition?
What? So when he said, "Oh, you hotline bling," that wasn't the highest brow lyrics ever.
Going on in the background with lyrics happening in the foreground. And the German comment is just weird. Surely German artists don't want to hear that their music merely serves the purpose of letting XQC be able to listen to a piece of music without having to think about what the words are because there's a language barrier there. I review music in different languages, and sometimes I even go and look up what the songs mean when it's in a language that's not my native language. When I'm listening to a piece of music, it's just noises. I put it on my speaker. Blah. Why would anyone care? Blah. Look, I'm not like some hip hop rule enforcer or dictator. I'm not the type of guy to come in here and be like, all rap songs have to be deep and have.
DC Fed law sister-in-law wanted young progressives to get news and current events takes from, even her favorite. So there's that. W. Hello, Langium's DC Fed lawyer sister-in-law. Don't make fun of my inability to read, okay? You know, we all can't be lawyers. Wait, I have a friend who's like going to law school in DC. Maybe they know each other.
Meaning and speak to political, social, this, that, and the third. I mean, some of my favorite hip hop does that. It is true, but you know, some hip hop songs don't have to do that. We can have variety, we can have versatility, we can have diversity of thought. But to say like, I don't care about lyrics, why would anybody care, is just such a deeply ignorant and narcissistic thing to think or say. To not even be able to conceive of maybe other people might care about things that you don't. And that thing is lyrics. Yeah, why would people care about one of the most popular aspects of all forms of music? Vocals and lyricism. It boggles the mind. But for now, I will leave it there.
It does.
Thank you guys very much for watching.
Indeed it does. Honestly, we didn't really need to see this because XQC is just stupid. That's what the conclusion of the video was, and like we already knew that part. Okay, before we fully move on to talking about Aiden Ross, and then we'll get to the Nelkboyz, I promise. I want to talk about this. Things get even awesome. No way are they're buffing the thing. Stop.
You know what time it is, Ben?
You're darn right I do, matchstick.
Come on, Ben! Say the thing!
Nope, I'm not saying it.
He can fly now? Yep, they fly now. That's a Star Wars reference for all of you out there. Anyway, let's talk about this. So Dan Clancy is in the news. By the news, I mean the drama cycle for something that's not even that big of a deal, but I think it's an interesting conversation. For self-promotion. J Vok, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Twitch CEO Dan Clancy has faced criticism for shamelessly promoting his own charity stream in the chats of popular streamers. DJ Clancy, I am shamelessly going into chats of streamers I know to ask for raids when they're done. I am doing my first charity stream for St. Jude's as part of the GCX marathon. Not listening since I am streaming. I'm going till 1 a.m. I was in Caroline when he typed in hers. Really? The TJ Clancy has been tied down for 600 seconds. This is the funniest part of the entire thing. That is crazy. Yeah. So okay, I saw a tape like this. That I don't necessarily agree with. Oh no, he's promoting a charity stream to horrors. If it's a real charity, not some scam, I don't care. He did it in sandwiches chat as well. I will say, this is what I'll say. One, it's not that big of a deal, right? It's not that big of a deal. I do agree with that. But two things I believe. One, it's so funny to be the CEO of the platform and not understand the decorum of the platform. That is so funny. Like, self-promo has always been uncouth, right? It's always been a taboo for the streaming industry. Like, for the last, 5-6 years. You don't do this, just in general, on the platform. And you're the CEO. You should know this. You know? Number one. Number two, doing this as the CEO is a bit gross because there's a level of a coercive element there. Why didn't he just boost himself on the homepage of your site, bro? People said that they would have an issue with him, or people would have an issue with him doing that. And I can understand that as well. But he could have done that as well. But you are the CEO. And so honestly, whoever this is that banned him is kind of funny. But a lot of streamers may not feel that they can, regulate their own communities because he is your boss. Probably a mod who didn't know he is, probably. But as the boss, you can't really be doing stuff like this. What he should have done is he should have reached out to these streamers privately and be like, because he's saying he's doing it to streamers that he knows. If you know them, reach out to them privately, whisper them, right? DM them on Twitter and say, hey, you know me, I know you, we collabed in this way. I'm doing a charity stream. Would you mind rating me after the charity stream? Right? Doing it publicly as the CEO in the chat of streamers is kind of gross. Even outside of self-promo being taboo. Because he only has these relationship with these streamers because he's the CEO in the first place. Even that has its own coercive elements. 100%. Even that has its coercive elements. And so I get wanting to do a charity event and things of that nature or whatever, but this is just not the way to go about it. And I saw takes like these I don't necessarily agree with. Unpopular opinion, I think the CEO trying to raise awareness to a charity stream in a direct way on his platform when he could very easily put himself on the front page to promote his charity stream is low-key cool. Right? I don't agree with this. Because this the underlying assumption is that he's doing it in a way that other streamers would also do it. And that's not true. Right? As a large streamer, you would never allow somebody with 2 viewers come in and be like, hey, I'm not listening to you, by the way, because I'm streaming right now, but raid me when you're done. I'm doing a charity stream. Even if it was oh, please raid me if you're done. That would not be acceptable at all in any circumstance from anybody who's not the CEO. Right? Kind of because there's was this one dude who looked like Dan Clancy at an old folks home near the Lamplight District last TwitchCon. I thought I thought the Little Ice Falls would get me a partnership, and it's only got me the early river discount at Denny's. That's crazy. I thought this was an actual message for a second. Nah, it's just a meme. Dan Clancy here. Q raid me for a charity stream that I'm doing right now, so I can't hear you. By the way, I have the stream muted. Yeah, is it? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. To be like, hey, I'm not even listening to the stream right now. I'm doing a charity stream. You should raid me. Goodbye. You know? Like, that's so crazy. To be like not listening since I'm streaming. Dan's just kind of guilty of being cringe in general. I mean, true. He even comes across, he even comes off as asking them to end their stream. I mean, he says like when they're done, but like, yeah. It's crazy. That's a crazy message. it's such, because it puts the streamers in a rough spot anyway, right? Because if they don't raid for whatever reason, people can be like, oh, well, you don't care about charity events because you didn't raid Dan Clancy's charity stream after he asked for it or whatever. You know, like, he just doesn't have to do that. I mean, it's not too big of a deal. It's just no etiquette, power balance, etc. Yeah, it's not like biggest deal in the world, but it's such a. The funniest part of why it's even a story is that like he's the CEO of the platform. He should know this, right? Like, there's a reason why like a lot of streamers have like a self promo channel in the Discord and not like in a very public chat interface. Because if self promo became super evident in the chat, then all streamers will have streams that just turn into self promo streams, right? It'll just be like people in chat just being like, "Oh, I'm live, come check me out. Oh, I'm live, come check me out. Oh, actually, check me out now. I'm live. Oh, actually, I'm live right now. Check me out." And that'll be the entire ecosystem. So like most people just don't allow self promo at all. And Dan Clancy thinks that he can get around that etiquette because he's the CEO, which is why it comes off as gross. Suspend Sir Collins. Thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Honestly, what I do respect about self promo is people who can do self promo tastefully. Right? People who like just drop a quick like when you're like, "Oh, like how you doing?" You know, Sean, you're like, "Oh, I'm doing well. How are you?" You're like, "Oh, I'm good. You know, I'm kind of tired from my stream this morning." Wink, wink. Where I did some cool and fun stuff, and I'm like, I respect that. I respect that. To be fair, like again, your mileage will vary. Some people will still ban for that for being from self promo. But like that is a funny thing. That like does happen. You to Hassan. Jokes on you, chatter. You can't try to come at me for that. I don't even type in Hassan's chat like that. LOL. Just be a normal chatter in the chats you're in. Honestly, yeah. Cause like people have good recognition when they're, especially the streamers, they will recognize your name, right? Other chatters will also recognize your name. So if you're just like a normal, if you're a normal chatter, there's a good chance that somebody's scrolling trying to find somebody to watch. You're like, oh, I recognize this person's name from this other chat here, and then boom, you're good. Also, I talked about this before as well. Raids also help. If you want to establish name recognition, even if you're a small streamer, even if you have like 2 viewers, right? Raiding people also help because it establishes that name recognition. It shows that you were trying to engage in somebody's community. You know? So it's better to be a person and have somebody be pleasantly surprised that you stream as well. Yeah. Go live 10 minutes, raid, go live again, raid someone else. Honestly, that's also, to be fair, raids don't end your stream. So you can have a dedicated 10 friends who like watch your stream. You raid somebody, the raid message goes through, and they just come back to your stream anyway. Because your stream is still going. I never even thought about that. That's a good strat. I should have used that when I was growing. Anybody know if Dan was actually a DJ? I think he does actually DJ. Min-maxing raids? Yes. You have the min-max your raids, chat. Do it. I should have the damn Clancy. This is also my question about this is, okay, actually, no, I'm checking. Do you think Dan Clancy has like a no stuff promo, a no stuff promo rule? Oh, I can't see his chat rules. How do I find his chat rules? Maybe he doesn't have any. You have to hit the gear icon? Does it have chat rules set up? I'm not going to do exclamation point rules. That would be insane. It's not important. It is very funny for him to not have any chat rules set up, though, as the CEO. They did a tour of T-Pain's house. Did he? Okay, you know, I won't say anything else about Dan. I won't say anything else about Dan. But yeah, that's the Dan Clancy situation. There are 10 million Dans. Yeah, but none of them are the CEO. Except for Dan himself. He's just a Gen Zer, a Gen Xer trying to figure out what the kids are up to. Sag. Yeah. To be fair, Dan used to be invited to a lot of events. I wonder why that stopped. He used to like hang out with streamers. I guess he did do a T-Pain house tour recently. But whenever Ludwig did an event, he was there. Cutie did events, he was invited, he was there. There are probably at least 3 CEOs that are named Dantro. Kept dropping people on their heads on stage. Wait, really? I could believe that. Anyway, yeah, he's the CEO, so he's just doing CEO stuff. Let's see about this Aiden Ross video.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, Kai's going. Your rage is going. Bob just got some up news. He's leaving. Bruce is going. Speed's going. Everyone's going to kick. Think about it. The platform cannot fail if everyone goes.
Wait, the cipher dropped? Okay. Send it to me. That's on the docket for next.
You're serious. You're moving to Twitch, man.
And this is exactly why Aiden Ross decided to step on Neon's initial announcement on The Breakfast Club. It's because all his friends are leaving him. This past week, big shifts and revelations came to the streaming community, starting with—
Why is he even unbanned on the platform? That's what I say about Dan Clancy. He makes some terrible unban decisions, bro. Why is he even unbanned on the platform? Actually, you know what? I know why. Did they erase the entire Josh situation from the internet? I'm trying to find a video and I can't. Did he drop someone on stage? Views equals money. I think it's because I remember when he talked to Mizkif and he was like, "Oh, they're gonna come back eventually. They're gonna be back." Yes, at a Fansly after party. Why was he at a Fansly after party? What is a Fansly after party? Is it just an orgy? Don't AO me. Okay, I have a very clear line of logic here. Clip that. What do you mean? That's a very clear line of logic. It's just a party sponsored by Fansly. Yeah, that's what they call it, right? That's what they call it, right? Oh wait, hold up. We'll get to the cipher in a second. It dropped 2 hours ago. Man, they have zero emotion.
Neon in the Breakfast Club
Well,
incident.
you're never getting a Fansly sponsor. Is it not the porn app? I'm sorry. Look, whatever. Sure. I won't get the Fansly sponsor.
Trickling into the Aiden Ross versus Kai debacle, and now Neon switching over to Twitch, seemingly leaving Aiden Ross to be the only cool kid on the platform. It seems like streaming won't be the same after this weekend. Kick fumbled a lot of the bags and the creators that they had. Maybe it never really had them, and there has to be some conversations about the.
I'll say this: give me the 50 million. I'll go for 50 million.
Future of streaming. Is Kick going to be here long term, and what part and role did Aiden Ross
Asmongold and Tecton on Kick? Do y'all remember what I said about Asmongold and Tecton going to Kick, and how I told you that it would not matter? Do y'all remember that? I told you specifically that Asmongold going to Kick would not matter. And it does not matter.
His friends.
Is Asmongold even still on Kick? Does he stream on Kick still? I guess he's live now. For like the last 5 minutes talking about V Shoujo. What, and the first comment I see is, did he react to the Kick Hassan meme yet? So you know that I'm not joking. So I guess he is, I think he's dual streaming on Kick, right? He's probably live on Twitch too. Let me see. Jack Rar. Yeah, he's dual streaming, so.
Play in this. It all started with the debacle and disaster of an interview that happened on the Breakfast Club, and not by the participants on the show. I think they went with the script and were following it very well. But something that I called out, and probably was the only one that called it out on the internet, was the intrusion of Aiden Ross into the live chat.
Wait, let's get into the chat, because Aiden Ross, there's a comment pinned in here. He just commented and said, Neon, I promise you they trying to belittle you and disrespect you. You on all of them. They are weird as.
I didn't see this interview. I found it. Oh, what a surprise. OCK is posting, you know, Kick Studios. To be fair, they said that they would do this, but not surprising. Can I show this? This is insane.
Alright guys, I am not a trained professional. Don't try this at home.
I agree with her, chat. Do not try this at home. I've never seen this before. I bet you're wondering how I got here. That's it. Okay, that's crazy. I'm not playing it again. Jeez Louise.
Them.
Talking about who?
In here, the chat is live in the Breakfast Club.
He's shitting on them.
Anyway,
go ahead.
A lot of people thought that was Neon being bullied on the platform and Aiden Ross's friends stepped in. I believe it was to squash something that Neon, the Breakfast Club, and a lot of people had been hinting to for a couple months, being a Neon switch to a different platform. Now, this will ultimately get revealed by Charlemagne the God like the very next day.
Sure, what happened was he reached out to me to do his stream, but then he kept asking to come up here because he wanted to announce that he was leaving Kick.
And go to Twitch. To go to Twitch.
And I'm like, okay, we've had a scream up here before. DDG been up here, so why not?
So while a lot of people were thinking that the Breakfast Club was just being rude to Neon, which you might have a lot of credibility to that point, I believe that Aiden Ross stepped in, changed the
CEOs in general, but yeah.
Trajectory of the interview for the sole purposes of trying to get Neon to stop going to a different competitor platform, seemingly leaving his friend in the eyes of the viewing audience. And hey, what would you look to know? I was right. But instead of trying to stop the announcement or try to slow down what happened with Neon on the Breakfast Club, Aiden should have been investigating why he would even go to think this type of route, why he would switch, why did other people switch? And what's crazy is we've seen in real time why people would take the switch from Kick back to Twitch. It's because they've been doing shady and underhanded business practices.
Also, there's this guy that runs the Kick platform.
That I think that's part of it, but not. I don't even think that's issue number one for Kick streamers. I just think that one, Kick streamers know the numbers are fake, right? Kick streamers know numbers are fake, and two, they're not taken seriously as streamers on Kick. Brands don't take them seriously. Other streamers don't take them seriously, right? And the space as a whole doesn't take them seriously when they're on Kick. And we saw that by Neon's association with like FaZe, getting invited to FaZe events and stuff like that. He wanted back into the space. And nobody wanted to be around Kick streamers.
Platform, one of the guys, he's like an employee, but no one he's like a low grade employee, like no one really cares about him. His name is Mustache. To be honest, like to be like completely transparent, this guy's come for me every single day. Come for everything when I've done so much for the platform. I've worked my heart out. I've done so much to make this platform, you know, a place to grow. And then ever since I've talked about this Mustache guy, they've capped my views. They have put something on my account to where I lose money on stake. So on stake, I've been losing like $10,000 every day, and this has never happened to me before. I'm an avid gambler. I've gambled so much. I've lost my life to gambling, got it back, all this stuff, and I've gambled so much, but I've never experienced such losses in my life. And it's all because of this one guy, and he keeps doing it.
Yes, but he's not wrong. I don't think he's lying about this. I think that stake gives privilege to the streamers who are streaming on Kick. I think they're playing with either fake money or their accounts have a little bit of an edge on it, right? To show the audience that like they make a lot of money. And once Neon got in, you know, the poor graces of the platform, they turned off of his they turned off his support. They turned off his special account access, and he started to lose like he was supposed to be losing in the first place. And that's what frustrates him. What does he mean capped my viewers? They stopped giving him bots. Essentially. Right? Neon got privileges by being on Kick and playing games. Or playing the game correctly, right? He was gambling, he was funneling people to stake. He was talking positively about the platform. And when that stopped happening, he lost his privileges. He lost his perks. He lost his privileged stake gambling account. He lost his botted views. He's like, XQC has gambled in billions? Yeah, I did see that. Because it's not real money, obviously.
And I don't know what to do because at this point, it's like a staff member bullying me, and he's like a staff member on the platform, so how do I go about it? If y'all don't figure this shit out, I'm gonna take all these big plays I have and all my collabs and every single fucking huge thing that I have coming up somewhere else, and it's gonna go fucking 10 times crazier.
When Kick arrived on the block, everybody thought that it was a breath of fresh air, something new and innovating in the streaming era. But what a lot of people don't understand is that these people are still humans with emotions, feelings, biases, and are at the end of the day capitalists. They want their friends to succeed. succeed. And if you're not really a part of that inner friend group, then you're not going to reap the benefits and rewards of that. So when you decide to do shady, underhanded things to Neon, allow different harassments or different things go on your platform, it's no wonder why they would take their talents elsewhere to a platform where people are doing unspeakable things and getting unspeakable opportunities, things they could never even dream of or imagine of. Now, there have been many content creators who have put out real criticisms of the platform itself. There's one young streamer named Dark Kiss who said, "Tomorrow will be my last day I stream on Kick. I have been on and off the platform since it started 2 years ago due to what I've observed with the inflation of viewbotting, harassment from other users, and a lack of security measures to protect our channels. The platform is unsafe." And other creators like Neon raising different concerns. You would think that somebody like Aiden would take the time to really address these, you know, try to figure out why his friends and other creators will be leaving. But
I disagree with like Aiden Ross doing that, just because I think Aiden Ross is coming back too. Genuinely, I think Aiden Ross will get to a position where he comes back to Twitch as well. He's already unbanned, right? And so while he has a stake in the platform, so he wants it to succeed as a streamer, he'll just multi-stream. Why would he not?
But instead, he doubles down on Kick and is against what his friends would say. Once one of the members of his community says that everyone has left him and it's time to move on to a different platform, Aiden says, "Bro, no. I like being able to say and do whatever I want. Y'all love freedom too. Look at last night. You guys get a happy medium, collabs and freedom. Neon will come back to Kick and I will never follow what other people do. Love you guys. You may not see it now. Kick will win." Aiden, you can't keep using the excuse of "I want to say what I want" and then simultaneously saying that you're not a part of some sort of racist community or whatever the case may be. Because when I see the content that you want to post, it makes me question your morals and ethics.
So I got the George Floyd mask. This is gonna be a punishment for you as well. You have to put it on if you lose.
I ain't gonna lie, you have to do it.
You get to choose. You get to choose.
This is what Aiden Ross has surrounded himself with outside of a Kai. Bro, Aiden Ross could have genuinely been a member of AMP, by the way. He could have he could have been a part of the like T-Mobile ads and the Target line and stuff like that. These other guys could not have, right? They would not have. But Aiden Ross could have been. But he's so stuck on like being right and correct about Kick, right? That pushed him into like isolating himself from that space. Now Kai doesn't mess with him. The streaming space as a whole doesn't mess with him. And now this is his only company, right? A black guy putting himself in a Donkey Kong hat for racist reasons, obviously. Putting a George Floyd mask on this guy. You know? Yeah, I know it had to be weird.
So you gotta put on this shit. You either gotta put on this mask and go on Monkey for 10 minutes, or like I got the whip.
Okay, let's test
but
it.
But look, not only the whip though.
Wait, what you mean? Let's.
So while I'm whipping you, Snaggy gonna hold up the flag on the back.
Yo, bro. Oh yeah, this is the last. Yo.
Wait, is that just Snags? Like the pedophile guy?
The flag on the back.
Yo, bro. Oh yeah, this is the last. Yo.
Wait.
But look, not only the whip though.
Wait, what you mean? Let's.
So while I'm whipping you, Snaggy gonna hold up the.
Who's Snaggy? Who's Snaggy? No, it's Snaggy Hose. I guess. Who's that guy? Former partner Twitch broadcaster. It was 170,000 on Twitch, but he moved to Kick. Probably after he got departnered. And he streams on Kick, doing gambling and stuff. Okay, sure.
Oh my God!
Don't worry, we'll circle back to that. I just wanted to make it clear this is the content that you want to put out, that you love, the freedom behind. There is this
my eye freaking
stench
hurts.
cloud over Kick, the platform as a whole, for a lot of different reasons, but one of the main ones is that it is known as the edgelord platform of the century. People go there to do the most outrageous things in the name of freedom and content, but in reality, it's just a place to get their racist, homophobic, and just outright intolerant content off. And what I think happened is two things. One, a lot of streamers just went there for a bag. I mean, we can walk down memory lane with that one. But two, they realized that on the flip side of that, they are losing out on a bunch of different opportunities that are coming down the Twitch pipeline. Right now, Twitch has been home.
Nah, it wasn't me. I'm not in the screaming mood right now.
To the biggest streaming events of the year, and the only thing that Kick has for its claim to fame is videos of Cuff'em sipping lean and whipping chairs. Meanwhile, Streamer University, Streamer Prom, Stud Buds, Roud's 30-day challenge stream, and even the Love Challenge that Black Boy Max is putting on right now are all on Twitch. And we've done it before, but now we are crossing over.
I didn't know half of the stuff you just said.
Max's 30-day challenge. Streamer University,
I know that one.
Streamer Prom, Stud Buds.
I know that one.
Roud.
What? I had never heard of Stud Buds.
30-day challenge stream, and even the Love Challenge that Black Boy Max is putting on right now are all on Twitch. And we've done it before, but now we are crossing over from it just being things that are backed by streamers, but the corporate entity is starting to shift in, which means real dollars, real cents, and real shifts in fame. Kai Cenat is planning to
WNBA streamers. Oh.
Do streams with LeBron James. We're talking big celebrities talking about doing their streaming on Twitch. And Kick just lost its 12th largest member after running through other guys like Bruce and Your Rage. And a good part of that is just due to the bad connotation of Kick. People want to be on the Twitch platform. They don't want to be on this edgelord platform. Another reason why is because when Kick came in, it said it was going to be new, breathtaking, invigorating, and honestly had the bag attached to it. But one of the problems that a lot of the streamers saw is that the people that were running the platform just weren't listening to them.
Hey, Kick! What the fuck my predicts then? The fucking wrong with y'all! Niggas is useless! It's the same fucking now for the last year!
Kick, bro, I don't know what type of ego y'all got going on right now, but y'all niggas need to remember, you niggas need us. Niggas don't need y'all niggas. I don't know if y'all niggas forgot. I don't know if y'all lost the plot. But y'all niggas got the game fucked up, boy. What the fuck my predicts?
Okay, so a streamer like Your Age, he came on and he was asking for like one thing. He wanted channel points and he wanted, you know, voting or polls, right? The right vote poll system. And I think he asked a long time for that. His community, they're very big on that. To be fair, I've known Josh a very long time, for years. And I know for a fact that like, he's the type of person that it involves his community, like all these reactions and all these types of things. And I just know that he made it very, very like, you know, very clear that he needed that feature in order for his chat to kind of be engaged. You know, he wanted that feature. So that's an example that I could just think off the top of my head. I can name more, but it's like, I don't want to do that. I just want to show you guys like the small change could do so much for the platform. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Let me tell you one thing. I don't even think I'm allowed to say this. I still haven't gotten paid my last like payment or two from Kick. I ain't gonna cap. They offered me more money
basic
than
site
last time.
features. They're too worried about the gambling and stuff to be able to be like, oh, channel boys is the thing, you know?
So it's not one of them things where they offered me less money. I said, fuck y'all niggas. No, they offered me more. They offered me more. So I was like, damn, I'm coming back to Kick. So I thought. But I was like, yo, YG would be like, I don't know. Would that make my audience happy, bro? Like, Kick was cool while it lasted. I know I ain't had no predicts. It was cool, but like, I felt niggas wasn't really happy over there. Like, they were forced to use that app and shit. I hate, every time I went live, I seen niggas like, oh, I gotta use that. Like, I go live, I was like, damn, I feel like a sellout. I'm like, damn, I feel like a fucking sellout, bro. Like, I'm not saying I didn't enjoy streaming on Kick, but the thought of streaming, like waking up and streaming, wasn't like as exciting as when I was on Twitch, bro.
So let me get this straight. The platform.
Oh, it's almost like everybody said exactly that was gonna happen with the Kick platform, and it's kind of hard to base when you base a platform off of not being Twitch, you're gonna get stuff like that. Instead of being like, I want to build a platform that worked for the streamers, like I want to build a platform that, you know, you can say whatever you want to say, you won't be canceled for it, and we're not Twitch. That's your entire marketing thing, you know?
Itself was terrible. You know, the employees weren't listening to recommendations from his biggest content creators. They weren't paying people properly on time, and the experience wasn't as enjoyable. I could only guess why the experience wasn't as enjoyable, because it's what happened in that Saturday domino that ultimately revealed why everybody is uncomfortable with the platform Kick that Aiden Ross has cultivated. That beef from Saturday where Aiden Ross went live when Kai was live and talked about how weird the situation between them was based off of the
Do you have any
community.
streamers that came up naturally on Kick? No. Or I don't know of them. So I won't say no. I don't know of them. Probably not though. Because there's no platform there. There's no community there. Right? I did not know a streamer that started with 5 viewers and went to like, 1,000 on the platform. You got back from media, are you talking about the Nelkboyz? No, I am not. But
It was very telling about the grand state of streaming.
I mean, dude, guys, there's a clip of literally Kai doesn't even say anything. He scrolled right past it and shit. We had a conversation about that off stream. I mean, like, look, it obviously, like, it doesn't fucking look good, right? I mean, it really doesn't, but whatever. I mean, it's not that serious to me. I really don't care. If people do or don't want to fuck with me online or whatever, it is what it is. At this point, I just don't give a fuck anymore, bro. That's why I'm trying to tell y'all. No, it's not about being folded. I'm genuinely telling you guys, I genuinely don't care. Like, I really, really don't even give.
This weekend revealed that there were much bigger rifts in streaming than a lot of people had realized, specifically dealing with the nature of their friendships on camera. Now, it ultimately boiled down to me, as I covered in the video previously, that it was due to a lot of the community at large as opposed to the streamers
I think I saw.
internally.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense why Jobbery tweeted what was it, Jobbery? Yeah, why Jobbery tweeted what he tweeted. This makes a lot of sense. No, this is how I found out. This is technically how I found out. I was like, okay.
And communication squashed a bunch of this, like
Yes,
Aiden
that is
Ross said when he
Aquaman.
came back on stream.
Wait, she actually named herself Aquaman? I thought you were talking about Moses. He's the water guy. He's the water guy. I thought you were calling him Aquaman. No. They named their child. Okay, whatever. I'm not. No, whatever. Whatever. Let's finish this off.
You guys are wondering why I went live. I'm sick, and I had to call Kai. Me and Kai spoke on the phone. So Kai and I had a great conversation, just in general, about a lot of stuff. And it's not, it's not about going to, it's not Aiden versus Kai. We don't want that. We both came from a beautiful, beautiful industry, the streaming game. And whether you like me, whether you hate me, whether you like Kai, whether you hate Kai, there's no bad blood between us. It's very mutual respect that him and I have for one another. And that's where it stands. Even through if we have disagreements.
And it's great that they had a conversation offline, but that doesn't address the larger communal problem as a whole. I see that ARL and any variation of the communities on X are still thriving and popping as possible, but even more importantly, something that is in more of Aiden Ross's control is his friends and how they completely and utterly disrespect Kai's request even on stream.
Y'all know he got me a Hellcat. I got him a Lambo. I ain't gonna lie. What's up, Kai? What's up, Ty? What's good? What's up? Nigga, a chicken Big Mac, nigga? You let them make them nigga you a fucking sandwich? Really, Cassinet? Get sturdy. Get sturdy.
Yeah, I wonder what that does for the relationship off and online. Now, while I still think Aiden Ross will have people come around him because he generates a lot of views and eyes for audiences and the streaming content, I do think that this does create further division and separation between the other content creators on Twitch.
Bro, Kick is just a gross platform.
Other content creators on Kick, not necessarily the top dogs, but the steps below. Who wants to be associated with that type of platform, that type of energy, that type of content? It's 2025. Even if you thought that stuff was funny behind closed doors, which I actually don't think a lot of people do find funny nonetheless, but even if you did find that stuff funny behind closed doors, for your business reputation and all the opportunities that you have that are front facing, why would you want to associate with stuff like that? The reality of the situation is that Aiden Ross is the last one standing when it comes to Kick. Yeah, sure, there are some other people.
I think we got the point. I think we got the point on Aiden Ross. We're not gonna touch this one yet. Oh, there was this that I saw that made me happy. So Cutie posted, I'm bringing back shit camp. Who should come? And this person posted a perfect roster. And the person said, add Shauna Black, and the list would be amazing. I second this. Respect. W to the people who put my name in these conversations. Because you know for a fact I'm not doing it. It would be too good if Aiden Ross clean the kick would lead to his downfall. Best case scenario. Captain goes down with the ship, you know, as they say. Do it, advocate for yourself. No. Searching your own name again. Yeah, I searched my name and didn't just get mentioned in my notifications. This one too. This is another one as well. This was the one that came before it. I had this one open as well. You know what? I'll retweet it. If you add my name to this conversation, I'll give you a retweet. How about that? Max Camp, who should come? Shauna Black is my vote. Based in real. Based in real and true. Step 1, become a streamer. Step 2, do no networking. Step 3, succeed. Exactly. Yeah. What else is there? I'll be real. Don't get your hopes up, chat. That's what I have to say. I need to grow my number up a little bit more. Nelkin time. It is a tad late in the stream. We can talk a little bit about the Nelkboyz. Jesse Crew, thank you for the 4-month resubscription with Prime. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Clips album listening party time. Mod's been that guy. Just watch the Adam Friendly part. Does it have a link to it? We'll start with this. And just if you don't know, right? The Nelkboyz. Or should I just say, don't show me this? The Nelkboyz did a stream with almost 1 million views in a day, which means I'm not gonna feel bad about this at all. Was an interview with a notable war criminal wanted by the ICC, Benjamin Netanyahu, aka the chief genocider. Yesterday, and that got them, we'll say, quite a bit of flack. Could be a good mood to have a future rising star on Shit Camp. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like an investment, you know. You want to buy low and sell high. Most people don't know how to invest. Let me just give you a little bit of advice. You got to buy low and sell high. Buy low, sell high. Right now, we're at a low. No, we're at a valley. We're about to crest to a peak. So you invest in me early, and you'll profit at the end. Cause, what do I always say? A Lannister always pays his debts. And yes, I have been watching Game of Thrones again. This investment advice? Yes, this is financial advice. Indeed. We should be able to gamble on stream rewards. Honestly, you probably can on like, what's it called? What is it called? The stupid gambling app, Polymark Market. That one. 2150. What is this? How does the conversation even start? I want to see that, and then we'll get to that part.
How was the bachelor party? Good to meet you over Kid Story.
Yeah, you're the last Nelk standing that I have not met.
I think you met you guys. Eve?
Okay. All right. So I haven't seen what you guys did, but I assume that it's a.
Wait, you can hear us, right?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay. All right. Let's see what you got to say.
Okay. Hold on.
Can you
All
also
right.
say hello to my friend Kyle here?
How did this conversation start? So during this convo, probably for the best.
What's up, Kyle?
What up, bro? Where are you at right now?
Where am I
on
at
a whole
right now?
streamer tour? The Nelkboyz? What do you mean? Remember when Hassan says Steiny in the other Nelk?
Yeah.
I'm in
Wait,
LA.
also, can somebody tell me if I have the correct Nelk on YouTube for my YouTube stream? Is this the right Nelk? I think that is the right Nelk, right? It's not the Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, etc., etc. Ugh. Also, Mike Israel got separately mentioned twice later. This, then AOC take. Well, how was Mike Israel brought up? Wait, sorry, wrong. This one. This is the right Nelk, right? This is Kyle. I just searched up the Nelkboyz and picked the one that looked as close to like what I thought he would look like. What is a Nelk anyway? I don't know. Dr. Mike came up yesterday. You guessed right. Easy. The guy running for Senate, Hassan, did what? Oh, this guy running for Senate that Hassan had on did content with Dr. Mike also. Really? They made up? Who made up? He was interviewing a state Senate candidate from Michigan. Hassan was like, after he talked to them earlier, hey, can I introduce you to Nelk? Candidate is like, well, maybe just Bradley. Hassan was like, how about Dr. Mike? They're so stupid. Oh, hold chat. There's another one, which means they get a retweet from me. That's right. If you add my name to the conversation, I will retweet you. My Twitter feed should be full of retweets. Yeah, I don't care about the beginning. Where's it at? Is there anything interesting in the first half of this? Or is skipping to the 2150? Does that make the most sense? No, it's just frustrating until Adam. Okay, I want to know what the points was here. I'll just get to a random point.
And then not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but like Israeli envoys going on CNN every night and saying, well, we blew up this, mosque, or we blew up this church because Hamas was in it or whatever. That is ultimately playing a role in crafting this elaborate narrative that Israel is always in the right. Israel has a right to defend itself.
Is Hassan's goal here to just convince them that what they did was not good? Like what's a win here for Hassan? Yes. Just be like, oh, this is not like what you did is not good. You should not platform like a person who is doing a genocide.
And that they have to do these things. They have to contextualize this violence. Like all of that plays a much larger role You guys just basically are presenting a similar perspective that you get from CNN or Fox News, but now to a younger audience.
When the guy on the left kept popping off arguing with him, I would have hung up. He told them that he could be, they could be tried in The Hague for this. I mean, that would require like Netanyahu to also be tried and convicted in The Hague, but yeah. Steiny texted her DM to Hassan to do what?
Audience that's gonna look at I guess maybe Benjamin Netanyahu and be like, he's a chill guy that you can hang with.
Come on. Oh, so he's just doing this for promotion. He's just on for promo, just like how Netanyahu used them. Yeah. So this was just promo for the episode. Because I don't think Steiny or the other Noke care about actually what Hassan has to say. You know? I think I don't even think they're doing crisis PR. No, I disagree with you. I don't even think they're doing crisis PR. I don't think they care about appearing as though this is bad or wrong. They care about the views. You know? Like, so long as the viewership number keeps going up, then they'll be happy with it. That's what everyone in the audience is pissed at them. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care about their audience being pissed at them. Do you genuinely think that they did not know that this would be a divisive thing?
But I don't even know.
Yeah. Maybe they will demonstrate to me here that they care a little bit. Do you think they'll get less views moving forward? Probably not. Not like substantially.
Wait, Hassan, here's kind of where I disagree with you. Is if you watch CNN or you watch Fox News, you kind of know what narrative you're looking for. And with us playing that neutral ground, you don't know what you're going to get, right? So that's the differentiator. And like we told, I don't know if Kyle mentioned this earlier, but we're having.
Are you saying they're going to have anyone on even after admitting Hassan was right on a lot of things? Yeah.
Very, very soon here. So
I don't know who you guys are having on, but I mean, it depends on.
What I'm trying to say is like, how are we if
hate that I know what Steiny is saying, but in one of his appearances with Hassan or Adam, he states our audience will hate certain things we do, and he blatantly just views it as a part of getting views. He doesn't mind it.
For a neutral podcast, how are we anything like either side? If you know what you're going to get when you tune into either network.
No one is fully neutral in that regard, right? Because like that's why I asked, like, would you
what is success here for Hassan? Even if he gets them to imagine or think that what they did was wrong. Do you genuinely think that these two are going to delete the episode that got 1 million views in a day? Right? Because if they genuinely cared about like being perceived as incorrect or wrong, right, and the audience not liking it, genuinely cared, they would delete the episode or at least unlist it. But the fact that they did not, I think, is to get them to stop doing political content. Do you think that what Hassan is doing here is effective for that? I don't think so. I don't think Hassan is going to get them to stop doing political content. Right? I don't know what success is here for Hassan at all. You know? Like what does that mean? I think, and this is the point, right? I think Hassan having this charitable mindset and allowing people like Steiny in, like, not even in the ranks, but like in the space, allows him to have this conversation, right? That's part of the benefit of like establishing inroads with people like Steiny, because it allows him to have this conversation. The problem is that I don't necessarily see this conversation as productive. So even if you're able to cultivate this relationship with Steiny so that he can call you when this happens, does that really matter when he doesn't even have he doesn't care enough to listen to you in the first place? Do you think it's more for the audience? Whose audience? Right? As Shadow was saying, like, the Nelkboyz audience already knows that this is not good. Right? Let me look at the comments on this video. Unsubscribed. I miss when YouTube used to show dislikes. 2025, Nug 2025 funny prank channel. Nug 2015 funny prank channel. Nug 2025 propaganda machine for governments. This was pitched to Netanyahu like this. Don't worry, these guys are idiots. You can use their platform to push whatever propaganda you want, and they won't push anything back. Like, yo, the majority report thing for the raid. We're talking about freaking the Nelkboyz in this podcast episode. And how insane it was, and then we're doing that by watching and going over Hassan's conversation with them a little bit. Yeah, hope the stream is good. Welcome in. Hello.
If Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, would you interview him?
Do you want, I mean, honestly, I don't know. That's a tough question. Would you?
If Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, yeah, of course. And the same for, but it would be contentious in the same vein as the Benjamin Netanyahu interview. Like, there are people that I interview that the American audiences would consider.
I think if Bin Laden,
Nelkboyz's views on the next podcast with Netanyahu interview, then they will care. But if not, not until then, if it happens, which I don't think it will happen. Like, if their next interview is with like Trump again, I don't think like the Trump audience will care, because they don't care about like cultivating like a left-wing audience. Not really. You know, they are right-wing influencers. They are. They position themselves as apolitical, but like their audience is like right-wing, pro-Trump, pro-MAGA. They started the interview by calling Zoran anti-Semitic. Which, this interview or like the Netanyahu interview? I'm not watching the Netanyahu interview. So.
you'd never be able to grill him because you would have had to go to Afghanistan. You would have.
That's not surprising, but yeah, it served my purpose. Like they're right wing.
A cave and they would.
No, I mean, we're setting up a hypothetical scenario where Bin Laden is able to like connect via Discord. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, I'm not gonna interview Bin Laden with a gun trained on my head. That would not be a situation. Like that would
like
not
my
be
biggest issue with this conversation here is that like, what are they here for? What are they doing here? It's not like they're here because they care about Hassan's position. You know? It's not like they're here because they care about, well, our audience is mad and we don't understand why. Hassan, can you explain why our audience is so mad about this? It's not like they care about that. Right? I think it's promo. I think it's promotion. I think they're like, oh, we did something crazy, right? Hassan, you're a political guy. Tell us how crazy this was. Yeah, it was wild, wasn't it? You know? It's like pushing your friend into a freezing lake and then going to talk to like a meteorologist about it. Be like, you talk about the weather, don't you? You know how cold it gets here. Tell me how crazy it was that I pushed my friend into a freezing lake. You know? That's kind of it. They want like affirmation about like what they did was really insane, because that's what the Nelkboyz is. Nelkboyz as a brand is about like pushing the envelope and doing insane stuff. And they want to be reaffirmed by Hassan to be like, man, this is super crazy. What you did was unacceptable. In their minds, it's a win if that's the case, right? If Hassan and his audience are mad at this, they made the right group of people mad. They know Hassan is pro-Palestine, and they know that Benjamin Netanyahu is very anti-Palestine, right? He's pro-genocide. And so he's like, oh, if I made this group of people mad, then what we're doing is actually supposed to, it worked. You know? No, I think at first it was that, but yeah, they doubled down on it and said we would interview Hitler if given the chance, no matter what. Yeah, because they want views.
Dead anyway. In the hypothetical,
well, I mean,
would you be able to?
We interviewed him in the White House with fucking 20 people standing around us in suits that we didn't know who they were. So it's almost.
I think in that
maybe not the same situation,
a little different.
Yeah, I mean,
respectful.
Okay, so my point is, it would not. Would you be neutral with Bin Laden in the same way that you're like a neutral podcast?
I think we would. Yeah, we would do our best. To
them asking Hassan for advice was just them to look like they were being contemplative about it, but they were not listening to any of the advice Hassan was providing. Yeah, doing it right really sucks. Because at least Steiny, to a certain degree, wants to like, or is like, has some rapport or relationship with Hassan. This person's never met Hassan before, and so his goal here is just to be like, just to justify his actions, really. But again, to what end, I don't really know. We can skip to like, a little bit further in because I don't really care what he say about this.
That's precisely why, like, sometimes it's better not to take that opportunity. You know what I mean? That's my position.
Like for the
and even then, Tucker Carlson, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson is still more equipped to at least have like follow-up questions. Like, think about the Ted Cruz interview that he had. Like, he obviously is.
Yeah, of course. Tucker's the man, in my opinion. But when I watched that Putin interview, like, I thought Putin was like dodging questions and he like didn't answer anything. So that's what goes back to my point of like platforming someone. And I think just because we have someone on, it doesn't always mean a positive for the guest. And I mean, if you go read this comment section, like, I don't think this is necessarily a positive thing for Netanyahu.
Yeah, but it's not a positive thing for you guys either, because most of your audience is probably already anti-Israel and anti-Netanyahu. So now they're yelling at you guys.
That's
so
fine,
now
I can sleep at night knowing like our intention with this, and we're not pro-Israel. I'm not pro-Israel. I don't know enough about this conflict, to be honest. I only see what I read online, and
does he not realize that like that makes him ill-equipped to have the conversation in the first place? And that even if you're not pro-Israel, if you're not equipped enough to have the conversation, it can come across as propaganda for the genocidal state because you're not doing the actual work itself. But again, I'm talking to them like they actually understand any of the words that I just said. Like I'm giving this take as if like they even care, but they don't. And that's the problem. The baseline issue is that they don't care, right? So it doesn't matter at all what you say to them. Like, this is like an hour of like, none of this shit matters because they just don't care. We're not journalists, then what are we doing? Exactly. Like, they acknowledge they're not journalists, but their answer always goes back to, we don't care. Yeah, we're not journalists, but we don't care. Yeah, we're not equipped to deal with this conversation, but we don't care. Yeah, maybe our audience didn't like it, but we don't care. I guess it's APAC or some other, or offered a bunch of money for this interview and they're playing dumb. No, I don't even agree with that. I think even if they were offered $0, they would still do it. Right? Just for the spectacle of it. I think given the opportunity, go back to like 1940s Germany, they would interview Hitler just because they could. Just because they could. I think they're doing it also for Trump, Cloud, because he set it up. True. Right? But that to the effect of like getting further inroads for Trump so they can get more crazy guests. Just because they could. They want to feel important. Yeah. They want to feel important. They want to feel like they're pushing the envelope. They look around and say, oh, nobody on the podcast circuit has interviewed Netanyahu yet, and we have the opportunity to do so. Let's do it. There's zero more thought that goes into their mind. Right? And the issue with this conversation is that, like, you're not going to change their mind on that. Why would they change their mind? These are multimillionaires. whose money comes from that notoriety. Right? They're narcissistic, clout-hungry losers, essentially. And I don't know, and this isn't even a dig at Hassan, I don't know what Hassan could say to even change their mind on that. Which is why I don't think this conversation is productive. I don't know what Hassan could, I don't know what anybody could say to them to change their mind on that. If the conversation does not end with them being like, okay, we were wrong, we should not platform a genocider, let's delete the episode, it's a worthless conversation. And I don't know what conversation could be had with whom that could get to that point. It's not Hassan, it's not Adam Freeland, it's not like Holocaust scholars, right? There's not a single person I think that they would talk to where it would arrive them or get them to the point of like, yeah, let's delete the episode. And that's my problem. You know? 90% went and got Chipotle after this. The apathy is bad. Apathy this bad is a moral failure that is way too deep set for anyone to talk them out of. Oh, no shot, don't delete. Exactly. Which is why I don't know what a conversation, especially an on-stream conversation, does. Except maybe like highlighting that this is their position. You know? This conversation doesn't really do much except for like showing us what we already knew about them and maybe showing their audience what they might not have known about them already. You know? But that even that is kind of meaningless when you have like if Hassan still like hangs around Steiny or like does a podcast with Steiny or talks to Steiny, you know?
Here, his point of view.
We're gonna jump ahead.
So, I mean, he's not gonna spice it up, but he will turn the conversation into a silly direction. But what I was asking you guys is the reason why I said Adolf Hitler is because it's a comparable crime, right? We were using that as an analogy. I was using that as an analogy because like we both understand that he did a horrible crime, the Holocaust, and that
this feels like talking to Asmongold to me. You know? Like, you know how what Hassan says about like why he doesn't engage with Asmongold like he used to? Right? And why even when he talked to Asmongold, he was like contentious. In a way, it's worse. No, like definitely what they're doing is worse than what Asmongold does. Right? Like talking to, platforming, and engaging with Benjamin Netanyahu on even neutral terms is like it's disgusting. You know? But like they are a propaganda mouth for a genocide. Even if they think that they're not, even if they didn't want to be, even if they think they're being neutral, their clout-driven obsession with views led to propaganda for genocide done on their platform with their blessing, you know, with their faces and names directly. You know?
It is comparable to what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. Wait, did you
And
guys,
they don't
did I
even
lose you guys?
They don't even seem to care. Is the craziest part.
What the fuck? Hello? Oh God, I think they opened up another chat. Jesus Christ. Okay, hello?
I've never had bro, what's good?
One second.
There turn on your camera. What up, Adam?
Me?
Adam's
No,
camera's
Adam,
on.
you're fine.
I think it's just us.
My camera's on.
I can hear you.
Dude, I've been
No,
editing.
we're
for, like,
fixing it.
3
We have
days.
our guy. We have our guy doing this shit remote.
Okay.
Aaron, is that you?
Adam, what's going on, bro?
Who's in the pink square right now?
It's the Nelkboyz.
Me?
It's Steiny and the other Nelk.
It's great to
You know
collab.
what? Say his name. Hassan, say his name. Do not be disrespectful up in here.
Aaron,
Nelk is crazy.
Aaron, what's goody, bro? Did you watch the episode?
I did. It was amazing.
Hassan, you can't
Thank
say
you
my
again
name.
for having us on.
What's
or having
up?
me
What
on. I
is
appreciate it.
Kyle,
That was
right?
funny.
You know my name, bro.
It's Kyle.
Kyle Forgard.
Yeah.
Is Steve there?
No, it's just me and Kyle.
What are you guys doing? Hitting happies, doing zaps. Dude,
What is Steve even doing besides saying the N-word? I think Hassan is trying to give them an out, an ability to say we messed up, and they're just like, nah. But like, would Hassan extend that charitability to like anybody else? Like if Asmongold interviewed Netanyahu, like would he extend that charitability to Asmongold? Yes? No. I actually think he would. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, would he has a bad taste in men? I think he would have before, but wouldn't now. He wouldn't now, but if he hadn't had all those convos, he surely would. But the question, I do agree with that, right? By the way, I think that he would have in the past before this better case scenario. Do you think he would extend that charitability to Ethan? If Ethan did an interview with Netanyahu, you know? He's also been on the Sonic train for a year plus, though. But like, if we're being entirely real, like the output of Ethan and the output of the Nelkboyz is not like diametrically opposed. You know? Like the Nelkboyz were, like, I don't think y'all remember, the Nelkboyz have been credited for like Donald Trump winning the election. No, but it's different. How is it different? Like directly. Ethan and Asmon have been trying to get Hassan on the creator platform for over a year. Oh, so it's just like so in your mind, it's just a like personal relationship thing, just because Steiny has been like nice to Hassan, that he gets this charitability. Yes, I disagree with that. It's the same thing though. He would have before, but wouldn't now. I agree with you. Nelkboy output is bad, but I think Hassan sees them as changeable. I don't agree myself, but that's how I see it playing out. Had no idea that Nelk did Israel PR tour. I didn't either until yesterday. But my point is, do y'all see that this seems like a pretty consistent position that Hassan finds himself in to a certain degree? You know? Like, and this is my point. If I thought that Hassan's mindset or method on this would change their mind, I would have a different take, right? But they have never demonstrated that like they are movable on like, you know, anything really. I'm not saying you could only talk to left-wing people. You need to only cultivate a relationship with like people who are left-wing, right? But has this idea or method of charitability to like very staunch right-wing insane people to go cultivate that relationship, to even have these conversations, right, had like the intended effect, especially when the Nelkboyz turned off this conversation and then immediately turned around and then called Fresh and Fit and Sneeko. You know, is this conversation, or does this conversation find itself in a level of usefulness? But did they also talk to Nick Fuentes as well? Yes, that's crazy. I just agree with you on that. That's why I think it's a waste of time for him in this regard. I actually see Adam as a better vessel for this message for Nelk. Even then, I don't think they care. Right? That's, come on. This is from the Times of Israel. I'm gonna skip past most of this because it doesn't matter. Shortly after, the Nelkboyz began live streaming with influencers Sneeko, Myron Gaines, Hassan Piker, and Nick Fuentes, all known for circulating anti-Semitic and anti-Israel conspiracies, who offered commentary on the interview. I don't even know what to say about this, honestly. Yeah, so a song gets looped in like that and gains nothing from this convo, misstep. I mean, it's not like this was like like nobody could have seen that coming, right? Not that like Times of India really matters. What really matters is if Western outlets pick this up is the kind of the question. You know? Is whatever they'll do anyway, but you don't have to give it to them on the platter. Yeah, especially with was this the Times of India? But Times of Israel. But like the problem is I don't see any benefit with this conversation, you know? That's kind of the issue. I don't see any benefit that could have been gleaned by trying to convince them that what they did was incorrect or wrong. Again, I'm speaking from a perspective of never talking or speaking with Steiny. Maybe Hassan talking to him and having that conversation has like deeper insight into like his mindset. But I don't see a positive here. Outside of like the content. And to be fair, like Steiny set him up. Like I don't even blame Hassan for this. Like Steiny set him up. Like Hassan being the first person that he talked to, like he set him up. He knew what he was doing, right? Steiny knew for a fact that he interviewed a controversial figure in his mind, and he went and talked to people he thought were on the opposite side of that figure, right? That's what he did. He's like, oh, I talked with Netanyahu. That got people riled up. Now let me talk to the other side of the things. And he's talked to somebody who is pro-Palestine and 3 anti-Semites. Because in Steiny's mind, they are equatable. Actually, the fourth has a Sneeko Myron. And if Fuentes but Hassan didn't know that. Oh, okay, I didn't know that either. Point still stands. Hassan got set up. Hassan got set up for this specific paragraph of being put in the same group as these three. He got played. He did. They went on Twitter and advertised all 4 lives as they called. 4 tweets all live with Nick with Hassan. It's all content to them. Yeah. It seems like an op. Hassan may have not been the first, but he was on the tour of talking to people on the opposite side of the content. Yeah. Like he got played. And so like Hassan is now positioned in the same vein of like these other 3 very clear anti-Semites. And the Nelkboyz did that to him. You know? And Hassan was trying to be charitable. He was trying to reach out to people he's talked to in person to change their minds, but they didn't care about that. They didn't care about the how it would look for Hassan in this thing. They had a plan of talking to Netanyahu, who was controversial in their eyes, and then talking to people that they saw on the opposite side of the issue. And Hassan got caught in that. I think he was trying to change their minds. He was trying to reach out to their audience. Their audience already disagreed with him. Right? So what do you need to say to them? Like if you were to go look at and read the comments on this, like it already disagrees with them. I can't see the dislikes, but it's probably not great. So what do you possibly have to say to change their minds? Their minds are already not agreeing. Is he trying to capture that audience? But that's different. That's a different thing. Right? Trying to capture the audience is different than trying to change their minds. Capture it for what? Like, to do what? You know? Like, and how effective that is just, I don't know. How many people are BB neutral in general? Like, people are not happy with like foreign like interference in American politics just in general. Radicalize them further. I don't think it will work. Me neither. I think it's just cope to keep from admitting that Hassan fought for this kind of stuff with no reason other than being charitable when he shouldn't. How many times is he going to get bitten from being overly charitable to the worst people on earth to get their audience? And to a certain degree, I would understand and I agree with that mindset, right? And somebody has to do it, right? And my take was pretty like neutral on this conversation until I saw this. And then I realized, and I heard that like they collabed with Nick Fuentes, Myron Gaines, and Sneeko the same time they collabed with Hassan. And I'm like, oh, they set him up. Right? Is it unfair of me to say that they set him up? It feels like a setup to me. It feels like they were putting Hassan in the box of Sneeko and Myron and Nick Fuentes. Like they set him up. And Hassan's charitability led him to having that conversation and then ended up being put in that same box. They knew Hassan would talk to them, yeah. In the same way that they knew that like Sneeko would jump on the opportunity to talk to them as well. And they left out Adam. I mean, of course, like it wouldn't help the times of India's conversation or their narrative to bring Adam in. was absolutely a setup, but he also knew and still dove in. Did I say Times of India again? I'm so sorry. Times of Israel. the Times of Israel. I literally clicked back on it to read it again as well, and I still said the wrong thing. Sometimes I just be talking. That's on me though.
I watched so much of your guys' stuff for like 2 weeks.
No,
What's going on? Why
Zap
do you want me
tonight.
to understand?
What's going on?
Oh, by the way, Aaron,
Hold
you
up.
bitch ass.
Our guy's just fixing this right
No,
now.
I want to tell Aaron something. My guest this week is G Herbo, and you were talking to me that rappers would never accept me, and he's by far he's accepted me.
Against some motivation and often agree, not with the Nug though. They've done content in Israel with the IOF. That's a step beyond normie. That's my take. Right? That's my take is okay. My take is genuinely this. My take, it comes from a place of like seeing how Hassan gets done by a lot of people and thinking that that's bad. Hassan's charitability, it's very oftentimes taken advantage of, and it puts him in a disadvantageous position, I will say. And this happens all the time. Right? And I don't think Hassan is going to change. And honestly, I don't think Hassan should change, like from like a who he is point of view. But oftentimes his charitability and who he decides to be charitable to, right, just puts him in conversations that he could have avoided by having a stricter line. It's my take on that. You know, like Hassan was trying to do a good thing by talking to the Nelkboyz and changing their minds and getting them to understand what they did wrong by having this interview, and hopefully alongside that, getting his audience to understand why it's bad and to understand the atrocities that are happening in Gaza due to Netanyahu and Israel's actions as a whole. You know what I mean? That's what he was attempting to do. But because he was doing that, the Nelkboyz had their own goals for this entire situation. And he ended up being put in the same conversation with, not to stop it, not the Times of India. And the Times of Israel is putting him next to Sneeko. Right? And with the Nelkboyz saying that, like, they want to get one side of the aisle's thoughts and then get the other side of the aisle's thoughts, they're positioning Hassan and Sneeko and Nick Fuentes and Myron Gaines on the same side when that's just not the case. Actually, I accidentally typed India. You and me were the same, chatter. I don't think he should change, but I think that he needs to be ready to quickly identify if that charity is being taken advantage of and act accordingly. I don't know. I don't know what would be the right play here after the convo had started. I don't either, honestly. But if they actually did talk to Sneeko and Nick Fuentes and Myron before, like, I don't know if I would have been able to identify what they were trying to do in the moment. We have the luxury of hindsight here. What I do know is that this is a consequence of like the charitability angle. Nick Fuentes was talking to them. He was like, "Oh, he wanted to counter," but like, if that's the case, what does that even do, though? You know, what does that do? Like, what is countering Nick Fuentes to Steiny and the Nelkboyz do? Like, I don't know if there are positives there. I agree with you, his impulse. I mean, and I get that. I'm trying to figure out like what, like, if there is a benefit to that. Right? Because I could be wrong and incorrect, and that there is a benefit to it. You know? But like what would that benefit be? Like, what could he have said to the Nelkboyz and Steiny to operate as a counter to Nick Fuentes that would have been useful or productive? Do we think this is a mastermind play, or do we think, or these guys think that Nick Fuentes and Hassan actually agree? It's the second one. They're stupid, right? Like, when I say Hassan was set up, I'm not saying that, like, you know, the Nelkboyz had this like master plan to set Hassan up. I'm saying that they genuinely equate Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, Myron to Hassan's position. And so when they debated Netanyahu, they're like, okay, we need the counter position now. And they debated all four of them, equating the positions, which are now being taken by the Times of Israel and pressed as if like they're the same thing. You know? Ethan said that they also asked him to come on, but he declined. I don't know. He could be lying. I don't know. Harrod's article from 2 days ago about an Israel tour for MAGA and an America First influencers. Were they on that? No, I'm not a gosh darn bro. They think I'm a robot. They didn't name the influencers yet. But what is this about Sneeko and Fuentes? I got in late. The Nelkboyz talked to Sneeko and Nick Fuentes and Myron Gaines before they talked to Hassan yesterday. I think he would have had to watch the interaction with Nick and Sneeko to counter it effectively. I think if he would have done that, then revisiting the conversation would have been a lot better, because at that point, even though the audiences hated BB, they might not have had the same reaction to Sneeko or Nick. Yeah. Ow. You should have watched the interview with Netanyahu. I would understand not watching it and not give it views or whatever, because like it's probably going to be propaganda. But I do think that there would be a benefit. He's watching it now, is he? Offline. To be fair, it came out. Okay, I need to see it.
A complete misunderstanding of fucking coddling. Why aren't you hunting people I disagree with for sport? Yeah, like I don't think you know what that word is.
Okay, I just got in. I don't agree with that chatter. Like, I hate people who are like, oh, I think you're too easy on the Nelkboyz, and then be like, oh, why don't you just kill them? You know, like that's not what's being said, but you know, whatever.
State, and that they had basically done the equivalent of an Adolf Hitler interview. What part of that is coddling?
I do agree with Asani here. I don't think he was like easy on the Nelkboyz. Like I don't agree with the chatter who was like, you're too easy on the Nelkboyz or whatever. I will say I just don't see the productiveness in the conversation. That's my take on it. I think he's correct in that, like, I don't think he was like easy on them, right? But I just don't think it was productive. And Chad's never gonna he's never going to bring up that point. He's watching the interview with the Jube episode, Double L.
Hassan could never actually pull off the incredible commentary that Nick Fuentes pulled off. And there are still dumb fucks who are hyper woke in my goddamn community who think that like I wasn't aggressive enough in my commentary.
He's more supposed with chatters than he does with the Nelkboyz, though. To be fair, that's also true. his voice did raise higher at the Nelkboyz than it did at the chatter than it did at the Nelkboyz. It wasn't too easy on them. It just wasn't probably wasn't the move, especially with them after they had Nick on in a group with him. Yeah. I think that was just more of a consequence of like establishing rapport and connections with Steiny in the first place. Right, which is what my disagreement is. To me, it was bizarre that it was Adam Freeland who actually came in aggressively. I think it's fair criticism towards Haas, especially considering these people who campaigned for Trump. Yeah, but like, I understand, like, from Hassan's perspective of trying to describe why they were incorrect. To be fair, like, you have to understand in this conversation, Adam gets more leeway than Hassan does because of their identities. Like, Hassan doesn't have the luxury of like screaming and yelling and shutting things down to that degree, right? And I think from like a very like white chatter perspective, it's like, oh, like why don't you like do what I would do in this situation? Is it to a certain degree you can't do what a white chatter would do in a situation, or white streamer would do in a situation, right? And so I think that's a part of it. And so from that mindset, I don't think that's the best critique from or for Hassan in the situation. I think there's an issue in like the issue mainly is Hassan getting into the situation in the first place. I think his like overly charitable nature leads him to be put in this situation. So maybe white, but he's Muslim first in everyone's eyes. Yeah. What do the white chatters want to do? In certain circumstances, there will be like it's not just for this situation, but like when it comes to anybody, they're just like, oh, why don't you just like start yelling at Asmongold and calling him the C word or whatever? Or why don't you operate in like the most aggressive and aggro way when in face with this person? And to a certain degree, I understand where that comes from, and I agree when it comes to people like Ethan, you know, because I don't like Ethan. But I do understand, acknowledge why Hassan moves in the way he moves. Right? Because his every move is scrutinized. And to a certain degree, I do it as well. Right? There are people who want me to be as mad and as angry as Bad Empanada is, right? Be as aggro as like Mike from PA is. You know? And I don't do that. Because I know what the way that I say things would be taken differently than the way that they say things. And just because of the way I look. And so I have to be more measured in my response. I have to be more tailored in how I say things. You know? I think Hassan faces that as well. It's almost like a lot of chatters don't have IRL experience in conflict resolution. That's true. This makes sense, especially from an unfamiliar audience that could be receptive to your message. Yeah. And so I don't think Hassan did poorly in this conversation in like how aggressive he was. My issue mainly stems from I don't think this conversation should have been had in the first place. Right? That's what my beef is with this. I don't think it should have been had in the first place. I don't think that there should have been a connection with Steiny so that Steiny would have called Hassan and put Hassan in this trap. You know? Or if there was, you do it off stream. You know? Do it off stream. Don't have this conversation on stream. If you want to like, you know, convert Steiny's mind or explain why it's bad. I think Hassan has a little bit of blinders when it comes to like acknowledging and understanding that some of the people that he's charitable to are either like are in it for bad faith reasons, and then moving when it comes to like moving around that. Does that make sense? Honestly, I don't come to this website to yell at by men. I appreciate you don't yell. I don't think it's healthy. I yell sometimes. Not a lot, though. I don't have energy like that. Right? Because I stream early in the morning, and by the time it gets to, like, yelling time, I'm tired. So I don't yell that much. Them throwing him in that trio of Muslim creators on the Times of Israel sits really poorly with me. Yeah, I mean, it's the Times of Israel. I didn't expect it to like actually do like, you know, sick journalistic you know, integrity. There's a lot to get Sean to yell. That's true. I would like to I consider myself kind of level-headed. But Sean, I watched you and the guy's stream that head I was getting the other day. You had a nonstop laughing. Oh right, I was supposed to look at clips from that as well. That was fun. I enjoyed it. A lot of people use him for content like he's the Dalai Lama. True. I've already explained this. I just jumped in, but you don't think it was useful for Hassan to explain why what they did was bad in front of an audience? No. Hassan's audience already knows why it's bad, and then the Nelkboyz audience already also know why it's bad. Like, who is Hassan talking to? If you look at the comments on the Nelkboy video, it's everybody understanding why it's bad. Like, this comment says it specifically. Looking at these comments, I'm glad that we're all on the same page. 20,000 likes, you know? By and large, people already understand that what was being done here was just not good. So it's a waste of time. In my opinion, it's a waste of time. For this instance, I think there is benefit and usefulness in Hassan talking to other people's audiences, which is why a lot of times I will say I disagree with it, but I understand why he does it. In this instance, is not one of those instances in my personal opinion, because the audience already understands that this is bad. Our audience already understands this is bad, right? Nobody thinks this is a good thing. And I think the negatives of the few people who might have been changed by Hassan saying this are outweighed. The negatives of Hassan being put in the same conversation as like Nick Fuentes outweighs the positives of like changing a few people's minds. I think we're missing out on the mass messaging win though. The Nelkboyz audience is anti-Netanyahu. That is kind of crazy and unimaginable 3 years ago. I mean, that's true. Some audience knows the Nelkboyz audience didn't like it, doesn't watch Hassan and hates him. Honestly, they probably saw Nick as the reasonable, serious one, and Hassan as a clown for doing a bit with Adam. Yeah. But in that case, I do understand a little bit of why you would want to give them an alternative to Nick Fuentes. But, you know, again, you've positioned yourself alongside Nick Fuentes in doing so, unintentionally. I don't know. It is a hard conversation. The video wasn't even out yet, but I see it's already out. Yeah, it came out yesterday.
It's also G Herbo. The H is silent, bro.
What?
The H is silent. It's G Herbo. But yes, I love him.
Yeah, well, we're very good. We text and stuff.
Can you guys see us?
What
No.
What is going on right now?
How do you know Hassan? That's a real question. How are you and Hassan allies?
Hassan from the Bund, from the workers, the People's Workers Party.
Damn, we're actually getting gifted. We're actually getting subs during this. Shout out Jenny
Wait.
Full Send community.
Are they on Twitch when this is going on, or are they on Kick or Rumble? Didn't Steve will do it, jerk off his dog? Yes. Kick? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Adam.
Why can't I see you guys? And why am I on this right now?
Give us.
We're gonna get in there in a sec. But Adam, we have Hassan's here.
They
Here.
interviewed.
We've had 5 different people in here, and now Hassan. Oh, there you go.
Oh, boom!
Whoa,
It worked.
Kyle Forgard.
What up, Adam? Good to meet you, bro.
This guy, Aaron.
Adam's a great guy. Adam's a good guy.
Please,
as you change your fit.
The brilliant minds of the Nelkboyz podcast went and interviewed war criminal Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and now they're getting they did.
What, guys? In the middle of a war?
It was a genocide.
Aaron.
Adam, it's a war leader. We have to do it.
You know, 60,000 people, lowest estimates are dead right now.
We understand. We have empathy with everyone who's been affected by the war in general, but we are going to have a pro-Palestinian on next week. That's what we do here. We do not.
He's charged with as a war criminal by the ICC. It's like, you could have Slobodan Milosevic on.
We would have a lot of people on.
Would have anyone on.
They said they would have. They said they would have Adolf Hitler on.
No, we did not.
We never said that.
Hassan.
Okay, they said they would have Osama bin Laden on, but not Adolf Hitler.
Okay.
We said it too long ago.
I'm catching up right now. Did you press him? Did you you dunked on him or something?
We asked him what was his response to
Yes, I
starving children in Gaza.
whisperer, but is constantly losing friends to the right wing. To be fair, Hassan is successful in like converting some of the audience. Right, we see it in the chat. There are like first time, second time chatters who are like, you know, you won me over. So there is usefulness to that conversation. Right? I think he does well there. The answer is, I mean, the problem is that doesn't come with its own hurdles. And that is sometimes pretty much all the time they will burn you. You know? Pretty much all the time they will burn you. Like you can go back in the list. Like you got XQC, you got Destiny, you got Ethan, you got the freaking Nelkboyz, and this time you had train wrecks. They used to be cool. Now they're not anymore. Who else do you have? Freaking Aiden Ross. Like, yeah. Like I'm pretty sure that Hassan has converted members of that audience. Right? Prezzo. I say more Bradley Martin, less Dr. Mike specifically. They were already right wing to begin with. Yes, but like we're not talking about them. We're talking about like the audience that they have. Like I don't want to discount the method. Again, there's a reason Hassan is the person with how many viewers do you have? 35,000 viewers, right? And I'm sitting with a cool and solid 500. Shout out to the 500 people who are still here while Hassan's live, by the way. Technically 600. I have 50 on YouTube still. Right? But like it works. I'm in both. Okay, let me know if something interesting happens in Hassan's stream. Yesterday when Hassan was glazing Mike Israel, we were all spamming that he's a race realist. I got pinged a few times, apparently. What did he say? That was like, was it positive? Didn't know he was live. Bye. That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah. Okay. If do you have a timestamp? Yeah, they said they should go to his gym in Michigan. Why? Well, I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. I joined Hassan for a bit, but the vibes here are more chill, so I came back. To be fair, I think Hassan is like a bit on the more, you know, not high strung. What's the word? I think it's his temper is a little bit shorter today. Sean, it's nothing to address unless the mic gets brought up again. Hassan days later does exactly that. I know. We literally just talked about it. The guest brought about, to be fair. Okay. Isn't that kind of funny though? I realize this happens a lot. Sometimes I'll just be talking about something, and then a few days later, out of nowhere, there's no reason it should be brought up again, and it just happens. It goes viral on Twitter or something. Maybe I have the gift of prophecy. Was it that one meme where it's like Apollo's gift of prophecy, random Twitter user, and it's like the little ball, you know, like throwing the ball. That's me. Mom. These guys brought him up. To be fair, okay.
He's giving doctoral advice. That's how it works.
I'm just, you know, do as I do, right?
So you're pretty brolic. You did a video with Mike Israetel, as a matter of fact.
I think it makes both of us. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
He came here and lifted you. Am I wrong?
Yeah. We lifted together. He said my pecs were small, which was devastating.
He said mine were big, so there's that.
Well, yeah, you also outlift me and many others by quite the margin.
Except for Jamal Bowman, who makes us all look.
Yes.
I mean, like, I remember seeing this video, and he's wearing like this.
I do see some in the chat. I think it's necessarily bad to talk to them, although mega races are online, but at least he can do is a brief his audience about their terrible views. Yeah, I agree. I can still disagree with it, right? And I still probably would disagree with it, but at the very least, like if you're gonna talk to or like bring up like Dr. Mike Israetel or I don't know, the Nelkboyz or whatever, just a quick preface being like, yeah, these guys' opinions suck. They're not good. But let me do my thing. Let me cook. I'm reaching out to their audience or whatever. Maybe. I don't know. Not the biggest deal in the world. What did Dr. Mike do? I don't watch his content. He right wing. Oh, my sweet summer child. I'm sorry to break this to you. Dude's a Nazi. Yeah. Dog is full on race realist. Like, someone brings Dr. Mike back up at 2:25. I closed it. Gosh darn it. Gotta tell me these things earlier. Gosh darn it, wrong thing.
He's giving Dr. I think you should be required to do that just to speak online. And if you can't clear 225 at least for like a decent
Mike,
6 or
you
7,
said Dr. Mike Israetel, the one that looks like a thumb.
then you should not be allowed to have any opinions on whatever I have to say.
I will say this. So I can move that way, and that's not a big challenge for me. Holding like a crane pose in yoga, I can do it for about 15 seconds. It just makes me mad.
Yeah, you're not big into calisthenics.
No, that or like I got mad respect for like different ways people engage in fitness, as long as you're doing it your way. Because like some of these things, I mean, you know, some folks are built for power, some folks are built for flexibility, and like I feel like if you're not being physically active in the way that you can, then at that point, like I don't really want to hear it. But I got a lot of respect for folks who work out in different ways, and like this just happens to be the way that you and I enjoy doing it.
Yeah,
and definitely Dr. Mike.
Yeah, so
have you been to his gym, by the way?
I have not been to Dr. Mike's gym.
It's like worth the trip to Michigan, just because that is like when you have
like maybe it's because I'm a spoiled sport, right? Maybe it's just who I am, but I feel like, you know, at this moment I would have been like, yeah, he's a bit too into race science for me, but you know, to each their own, or something like that. You know?
Have that dream gym in your mind. I got a little like basement gym, and my gym does pretty well. It does everything I need. I got my wife who never worked out in her life.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's deadlifting 1.5x body weight for reps, which I'm very proud of. But like you go to his gym and it's immaculate. You have to take your shoes off.
Yeah, I'm thinking about editing what I did or talked about for Dr. Mike into a video. I couldn't do it yesterday because I didn't have any internet, so I couldn't even download the VOD. And posting it. Cause like, yeah, bro is a race realist. He thinks that there are immutable differences between different racial groups, including a hierarchy of intelligence. And that he can't say anymore because he'll get canceled for it if he does. So, which day did you cover it? 2 days ago. Guy's talking to now? No. I think this guy. The guy looks like a not this guy. Sorry. Where's he at? There was a picture. He was on the screen. Was he not? Did I make that up? I'll find him. Oh, yeah. Michi left. Here.
For example,
there's almost 2 database analysis. If it can be broken down into graphs and numbers, he doesn't see it. It just happens that race sciences did just that, not a defense, more like how do people fall into logistical trappings? Yeah.
I'll just cut right into this. The GPT tells you, because you asked it, that your race or ethnic group is not the most intelligent of all of them, and maybe somewhere down the totem pole much further than you had anticipated. You may also discover at the same time that there is a totem pole of racial intelligence, and you're going to go, holy, what? You keep asking it, it's like, this is reality. You're like, oh my, do I just stop trying? What is this? Holy crap, that's a really big deal. It could really bum you out. Now, inevitably, when you guys get in the comments and ask me questions about race and intelligence, here is my view in perpetuity until politics changes in at least the United States. This is my view as applied forward for the rest of this channel's lifetime until and unless politics really changes. Here it is. Ready? I 100% acknowledge, because I'm literate, that race is truly a biological construct. It is deep. It pervades almost everything. And it has real world differences in ability that are complicated. They are overlapping in spectra, but they are nonetheless for sure real. And they affect every single thing about your life on the margins. If you ask me any more questions about that, I won't say anything because I'm not getting canceled over that shit. Because in our current political climate, if I fill in the blanks of what I mean, your boy's out. Fuck that. I'm not ready to, you know what I'm saying, shut down the YouTube yet. But so what I'm saying is, yes, race is real. Yes, race differences exist. Yes, even in every single quality that you think is too politically incorrect to talk about, which is why I'm not going to talk about it. I got plenty of other shit to say, tons of other great stuff, but as a scientifically literate, awake person, I have to say, yes, I'm aware of these things, right? That's that.
Yeah. There's more, by the way. I think there's like a total of 5 different separate occasions where he dives into like race, like science thought. But yeah. I think on this as a juiced up pale homunculus is kind of rich. Yeah. Ew. Sorry. I know I said I wouldn't yell. I didn't yell. No Zempic Fat Camp, Lacey X Aiden Ross 72-hour marathon. I'm not even gonna play this, but like, wait, is this Cuff'em? I can't tell. Can't see his face. I don't even. It's fine. We'll just move on. We'll move on. Anyway, okay, sorry. We're getting too invested in like the intricacies of Hassan's bad relational decisions. I care more about the Nelkboyz thing.
Could he have stopped October 7th? Is he looking to have regime change in Iran? And we told him that Americans don't want to see another regime change war in the Middle East.
We told him to
why?
spend.
Who cares? So I'm sorry. I'm getting mad. He's like, well, you guys are getting mad at me, but we told Benjamin Netanyahu that Americans don't want to see another regime change in the Middle East. So what? You think he's going to listen to you? You think you convinced him, bro? Yeah, he was like, oh, we're gonna stop pushing for regime change in Iran now. Thank you.
They asked
him if he was starving children in Gaza, and he said no. It was Hamas starving children in Gaza, Adam.
Wait. Answer this. Hassan, did they glaze?
I don't know. I haven't seen the excerpts
I
yet.
haven't seen it either. I was editing the G Herbo interview, and it's one of my finest moments, and now you've ruined my day. What are you guys doing? Wait, guys, can I get Aaron? I was hinting
That's
at
just
this
what
when
we
I
do.
met-
That's
I was
just what we
hinting
do.
at this.
So,
No.
listen. That's just what we do. So I think what we did is we had someone on right now.
But he watched Aaron.
Let me finish. Let me
He watched
finish.
4
I want to tell
podcasts
Hassan
and did
too.
Adam.
I think this is actually going to be a great thing. If everyone thinks we have such a big platform, would you guys agree or no? Hassan?
Yeah, you guys have a decently
Otherwise,
sized
people wouldn't
platform.
be pissed. People wouldn't be pissed, right? If we didn't have a big platform. So if we have
No,
such
I
a
think
big
people
platform,
your fans would, depending on how they feel about it, they probably would be.
right? So right now we just had Netanyahu on. A bunch of people watched it. I think a lot of people saw through what he was saying. Now, already on the same day, we've had 3 people on with complete opposite viewpoints: Hassan, Sneeko, Myron,
Nick
Fuentes. So
Okay. Don't loop me in with those guys.
Let me finish.
Don't put me in the same category as these guys.
Viewpoints of Netanyahu. Let me finish.
Yeah, it's too late. It's a tad late. Like he was looped in the moment like he joined this call, honestly. And honestly, it's rough because like there's nothing like Hassan can do to like unloop himself in. The Nelkboyz looped him in. The moment they talked to Myron and Sneeko and then Nick Fuentes and then talked to Hassan, and Hassan answered the call, he was now looped in. He was looped in. And like I don't know. Like genuinely, because maybe like it may appear as though I'm super hard on Hassan, which would be a fair thing to say. But I genuinely don't know how you would combat that narrative when they did what they did. Right? I don't. Outside of not taking the call in the first place. You shouldn't have let Adam them call Adam. He should have seen they were doing a bit right there, and we all know Adam's going to be silly. I mean, that's true. They see them all as content. That's that.
Let me finish. So already we've had 4 people with opposite viewpoints on the very same day, and then the next episode of the Full Sun podcast, we're gonna have someone very, very
Okay, so
reputable.
they're basically describing exactly what I said that they were doing. They're describing literally exactly what I said that they were doing. Like verbatim, exactly what I said they were doing. I told you that they had Netanyahu, and then they would turn around and be like, oh, I already didn't like this. Well, we talked to these 4 other different people who are opposed to Netanyahu. Right? So like, boom, we're both sides, we're centrists. We heard this side, bada bing, bada boom. And so they're equating Hassan to Nick Fuentes, Myron Gaines, and Sneeko. You know? And Now that was picked up by the Times of Israel. I was about to say India again. But they said no to the Nelkboyz. It can't be done. Hassan should have just said no. Yeah. Yeah. Again, to be fair, I don't know the intricacies of how much Hassan knew when they called him, and Hassan was probably a little bit tunnel visioned in like his usual thing. Hassan, and this is the thing. This is the problem. Is that the Nelkboyz, specifically Steiny, knew how Hassan operated. Right? They know they're stupid, but they know Hassan would pick up and try to tell them why this was a bad thing. You know? They know that. They know Hassan will pick up the phone and try to explain to them why it's a bad thing. And so they can use that to be like, oh, look at all these other people who hate Israel that we had and we called. Right? Unknowingly being put in the same box as Nick Fuentes, as Myron, and as Sneeko. Right? They took advantage of Hassan's goodwill to push for their own content. Right? Essentially putting Hassan in danger. Right? So this is literally, I hate like, you're giving the other people giving the enemies of Hassan more ammunition, but they're literally giving like the pro-Zionist side ammunition, right, against Hassan. And Nelkboyz doesn't care about that because they care about like furthering their whole content scheme or whatever. His element of Ethan that comes into play too. Steiny is friends with both of them, and Hassan doesn't want to lose that battle or whatever. Steiny knows that too. I think it's less about that when it comes to like Hassan keeping a friendship with Steiny and more like the outreach thing, right? Because that's explained by the fact that he keeps friendships with everybody, you know? It's not too charitable. These guys know what they're doing on some level. They just don't care. Yeah. Who needs enemies when you have friends like this? Exactly. Steiny added Adam to the call for content. Yeah. He did to himself. I know it's harsh, but if he honestly thinks he could have gained something from this convo, he's dumber than I thought. I don't know. I think Hassan just has a very optimistic worldview, genuinely. More optimistic than I have. It's an optimism that like I think is needed on the left. So focused on trying to reach their audience. He's more charitable than he should be, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think that got him into trouble a little bit. Right? That was utilized, and it's literally like in like a superhero movie where the villain knows that the hero wants to save somebody, and so they use that against him to be put in a trap. You know? That's what happened here. The Nelkboyz knew Hassan would want to like set the record straight and explain to them why they're wrong and stuff. And they used that for their content, essentially. Not caring about what it did or how it looked for like Hassan. That's why they equated Hassan with Sneeko and Myron and Nick Fuentes. Honestly, I'm surprised they had enough brain cells to even pull together this small modicum of a plan, you know? Like to a certain degree, like sharing a brain cell between the two of them, coming up with like that amount of content to like kind of trap Hassan into this conversation is, you know, content brain does a lot to you. There's always a possibility that it happened accidentally. No, I think this purely happened because of their content brain, right? Purely happened because they knew it would be good content to talk with Hassan after talking to Netanyahu to give like the both sides centrist perspective. He literally said it here. He said it here. He said, well, we talked to all four of you after we talked to Netanyahu, you know, boom. Like that is the extent of his plan. His plan was to talk to people who were anti-Netanyahu after talking to Netanyahu. And in doing so, he's equating Hassan's worldview with like actual Nazis.
Myron,
Nick Fuentes.
Now already on a bunch of people watched it. I think a lot of people saw through what he was saying. Now already on the same day, we've had 3 people on with complete opposite viewpoints. Hassan, Sneeko, Myron,
Nick
Fuentes. So
Okay. Don't loop me in with those guys.
Let me finish.
Don't put me in the same category as these guys.
Viewpoints of Netanyahu. Let me finish.
I think Nelkboyz is smart enough to be Nazis. I think
So already we've had 4
they're
people
genuinely
with
stupid.
opposite
Yes, they
viewpoints.
are stupid. And I don't think they're smart enough to be ideological Nazis either. However, I do think that they're smart enough they're dumb enough to think that they think, this is why I say I think they set Hassan up, but not intentionally. They genuinely think Hassan and Sneeko and Myron and Nick Fuentes are the same, right? They are stupid enough to think that they are the same. And because of that stupidity, they unintentionally like set Hassan up by like combining him or putting them in the same box as those Nazis, right? That's what happened. And that's now being weaponized and utilized by the Times of Israel to say, shortly after the Nelkboyz began their live stream with the influencers Sneeko, Myron Gaines, Hassan Piker, and Nick Fuentes, all known for circulating anti-Semitic and anti-Israel conspiracies, who offered commentary on the interview, right? And then they go through each of them specifically. You know? And that's the problem. That's the problem. Look like why Hassan is more capable of interviewing BB at the bar is Nelkboyz. I don't think he had the discipline to do what needs to be done in such a setting. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, we will literally never know. We will literally never know because Netanyahu will never sit down for an interview with Hassan, right?
Points on the very same day, and then the next episode of the Full Sun podcast, we're gonna have someone very, very reputable with the complete opposite viewpoint of Netanyahu. So I personally think, and listen, there's a lot. You guys gotta understand though, Hassan. There's a lot of people. I know there's a lot of people like Hassan though that are educated on this issue, and there's a lot of people like myself who are really not. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that are the same way as me, that just read and don't know what to believe. And if you read stuff and you really don't know what to believe, like I know Hassan, that might be tough for you to understand because you're so educated on the topic. Yeah. But there is a lot of people that don't know what to believe.
I know, but
so
that's
I
why
think what we're doing is
you're giving more reason as to why it's bad that you guys interviewed him.
No,
though.
we're not. Because I
No,
think
that's
people
the
are gonna
problem.
listen to
Because
Netanyahu. They're already listening to you, Hassan. A lot of people in our audience have honestly never heard of you, and I'm sure likewise they've never heard of us, and they dislike us. So we're putting you onto our audience now, and they're hearing your point of view. And then next week on the podcast, they're going to hear someone really reputable with the complete opposite view of Netanyahu. So I personally think right now we're going to bite the bullet, and I think we're going to take a lot of flack. But I think within a week or 2 weeks' time, we're actually going to be educating our entire audience and probably the entire internet on everyone's point of view.
Dude, so stupid. I hate centrists, bro. They're not even centrists. They're not ideologically anything, but like, I don't even know what you say. You know? They are though, they're enlightened centrists. But like ideologically, they're not anything. They're clout hungry. They are only centrist because they think that gets them the most views. They think that if they think that they can pull audiences from both sides with centrism. right? They think, oh, people, we got the pro-Israel side on our side when we talked about talked to Netanyahu about like what's better, Burger King or McDonald's, and then next week we'll get the pro-Palestine side on our side when we bring on whoever the pro-Palestine person is to talk about that. You know, that's genuinely what they think. It's only filtered through how many views they have. They don't care about like actually like starting an important conversation because they're defending, you know, talking to freaking a genocider. They don't care about impact. It's only clout driven. Only clout driven.
Crisis PR right now, and I can tell this is really stressful because everyone's mad at you. But please,
It's not,
you guys
bro.
just do pranks. People like to see you guys partying. Why you guys keep
We'll still
bring
party,
in the middle
bro.
of a fucking in the middle? You know, people can't leave Gaza.
Adam, we're
You know, it's
Adam,
it's
Adam, we were in Central Pay for a few days
over
after this.
half the people that live there are children.
We were in,
75%
we
of
agree
the
with
people that
you.
have died are women and children. Why are you waiting?
Like they don't
into
care
that?
about any of this, by the way. They care about absolutely none of this. Look at their faces. This is content to them. Right? This is content to them. They're just thinking about, man. The Sneeko section was actually more interesting than this one. We'll probably get a lot of views on that one. This one probably won't get that many views. Well, actually, like Adam's like kind of emotional here, so like this actually might get a little bit more views than the Sneeko one. Probably not as much views as the Fresh and Fit one. That's all that's going through their mind right now. That's all that's going through their mind right now. It's just like, I wonder what can I say next to make this more content.
People like you guys because they like to party. You hit zaps. You do happy dads. You guys are chill. I like to see Steve will do a chug. Just do it. Why are you touching that? Not everything is
I agree. I agree. You know what? Adam's right. We don't have to
It
do
is
it.
a
Adam.
brutal blood. It is blood.
See,
it is
that's,
violence.
Adam, that's the problem.
Why
That's
are
the
you
problem.
guys?
I'm gonna tell you something. Adam, I'm gonna tell
You're
you something.
not,
We're gonna,
and if you're not
we're gonna-
qualified to do it,
Adam,
don't touch it.
we're gonna drink. We're gonna hit zaps, and then we're also gonna interview world leaders. When it
But
comes
it's
to
not.
it, we're
It's
gonna
not
do
just
all three.
like, dude. You're not like interviewing the prime minister of Albania. Okay, you're like, this is a guy. This is a,
Hassan,
if you
Hassan,
did, if
Hassan,
you
you're
did that,
being-
no
you're
one
being-
would.
you're
You
being
wouldn't
an
have to.
idiot.
You wouldn't be doing this video or this video call anyway. If you were doing that, nobody would give a shit.
We plan to do the stream. You can check my story. We plan to do this before we.
And Hassan, you're coming in here all hot, but it's like, bro, we told you exactly what's gonna happen. I texted you ahead of time.
I know,
You
but
know we're gonna have someone who's pro-Palestinian on the other side.
okay, but that
and you're
doesn't
coming in here with all this
change the
animosity, and
dynamic.
it's just like, dude,
I found
you're
out
trying to
about
This was
mess
also
up-
interesting because I did actually hear this part. Right? I did actually hear this part. Because I also didn't Ethan also say that he knew ahead of time as well? Did I make that up? I see half this stuff when I'm scrolling through Twitter, not paying attention. So like, I need y'all to hold my hand through this. Hassan didn't read it. Yes, Ethan knew. Hassan didn't read what? What didn't he read?
About the interview after you had already conducted it.
You haven't even watched the episode. You're trying
I know,
to come
but
in
if
here
you
and
were to
press the
if
fuck
you
out
were
of
to
us.
have asked me
You're
ahead of time, I would have
uneducated
told
just
you
as
not to
much as
do
we
it.
are.
I don't remember. Me neither.
Even if he watches it, he'll still think the same
Listen,
thing.
No, I know, but I'm
I've
just
watched
trying
so
to
much-
impress him.
I've watched so much Nelk. I love you, boys. Listen, boys. This is let's zoom out. This is a problem with today, with our society. Like even the fact that you're talking to Sneeko and Myron from Fresh
Even knew
and Fit,
Hassan knew
like,
they emailed everyone before even tweeting this damage control PR stunt. The text is about this call, not the interview. What? I'm so confused. What text? Well, I'm lost. There's too many things going on.
that's not like these are content creators. These aren't historians.
Yes.
These are people that like these are the fact that like the experts on it's politics and it's war and it's violence. There are people that study this. right? It's just not. It's just not everything's content, guys.
But
that's what we're gonna have
interview
on the
Doc
next
Ethan
episode,
did.
bro.
You had
They were both asked
Loki-
to come on
Jesse
stream.
would have never
Hassan
allowed this.
did, Ethan
We're-
didn't. Why did not Steve will do it? What's his face? Steiny say that we texted you. Oh wait, did he text before the interview dropped? Not before the interview was done? I said about this. I no, that wouldn't make sense in the context. Hassan said he would blank up his phone at stream start. It's Social Barber, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. We're getting 1 million subs, 5 at a time. You know what? We're only 900,000, 900 and something. Oh no, 900,000. Some amount of money. I don't remember how much we're at. We're close. We're close.
He here, Jesse.
They went 5 gifted.
I don't know enough about the Nelk history. I don't know about the Nelk history to know what Adam is saying, but it seems to be impactful.
I'm so confused about what's going on here. I lost the plot. I think I tuned out when I was scrolling on Twitter, and now I'm just confused. Now I'm just confused.
Well, Adam, is he will know everything that's
Do you think that they're like they just didn't realize? You think that you think it's banality of evil? Guys, there's a book by this lady Hannah Arendt that I want you guys to read. The Banality of Evil. And I want you guys to get back to me on it. Because it's sometimes like, it's sometimes I'm doing a podcast. It's just a podcast. But you don't realize that there's like a gravity there. There are powerful people wanting access to your platform that have an agenda. It's just like when I was asking about it.
Look, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Look at his face.
Zuckerberg, right? He
none of this makes sense to him. None of this matters to him.
His stock plummets when he's like doing the censorship around COVID, and then everyone's like, "You're anti-free speech Democrat," and then he puts a chain, he gets muscles, and then his stock goes back up. But like it's this everyone that says you're an anti-free speech Democrat is like, "No, you're sick because you do bow and arrow." But he's like he's going on podcasts now because it's his stock price. It's an advantage for them, and
they're using you guys. They're using you guys to look good.
Hassan, bro. Why does anybody, Hassan? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Hassan, anyone goes on a podcast to promote whatever they're doing.
The genocide. Sorry.
Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book, dog. He's promoting a genocide.
Bro,
that's the point.
We have OJ Simpson on. We have Entertain on. It's the same shit.
Okay,
this one
none
might
of
be a
those
little bit
things.
more.
You do realize that, like,
They don't match. No,
this
you're-
is
I
the
agree with
one
you. They don't match
instance. This is the one instance where it's the worst guess you could have, because these
We
guys
agree.
are bad people, but what you're talking about is the
100%
worst
agree,
person.
Hassan. It's the most hated man on the planet. But Hassan, we agree. But also, if we're going to do it, then he's not going to do it.
I'm gonna hook your ass up. I said BB to that guy Yossi, who's your Mossad handler, and Aaron said, "Who's that?" He didn't know that. He didn't know that he's named BB. That's protecting. No, you said, "Who's that?" Which is good. I mean, like, guys, it's like, unless you know, like, it's wading into, like, it's violence and they're bombs and rubble.
Adam, you're right. You're right. You are right. We
don't have to
definitely
do
realize
content about it. You don't have to do, like, we're gonna collab with him. We're gonna collab with BB and Bonnie Blue. Guys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just a way. It's a sign of the world nowadays. It is.
Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. I'm gonna be honest. Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. If you have the opportunity, you'd have him on in a heartbeat. So I'm trying.
BB?
Yeah, yeah, you would.
Cosmopolitan, thank you for the raid. Sorry, I got distracted again.
Blue was there to defend Palestine.
You would have BB on in a heartbeat.
Yes, he knew about the BB interview. He talked about it at the start of the stream. That's not what chat told me. Oh my goodness. Okay, honestly, it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter.
Don't even try and fucking fake the fact.
You know what? Like, I am very like. like I know a lot about this subject. You know, that even maybe is a step, a shade beyond. It's a little bit like it's very painful for me. Aaron, your grandparents were the Holocaust, right? Okay, please.
Yes.
Our parents' generation, right? We're told that like we have to protect these people, and if we don't protect these people, the Holocaust will happen again. I'm Jewish, by the way, Kyle. I don't know if you could tell. I
If
don't
you
really
could
read as
tell,
Jewish,
stop.
but okay.
Well, nothing Adam says is like fully serious, but only partially serious.
Told that, right?
You
And
can
they're
tell
really
right away.
scared. They were really scared because they knew Holocaust survivors, right? And it really freaked them out. And they were like, "We got to protect Israel and stuff like this." But like, it hasn't protected Jewish people. It is.
I
The
agree with
people
you.
that live
That's why,
in
Adam, you can
Israel,
watch.
it's been a failure of a project. Think about the way Jewish people were treated prior to the Holocaust. For 1600 years, we were losers. Everywhere we went, they said, "Go away." Everywhere we went, they were killed. It sounds a lot like the Palestinians. Because
Adam,
they
I'm
are
gonna tell you
people
this.
that are dispossessed, and everywhere they go, they get killed. And if we
Adam,
can't see
He knew after it happened because they texted him that there was a clip on YouTube of the end of the call where Nelkboyz says, "Hassan, we texted you." Was the exclamation mark because you were surprised, and Hassan says yes. Okay, so they texted Hassan after the interview happened, but before it was posted. Okay. Does anybody know when the interview was filmed? Just curious. Has it been when Netanyahu was in DC, the White House?
Themselves in that, it's a shanda.
Adam, I'm gonna tell you something really quick. I don't agree with Netanyahu. I disagree with a lot of things he's doing. I think he's acting. It doesn't matter. I think in certain
You
aspects,
know, after it was
he's
recorded, who
acting the
cares?
same
It's
way.
already done at that point. I mean, it does matter to the extent of like, if Hassan is still friendly with freaking Steiny before like, you know, after that being the case, you know. Like obviously he can like convince them to not do it at that point, but it's more about like engaging with them on positive terms, knowing that like they willingly platformed a person who is like instrumental in committing genocide. They were trying to imply that he could have stopped it or kept it secret or something. No, I wanted to know like, yeah. Well, first of all, knowing when it happened is kind of important. None of it really matters in the first place. It's like all of an ancillary point to like the main point, and that is just the Nelkboyz just kind of suck. Not kind of suck. They just do suck, right? And also they're kind of boring. For being entirely real, I don't have much else to hear from them. Like I don't think they'll ever delete the interview. I think going back in time, knowing what they know now, they'll still do it again. And there's not really anything that I think you can do to change their mind because they are fully clout driven. I think there is a usefulness in talking to people who are ideologically opposed to you. Not like Nazis, obviously, but like conservative MAGA people who actually believe it. Like, I think there's a usefulness in talking to Nick Merckx to a certain degree. You know? Well, he blocked me anyway, but it doesn't matter. But like, I think talking to like Nick Merckx makes more sense than talking to and engaging with these people, right? They're deeply unprincipled and constant brain. Yeah, not even just they are, but their audience also is to a certain extent. Like the audience that will stay around after this happens. It's like there's only so much. Like Asmongold's audience, for example. Like there's only so much you can do to convert Asmongold's audience. You know? And so with people like that, you have to identify them and then just call them out without trying to engage with them positively, if it's possible. But despite all that, regardless, I'm tired. I'm tired, and I've said everything that I wanted to say about this, I think. Tomorrow, we will be watching, not the Lacey stream with Aiden Ross, because I would rather... But we'll watch the XXL Cypher Ugh, Ian's there. But yeah. Anyway, shout out to all the people who put my name underneath this tweet. Didn't I like this tweet? Oh yeah, I did. Oh, here, we'll watch this clip from gaming we did 2 days ago. I was not live, it was at night, but here. Guys, it's right behind me, isn't it?
Oh, it's coming towards us.
The military's here. We have no reason to fear.
I'm done.
Ah! Military, help me! Help me!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I was the only person who died there, by the way. What did you do? Nothing! I just died. I was the one who died. Bro, it made me so mad. Guys, it's right behind me, isn't it?
Oh, it's coming towards us.
The military's here. We have no reason to fear.
I'm done.
Ah!
You hear my help.
Military, help me! Help me!
Yeah, classic horror movie character, exactly. The black man dies first. Yeah, when they, we were almost there too. We were literally almost there. We still passed this round, I think, but like, we were like right there. We were right there. Man. Then we have the clip of my body bouncing on the trampoline. That was pretty funny. Just wait up for 1 second and the black man dies first. Trope happens. Yeah. Anyway. That is it, and that is all for the stream. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep, but I can't go to sleep. Got Brett dying. That's not me, chat. Where's the one about me? Oh, this happened before me. Sad face. My body was bouncing on it.
This is a perfect time for a trampoline. He's freaking out. Take a picture of me.
Oh my god. Why is he here? Oh, it's the big guy.
Yeah, you heard my scream in the background. And then it turns out that I came out and I was like, ooh, trampoline. I jumped on it. Who was it? Was it Peden? Somebody was like, no, you can die. And I was like, what? And then I died. That was a funny moment. Anyway, thanks for watching, chat. I'm gonna go make some. Ooh, I have a Chipotle burrito in the refrigerator. I'm gonna go eat that. I should have ate my burrito first and saved my burrito bowl for today, but I got hungry. Anyway, and I'll just make some food or something. Oh, I can get more cereal. Whatever. I gotta work, and I wanna play some League of Legends, maybe some Marvel Rivals, maybe. Oh no. F that. I'm playing Valorant. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna work, play Valorant, eat some food, play more Valorant, and probably work some more. So I'm gonna go do that. Any final thoughts, chat? Here, I'm gonna end YouTube stream. How do I end YouTube stream? Is it this button? Did that work? Oh, it did work. That was easy. I added a new button to end my stream. And then how do I end it over here? All right. Any final thoughts? There's a funny clip of Hunter Biden talking about how much he loves crack. It's 3 minutes too long, but I'll save it for next time. I saw it already. It was so funny. He was like, man, crack. Ooh, crack is so good. He didn't say it like that, but like, it was, yeah, he was like reminiscing, being like, crack is like it's a drug like no other drug. There's 3 pillars of crack. like the three pillars of accountability both crack. It's, you know, it's ritualistic, it's addictive, and it's tasty. That's what I got from the clip. I'm sorry, maybe that's not the best. And honestly, it wasn't a bad clip, but like, man was breaking down the crack like from 0 to 100. He was like, let me give you a lesson on the crack, which he gave me a lesson. I learned something. I was gonna say what he said, but I realized that maybe I shouldn't say that because then Twitch might take that as like me teaching people how to make crack. So I won't even say it. But he does break down like the components of crack and how crack cocaine is different than like cocaine. So yeah, he gave instructions on how to cook it. So everybody's close to the clips in most rappers. He did a WikiHow. Kinda, yeah. He said, listen, I'm not gonna give you instructions, but basically this is what you do. I'm not joking. That's like almost verbatim what he said. He said, I'm not gonna give you like a instructions on how to make it, but basically it's basically this. And then he just goes into like how to cook crack. I'm just like, all right. Thanks, I guess. Okay. Anything else, chat? Also, we are 999 out of 1,000 subs. So if you want to sub, you know, I always appreciate it. Is that unethical? I feel like Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast and his like subscription progress bars, you know? They get slower as you get closer to the end. Omega, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Wait, isn't it 16? It is 1600. But chat was like, oh, just put a sub thing. Or no, I think I said that. I said, what do I put? No, it was chat. Chat was like, put a sub thing with like what? Like you're missing one from it. Like that's pretty smart. I think some of it is obviously like somewhat a joke. Hold on, I can make it even more of a joke. Also, male wife activities. Thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. 1 million sub goal. Yeah, my sub goal is actually 1 million. Don't worry, we'll get there eventually. When you go to sub, it tells you how many you have. Hey, we're just at 1616 though. That has to be like some good luck or something. Wait, hold on. We're already closer than we were at the beginning of the stream. We were, technically. It was like Caroline on her first day streaming. What did Caroline do first day streaming? Anyway, I call it here, chat. I'm gonna go to sleep or something. Any final thoughts? Chat, you were supposed to stop me from being negative. Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As long as 1 million subs, I'll resurrect Jesus and cure their hunger. By the way, no pressure. That's crazy. What was I saying? I don't remember. I forgot. Oh my goodness, Twitch and it's freaking stupid. It's fine. Wait. Mango's streaming? Forget about YouTube. YouTube's already dead. Already killed him. Okay. Stop. Oh my goodness, I can't with this YouTube. I mean, this Twitch thing. It's so broken. You know what? Here. Okay, I have to leave because Twitch is just not cooperating. Did he not get banned? I think it was temp banned on Twitch, YouTube, or Kick. He's on YouTube. I'm sorry, he's on Twitch. That's all went on all about in the raid thing. Oh, Fossilbots sub expired. Rest in peace. Go to your stream. You should go to sleep with it too. What do you mean by that? Hype train is about to leave. Oh, is there a hype train going? Someone gift the bot. I could give Fossilbot a perma sub, but you only get 3 permas as a partner. You only get 3 perma subs your entire Twitch career. And so if you gift the bot that this gets discontinued, you no longer get another perma sub. Give me one. No. All right, chat. I'm out. I'll catch y'all on the flip side later. Adios, amigos.